Chapter 284. Hearing Wu Lingyu whispering in her ear and even biting her ear, Sima Yu stomped her feet in anger. But he couldn't beat him, so the anger in his heart burned even brighter. Wu Lingyu looked at Sima Yu, who was biting him with her head lowered, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Little junior brother, a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. How could you bite me? He tilted his body slightly and happened to present the scene of Sima Yu biting him for everyone to see. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Sima Yu Yang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. You actually bit people? Sima Yu Qing was stunned as well. The Sima family couldn't believe what they were seeing. Sima Yue was a pervert in their eyes, but she couldn't beat Wu Lingyu and was even forced to bite him. At the same time, everyone was also curious as to what kind of grudge she had against him for her to attack him the moment she saw him. Old Man Devil also looked over in surprise. However, he was surprised that Wu Lingyu was willing to let Sima Yue get close to him. He didn't even get angry when she bit him. This brat, he's never been so tolerant of me, his master. His sour tone revealed his current mood. Sima Yu Lin looked at the two of them and frowned. Sima Yu Yang took out his fan, opened it and fanned himself, saying, Yu is like this, it's really rare. After Old Man Devil confirmed that the two of them would be fine, he turned his attention to the food. Well, this kid is right. The food she made today is even more delicious than yesterday's. Grandpa Devil, Yu's culinary skills aren't just for show. Now that you've taken in such a disciple, let's not talk about her talent for now. You'll be more fortunate than anyone else in the future. Sima Yu Ran said as he sat opposite Old Man Devil. Not bad, not bad. Old Man Devil was very happy that he had found such an obedient disciple. He had put a lot of effort into making these things. Bei Gong Tang finished cooking and placed it on the table. Old Man Devil took a bite and said, the taste is a bit worse than Yu's, but it's much better than other people's. Thank you Grandpa Demon for your praise. Bei Gong Tang smiled as she went to cook the remaining dishes. When Sima Yue and Wu Lingyu returned, Old Man Devil was almost done with his meal. Master, you didn't say that your eldest disciple was him. She sat down beside Old Man Devil and began to complain. Old Man Devil took out a toothpick and stuffed it into his mouth, asking, does it matter? It's very important. Sima Yue was extremely depressed. I have a grudge against him. Now that we're brothers, I'm going to suffer from internal injuries. Then you can find him to vent. Old Man Devil didn't care at all. But I can't beat him. Sima Yue felt wronged. You can use poison to poison him. Old Man Devil said. He said that normal poisons can't kill him because you always give him those useless things. Sima Yue said. That's true. This brat has already been trained by me to the point that he's almost immune to all poisons. Old Man Devil nodded. Then you can create a different kind of poison. I don't have that ability yet. No problem, just learn from Master. Old Man Devil said confidently. I guarantee that you'll be able to poison him in the future. But that's in the future. Sima Yue said. My heart is filled with anxiety right now. Then you can bite him again. Old Man Devil said. Brat, come here. Wu Lingyu walked over and said, Old man, what's up? He wasn't deaf. Naturally, he heard Old Man Devil giving Sima Yue a bad idea. Let your little junior take another bite. Old Man Devil said. Master, you've only known little junior for 2 days. How can you be so biased? Wu Lingyu wouldn't go over. Seeing Sima Yue's angry little face, he said, You already bit me just now. Are you still angry? As he said that, he rolled up his wide sleeves. 2 rows of teeth marks appeared right in front of everyone. Sima Yue had used a lot of strength. The 2 rows of teeth marks had already seeped into his flesh. Traces of blood seeped out. Wow, Yue, you're still the best. You've only just met him and you've already made him bleed. Not bad, not bad. Old Man Devil saw the teeth marks on Wu Lingyu's hand and smiled as he patted Sima Yue's shoulder. I haven't even bitten off a piece of flesh. Sima Yue was still unsatisfied with her masterpiece. Sigh, I originally wanted to specially prepare a gift for our first meeting with Little Junior. Looking at you now, I don't think you want it. Wu Lingyu sighed and said, "If it's a treasure, I'll take it. If it's not a treasure, I won't take it." Sima Yue said, "Let me take a look first. I'll decide if I want it or not." "But you're still angry at me," Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yue glared at him and said, "If your gift is passable, then forget it. If it's not good enough, then we'll continue. Give it to me." Wu Lingyu smiled as he took out a box and threw it to Sima Yue. Sima Yue caught it and opened it. There was a piece of clothing that was as light as wings inside. "Wow, wow, wow, you're actually giving the divine cicada clothing to her." Before Sima Yue could say anything, Old Man Devil shouted first. "Master, what's this?" Sima Yue asked when she saw how agitated Old Man Devil was. "This is a divine tool. When I asked him to give it to my friend's granddaughter, he refused no matter what. He didn't give me any face at all. Now that he's giving it to you, it hurts my heart too much." Old Man Devil howled. "Divine tool?" Sima Yue took out the clothing and looked at it. It looked a little like an inner garment, but the material looked a little like silver fish. I've heard people say before that the divine cicada clothing was fought over by various large sections. It was auctioned off at a shocking price. "It's a good treasure," Bei Gong Tang said. "If Bei Gong says it's a good treasure, then it's a treasure. All right, I'll reluctantly accept your gift," Sima Yue said as she kept the item. Divine tools were still relatively rare now. Taking one would be a good thing. "Since you've accepted my gift, you're not allowed to bite me in the future," Wu Lingyu said with a smile. Sima Yue ignored him. "Disciple, have you prepared my gift for becoming your disciple?" Old Man Devil asked. "Of course I've prepared it," Sima Yue said. "What is it?" Old Man Devil was really looking forward to it. It had been a long time since someone had given him a gift. Of course, those who needed his help didn't count. Sima Yue stood up and walked behind Bei Gong Tang. She said to Old Man Devil, "Master, what do you think of Bei Gong?" "Not bad. But now it's popular to buy things one get one free. Since you've accepted a disciple, you should do the same. Take Bei Gong as well," Sima Yue said with a smile. "What? You want me to accept another disciple?" Old Man Devil didn't expect Sima Yue to have such a plan. He shook his head. No, I don't want to accept so many disciples. It's enough that I have you two to play with." Chapter 285. Yue. Bei Gong Tang also did not think that Sima Yue would say this and was shocked. Sima Yue patted her shoulder and said, "Master, Bei Gong's talent in alchemy is also very good. You won't lose out if you take him in as a disciple." "That won't do either." Old Man Devil shook his head. "Master, she is a good seedling. Do you want to miss this opportunity?" Sima Yue continued to persuade him. "Junior brother, Master only has the two of us as his disciples in his entire life. He's afraid of trouble. It's basically impossible for him to accept another disciple." Wu Lingyu knew Old Man Devil very well. If he didn't need a disciple to be his successor, he probably wouldn't have even accepted Sima Yue. Sima Yue was a little disappointed. She really wanted to recommend Bei Gong Tang to the Divine Devil Valley. This way, when they went up, Bei Gong Tang would have more confidence in saving her mother and brother. "Old man, you can't accept her as a disciple, but you can recruit her into the valley." Wu Lingyu did not want to see Sima Yue disappointed and continued. "Really?" Sima Yue's eyes lit up when she heard that. She looked much more energetic. "Master, can I?" "I can, but I want to see how her innate talent is. Not everyone can enter the Divine Devil Valley." Old Man Devil said. Sure. Sima Yue smiled and said, "Bei Gong won't disappoint you. Then you should refine the highest ranked pill that you can currently refine." Old Man Devil said to Bei Gong Tang. Bei Gong Tang was stunned for a moment, then stood up excitedly, saying, "Okay." She took out the pill furnace and medicinal ingredients, took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and began to refine the pill. Old Man Devil realized that Bei Gong Tang's method of refining pills was the same as Sima Yue's and asked, "Did she learn from the same master as you?" "Definitely. She and Ouyang Yang were both taught by me." Sima Yue said, "How is it Bei Gong isn't bad, right?" She's indeed much better than those guys in the valley. Old Man Devil rarely praised someone. Sima Yue was extremely happy. That meant that Bei Gong Tang could enter the Divine Devil Valley. Master, I heard that our Divine Devil Valley has all kinds of occupations. Why don't you take them in too? Sima Yue pointed at Wei Wei and Fatty Chu. Wei Ziqi and Fatty Chu looked at Sima Yue blankly. Did she want to bring them into the Divine Devil Valley? During the day, they already knew the position of the Divine Devil Valley in the upper continent. If they could enter, that would be the best. Old had Yue, this brat Yue this. Sima Yue quickly smiled flatteringly, saying, Master, I grew up with them. I've been living with them since I was 15. Since the Divine Devil Valley is so powerful, I naturally want them to enter. Master, please help me. Old Man Devil didn't expect her to be so honest, and asked, what skills do they have? Ziqi can already tame divine beasts, Fatty Chu can refine saint tools, Ouyang Yang and Bei Gong Tang are equally good at refining pills. Yu Lin is an array master. Sima Yue replied, how is it, master? Can you let them in too? Sima Yu Lin, who was standing in front of his tent, heard her call out his name. His gaze wavered, and he lowered his head to hide his emotions. Brat, you know a lot of people. Old Man Devil said, I can give them a chance. Whether or not they can enter the Divine Devil Valley will depend on their strength. Just a chance. Sima Yue was not satisfied, saying, can't you let them in directly? You brat, even if I let them in, it's useless if they don't have a valley willing to accept them. Old Man Devil said. Junior brother, don't worry. With Master's suggestion, as long as their talents are passable, there won't be a problem. Wu Lingyu said, those martial uncles have lower requirements for these kinds of people. Alright then, having a chance is better than having no chance at all. Sima Yue did not force Old Man Devil, saying, but Ouyang Yang and Bei Gong Tang are both alchemists. Master can make the decision, right? If he's like what you said, there's no problem. But let me take a look first. Which one is he? Old Man Devil asked. He's from the South Eclipse Kingdom. He hasn't come yet. He'll come when the gathering starts. At that time, Master will assess him. Sima Yue said. After speaking, she looked at Wu Lingyu, grateful that he spoke up for her. Old Man Devil took out 4 tokens and threw them to Sima Yue, saying, give them to them. When the time comes to go up, take this to the Divine Devil Valley. There will naturally be people who will test them. Sima Yue happily threw the tokens to Wei Ziqi and Fatty Chu, then ran in front of Sima Yue and handed the tokens to him. Sima Yue looked at the smile on Sima Yue's face and took the tokens, saying, thank you, Yue. You don't have to be so polite. Sima Yue said with a smile, we're family. After speaking, she returned to Old Man Devil's side and chatted happily with him as they watched Bei Gong Tang refine pills. Bei Gong Tang only managed to successfully refine the pill in the middle of the night. She placed the refined pill in front of Old Man Devil. Old Man Devil glanced at it and took out a token for her, saying, this is the disciple's identity token. Wait till you go up and reach the Divine Devil Valley, then you can see who you want to be apprenticed to. Thank you, Grandpa Devil. Bei Gong Tang smiled as she kept the token. She was extremely moved and smiled gratefully at Sima Yue. She had actually become a disciple of the Divine Devil Valley. This was something that she had never dared to imagine before. Master, why don't I have a token? Sima Yue asked. I only have a disciple's token and I gave it to him. I haven't had time to make yours. When we go back, I'll get someone to make one for you. Old Man Devil said. Wu Lingyu took out a token and threw it to her, saying, I'll give you mine first. Then what do you use? Sima Yue asked as she caught the token. Senior brother, my face is the token. Wu Lingyu said narcissistically. Sima Yue thought that it was true. He often went in and out of the Divine Devil Valley and everyone knew him. Hence, she accepted the token with a clear conscience. This is the gift you prepared for me to become your disciple? Old Man Devil said. How could I? Since she had achieved her goal, Sima Yue took out a jade bottle and handed it to Old Man Devil. You're giving me a pill? Old Man Devil raised his eyebrows. Giving a pill to a pill master required more than just a little bit of guts. Master, take a look first, Sima Yue said while giggling. Old Man Devil saw her confident look and took the jade bottle. He opened it and sniffed. His eyes lit up and he impatiently poured out the pill. Spirit recovery pill. Even he was extremely surprised at this moment. He never thought that Sima Yue would actually give him such a pill. Chapter 286. The spirit recovery pill, as its name implied, was a pill used to recover one's consciousness. Its grade was not very high, but it was quite rare because the ingredients required were quite harsh. Among them, the most difficult one was the main ingredient, the earth dragon marrow. However, this wasn't a problem for Sima Yue. She didn't have the earth dragon marrow, but she had the soul fluid, which was even more heaven-defying than the earth dragon marrow. Using it to replace the earth dragon marrow was not a problem at all. Master, I failed 7 times today. I only succeeded with Bei Gong Tang's help. How is it? Can I still impress you? Sima Yue looked at Old Man Devil's shocked face with satisfaction. Old Man Devil kept the pill and said, "Why would you want to give me this pill?" Bei Gong said that you were once injured and injured your divine sense, causing you to be unable to refine pills to the next level. Furthermore, you even turned into this old man. That's why I wanted to refine such a pill for you. However, with my current strength, I still can't refine a 6th grade medicinal pill. I don't have enough spiritual energy, so every time I try to condense the pill, I fail at the last step. Fortunately, Bei Gong and I had a tacit understanding, and the two of us worked together to refine this pill. However, we only succeeded in refining 1 pill. Her alchemy level could already reach the level of a 6th grade alchemist, but because of the restriction of her strength, she had always been at the peak of 5th grade alchemy. Today, refining this spirit recovery pill really took some effort. You're considerate, Old Man Devil said, then looked at Bei Gong Tang. You came down from above, right? Yes, Grandpa Demon. Bei Gong Tang nodded. Bei Gong clan? Wu Lingyu asked. Bei Gong Tang replied. Her tone was a little stiff, and her gaze carried traces of hatred. Old Man Devil immediately understood many things and said, the Bei Gong clan's younger generation doesn't have anyone as talented as you. They've lost a treasure. Master, I added some scarlet honey into it when I was refining it. It is said that this thing can not only increase one's strength, but it can also make one stay young for a long time. Sima Yue said. Scarlet honey? You have scarlet honey? Old Man Devil's attention was immediately drawn over. Yeah, why is Master so excited? Sima Yue asked when she saw Old Man Devil's excited expression. How did you get this thing? Did you see the legendary scarlet bee? Do you still have any? Old Man Devil grabbed Sima Yue's hand and asked a few questions. Although the scarlet bees are rare, Master, you don't have to be so agitated. Sima Yue was so frightened by his expression that her hair stood on end. Junior brother, you don't know. The old man has been looking for this thing for many years, but he has never found it. He has asked me more than once if they are all dead. Otherwise, why can't he find it? The main reason we came down this time is to look for scarlet honey. Wu Lingyu explained for Old Man Devil. Yue, where did you get scarlet honey? Old Man Devil asked. My own bees produced it, Sima Yue said as she took out a big bottle of scarlet honey and asked, Master, how much do you want? Seeing her take out such a big bottle of scarlet honey at once, Old Man Devil was dumbfounded. Wu Lingyu couldn't remain calm either. So much scarlet honey, huh? Old Man Devil laughed happily, but was provoked by Sima Yue's next words. Master, don't be so agitated. We usually just drink this directly. If you want, I can give you another bottle. What a waste. How shameful. Old Man Devil snatched the scarlet honey from Sima Yue's hand, as if he was afraid that she would waste it again. Sima Yue didn't think that Old Man Devil and Wu Lingyu would have such a big reaction after hearing about the scarlet honey. She said, How would I know that this thing is so precious? Junior brother, you said that this was produced by your scarlet bees? Wu Lingyu asked. Sima Yue moved her mind and a scarlet bee appeared in front of them. It really is a scarlet bee. Old Man Devil looked at the scarlet bee and said, Yue, how many of these little things do you have? A lot. Sima Yue replied. In these 2 years, the Scarlet Queen Bee had produced many scarlet bees. With the time difference in the Spirit Pagoda, there were many scarlet bees now. Then give me some. Old Man Devil said with a smile. But Sima Yue agreed readily, is 1,000 enough? 1,000? Old Man Devil thought that he was hallucinating and the jade bottle in his hand almost fell to the ground. Sima Yue saw Old Man Devil's expression and thought that he didn't think it was enough. She said, Master, I still have to provide this scarlet honey to the Sima family. I can't give it all at once. How about I give you 1,000 first and give you some next time? Cough cough, 100 is enough. Wu Lingyu said. Old Man Devil originally thought that Sima Yue would give him a few dozen, but he didn't expect Sima Yue to say such a number. He almost peed in his pants. Suddenly, he realized that she said she would give him some next time. You have the Scarlet Queen Bee. Yes. Sima Yue said as she called out the Scarlet Queen Bee. She said, these scarlet bees are her eggs. Wah, Yue, how did you get such a treasure? With this thing, you can have as many scarlet bees as you want. The Scarlet Queen Bee also felt that the opponent was very strong, so it obediently stayed in Sima Yue's hands. Master, find something that can store life and I'll give it to you. Sima Yue said, do you want to try this spirit recovery pill first? Old Man Devil said with a smile, I'll eat the spirit recovery pill first before refining the triple yuan pill. Master, when you refine the triple yuan pill, let Bei Gong come with you. Sima Yue took the opportunity to say, okay, she can come with me when the time comes. He was in an extremely good mood and readily agreed to Sima Yue's request. Right, stinky brat, didn't you want to go to the Sophia Mountain Range? Now that you've seen your little junior brother, you can scram now. Old Man Devil said. I'm not going. Wu Lingyu said. The person he was looking for was here. Why would he go to the Sophia Mountain Range? You stinky brat, are you messing with me? Old Man Devil said unhappily, it's a good thing that your little junior brother is so considerate. Wu Lingyu said very honestly. He also didn't think that he would meet Sima Yue here. How could he be messing with him? I'm too lazy to look at you. My eyes hurt. Yue, I'm going to find a place to take the spirit recovery pill. The two of you can protect me. As he spoke, he grabbed Sima Yue's shoulder and flashed to Bei Gong Tang's side. He grabbed her and brought them away. Wu Lingyu saw that the old man had left him like this and said unhappily, Old man, you're so biased now. As he spoke, he also flew away, not caring at all that the 10,000 Beast Mountain was not safe at night. Old Man Devil brought Sima Yue and flew for who knew how long before they arrived at a mountainside and found a cave to enter. The two of you stay outside and guard me. I need 2 days to digest the spirit recovery pill. Chapter 287. Alright master, don't worry. We will stand guard outside. Sima Yue pulled Bei Gong Tang out after she finished speaking. Old Man Devil took out the soul recovery pill. His eyes were cold, as if he was looking at the time when he was injured. Sure Taifeng, wait till I recover, I will personally pay you a visit. With that, he swallowed the pill and began to use his spiritual energy to catalyze the pill. Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang stood guard outside the cave. They leisurely took out tables, chairs and tea sets, and began to brew tea. Yue, thank you. Bei Gong Tang said gratefully. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have become a member of the Divine Devil Valley. Bei Gong Tang said, to a professional master, being able to enter the Divine Devil Valley is a great honor, and it's an extraordinary position. People from Divine Devil Valley will be treated more courteously if they are of the same rank. That's because you're talented and hardworking. Sima Yue said, otherwise, even if I told Master, he wouldn't let you in. Meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. Bei Gong Tang said with a smile. I feel very lucky to have met you guys, Sima Yue said. I'm looking forward to seeing the Bei Gong family's expression when they see you. What kind of expression could he have? My father treats us as enemies. He would definitely want to eat me if he saw me. Bei Gong Tang said self-deprecatingly. Your family will definitely know that your father and aunt dared to treat you this way. However, they did not protect you. You must make them blind in the future. Sima Yue said. Not all of them. Bei Gongtang said, my uncle treats me pretty well. It's a pity that his talent in alchemy isn't very good, so his position in the clan isn't very high. Back then, it was all thanks to him that I managed to escape. In order to help me escape, he was even injured. Sigh, I wonder how he's doing now. Don't worry about it. It's been a long time since the incident happened. We can only wait for you to go up and check on the situation. Sima Yue comforted her. Bei Gongtang smiled and lowered her head to drink her tea. Sima Yue supported her head with one hand and looked at the full moon in the sky. She said, along the way, we've only been cultivating and cultivating. I don't think we've taken a good look at the scenery. Pfft, why are you so sad today? Bei Gongtang said with a smile. It's just a feeling. Sima Yue said, I don't know where my parents are. Wait until we go up, then we'll go look for it together. Bei Gongtang said. 2 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Because Old Man Devil had set up a barrier around himself, they couldn't sense the fluctuations inside. They went in to check on him twice, and when they saw that he was fine, they stood guard outside. Suddenly, they felt the surrounding spiritual energy rushing towards them. Thinking that something had happened, they hurriedly went inside to take a look. However, they found that Old Man Devil's face was ruddy, and most of the wrinkles on his face had disappeared. Only his white hair was still as white as snow. The spirit chi surged to this place, but it was isolated and then dispersed. Old Man Devil opened his eyes, his gaze sharper than before. Master, how are you feeling? Sima Yue asked worriedly. The phenomenon just now was too frightening, and the two of them thought that something had happened to Old Man Devil. However, seeing that his body was much better than before, it didn't seem like there was a problem. Old Man Devil waved his hand, and the barrier was removed. He stood up and moved his body, saying, I'm fine. Then what was that phenomenon just now? My old injuries have been healed, and I can advance in rank. However, the spiritual energy in this continent isn't suitable for me, so I cut it off. Old Man Devil explained. Cut off your advancement? Then won't it affect your cultivation in the future? It was the first time Sima Yue heard that one could cut off one's advancement. It's fine, I'll be fine when I reach the upper realm. Old Man Devil said, moreover, I've just recovered from my injuries. It's not good to advance in rank now. Sima Yue nodded. Since he said it was fine, then it was fine. Master, since you've recovered, then when should we refine the 3 yuan pill? No rush, no rush. Get me something to eat first. I'll only have the energy to refine pills when I'm full. Old Man Devil said. Sima Yue and Bei Gongtang both had a drop of cold sweat on their faces. Did he have to like eating so much? I've finally met someone who likes eating more than me. Sima Yue muttered. However, she resigned herself to her fate and went to cook for Old Man Devil. Bei Gongtang came to help her. The two of them were originally very fast, and there weren't many people this time. It didn't take long for them to make a table full of dishes. Alright, bring the soup over. I'll call Master over to eat. Sima Yue said. Alright, go ahead. Bei Gongtang smiled. Old Man Devil went to the mountain peak while they were cooking. When Sima Yue went up, he was looking towards the direction of Dragon Reflection Mountain. Master, the food is ready. She went up and said. The ominous ground is about to appear. Old Man Devil seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to her. Master, what did you say? Sima Yue was shocked. Old Man Devil turned back to look at Sima Yue, then looked at the devil's snare bracelet on her wrist. After that, he turned back to look at Dragon Reflection Mountain and asked, Yue, what do you think Dragon Reflection Mountain looks like? They weren't close to Dragon Reflection Mountain, but to the two of them, they could still roughly see it. Moreover, at this distance, they could see the whole picture of Dragon Reflection Mountain. It looks like a dragon. Sima Yue said, especially when it connects with the surrounding mountains, it looks like a dragon's head. That's right. This place was originally a place of great fortune. However, after the passage of time, this place is about to become an ominous ground. Old Man Devil said, Master, is it related to the ominous beasts below? Sima Yue asked. So you knew. Old Man Devil wasn't surprised. The first time he saw her, she had kindly reminded him. Although she didn't say it clearly, Old Man Devil knew that she definitely knew something. Sima Yue shrugged her shoulders and said, I have an auspicious beast. It is more sensitive to the aura of these ominous beasts. Although the aura is very weak, it can still sense it. I don't know about anything else. I see. Auspicious beasts aren't common in this world. Even in the upper continents, there aren't many of them. You're really lucky. Old Man Devil sighed. Senior brother has a qilin. Sima Yue said, Master, what exactly is that thing below? Old Man Devil shook his head and said, I don't know. It's my first time here. I can only vaguely feel its aura. Master, when you look at Dragon Reflection Mountain and say that it will become an ominous ground, you mean that thing is below Dragon Reflection Mountain? Maybe, maybe not. Old Man Devil said, but I think that the spirit beasts that appear once every few years must have something to do with it. Maybe the people in Sacred City know something, or something is controlling it, so it has no choice but to send the spirit beasts to destroy that place. Chapter 288. Sima Yue was shocked by Old Man Devil's words. That creature was actually able to command the entire 10,000 Beast Mountain spiritual beasts to attack the Holy City. How powerful was this? When I was in the Holy City, I heard the Pavilion Master tell the stinky brat that the 10,000 Beast Mountain is getting closer and closer to each other, and the duration is getting longer and longer. I think that thing might be getting stronger, and maybe it will break out of its shackles soon. I'm really curious about what it is, the old devil guessed. If the Holy City really exists for that guy, it means that it has existed for a very long time. To be able to live for so long, how powerful must he be? Sima Yue was frightened by her own thoughts. The old devil was also awestruck. Maybe it's even more powerful than those things above. He might even be comparable to the ancient race. One is the 10,000 Beast Mountain, one is the sea region. Is the Yilin continent really going to fall into chaos? Sima Yue murmured. She was worried that her grandfather and the rest would be in danger if they continued to live on this continent. See? Is there something there too? Old Man Devil was a little surprised. It was already inconceivable for a continent to have one such existence. If there were two of them, then the future would be chaotic. Sima Yue told him about what happened when she went to Forgotten Worry Island to look for herbs. She also said that she obtained the Scarlet Queen Bee there. After Old Man Devil heard this, he pondered for a moment and said, If it's as you say, then that thing should belong to the Dark Clan. I don't know who left it on this continent. Master? Sima Yue felt that someone was approaching and turned around to see Bei Gong Tang walking over. Yue, Grandpa Demon, the food will get cold if we don't go back now. Bei Gong Tang said. She waited below for a long time, but the two of them did not come down, so she personally came to call them. Let's go, it's time to eat. Old Man Devil said, What did you make for me today? I made a lot. I'm sure your stomach will be bloated. Sima Yue stopped worrying and said with a smile. She was also quite optimistic. No matter what would happen in the continent, it would be many years later. No one knew what would happen in the next few years. Instead of worrying, it was better to improve her strength. At the very least, she could bring the Sima family to the upper realm before she left. Old Man Devil praised them as he ate. Your skills are so much better than the ones in the restaurants above. I wonder what kind of delicacies the spirit race will make. Spirit tribe? This was the first time Sima Yue had heard of this term. She did not understand. Humans aren't the only ones up there. Many spirit beasts have formed a race as well. Because of their great strength, they are on par with humans. In other words, humans are just one of the many races in the upper realm. Old Man Devil said. Sima Yue was stunned. Aren't humans ruling the world? You could say that because there aren't many astrals in each race, and the humans have the absolute advantage in terms of numbers. However, it can also be said that the human race and the spirit race are on par because there are many different types of spirit race. Old Man Devil said. Sima Yue did not expect the upper realm to be like this. Humans and spirit race living together broke her previous world's view. What are the spirit race like? She asked curiously. They aren't much different from humans. They always say that humans are weak, but many of them choose to take human form. Bei Gongtang said. However, many of them are still beasts. You'll know what it's like up there. Old Man Devil said as he gnawed on a bone. Sima Yue nodded. There was no point in saying more, and it would affect her Dao heart. Oh right, Master, who are you refining the 3 yuan pill for? Your senior brother. Old Man Devil said. After gnawing on the last bone, he wiped his hands and said, I'm full. I'll go and digest it. When I'm back, we'll start refining pills. After he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed and he disappeared. However, Sima Yue acted as if she did not see him leave. She sat in her seat and stared blankly. Bei Gongtang looked at Sima Yue and asked, Yue, what's wrong? Nothing. Clean up this place. I'll leave for a while. Sima Yue said as she stood up and walked towards the mountain peak. What's wrong with her? Bei Gongtang looked at Sima Yue suspiciously. She had never seen her like this before. Sima Yue arrived at the mountain peak and found a rock to sit on. She looked at the devil's snare bracelet on her hand and thought deeply. After a while, she asked, Senior Martial Brother is your reincarnated soul, isn't he? After a while, Immortal finally said one word, yes. As expected. Sima Yue said, the 3 yuan pill is a forbidden pill for people with incomplete souls. Master said that this pill was prepared for Senior Brother. This means that Senior Brother's soul is incomplete. You also said that Master has the aura of your reincarnated soul. Therefore, Senior Brother is your other half. You're really meticulous. Immortal said. Sima Yue thought about how she met Wu Lingyu a few years ago when she got Immortal. She guessed that Wu Lingyu followed Immortal's aura to Pu Luo mountain range. It was a pity that she kept Immortal in the spirit pearl, causing the two of them to miss each other for so many years. What do you plan to do after this? Sima Yue asked hesitantly. Immortal was silent. Maybe even he did not think that it would be so easy to find his reincarnated soul. After a while, Sima Yue heard his reply. Fusion. This is inevitable. Otherwise, he won't be able to live. Why? Because as his strength grows, his soul will not be able to support his body. It will become weaker and weaker until it disappears. Disappears? Sima Yue was shocked, saying, from the time you died until now, it's already been over 10,000 years. You must have reincarnated more than once. Why would you disappear now? Nothing is eternal. Immortal said, moreover, that's only a small part of my soul. Every time I reincarnate, my soul's strength will weaken a little. When I die again, my soul's strength will not be enough to reincarnate, so it will naturally disappear. Then what if it's all of your soul? Sima Yue asked. If you can remember your past memories after reincarnating, your complete soul will naturally be able to cultivate the spirit incantation again. Everything will start over. Immortal said. Then what if the person who reincarnated a few times is not especially powerful? Sima Yue was shocked. If there were many people like him, wouldn't this world be turned upside down? Even if the soul can remember his past memories, his strength can only be cultivated from the beginning. However, this person's soul will be stronger than others. Immortal said, moreover, there are only a few people in history who can cultivate to this level. Sima Yue was speechless. Was he praising himself? Chapter 289. Then when do you plan to fuse? She asked. No rush, the conditions aren't ripe yet. Immortal said, conditions? What are your conditions? Could it be that he still had to wait for the right time, place, and people? Immortal understood the doubts in her heart and said, he can't right now, and neither can you. Can I do it? Sima Yue glared at her. Why were her words so ambiguous? Fortunately, she was not a man. Otherwise, she would be depressed to death if she heard this. Your strength isn't enough. Forcefully removing our relationship, even if you don't die, you'll be crippled. Immortal said. Sima Yue opened her mouth wide. So dangerous? Recalling that he said Wu Lingyu couldn't do it either, she asked, "Then what about senior martial brother? Why couldn't he do it either? His strength has increased too quickly, and his soul is already very weak. If we fuse now, he will directly turn into ashes, and I won't be able to obtain the complete soul, so I will also end up in the same situation." Emosha said. Sima Yue was speechless. She had found him, but she could not fuse with him. "What do we do now?" she asked. "Increase your strength and nourish his soul." Emosha said. "You want me to nourish his soul?" Sima Yue was not happy. "Although that guy is my senior brother, he's still very annoying. What if I don't miss him?" "You have no choice. Life is really full of helplessness." Sima Yue sighed. "I wonder what will happen if Master and eldest senior brother find out about you. Do you think we should tell them? What do you think?" Emosha asked back, but his tone was rather certain. "Sai, with how smart they are, they'll definitely notice if I give senior brother the soul fluid. I better be honest with them." Sima Yue tugged at her hair, unwilling to give up. Wu Lingyu had taken advantage of her, but now she had to save him. She was a conservative person in her previous life. Just thinking about it made her panic. Sigh. She let out a long sigh, but the depression in her heart still couldn't be spat out. When she heard Old Man Devil's voice from the bottom of the mountain, she knew that he had returned. She then got up and went down the mountain. "Yue, where did you go?" Bei Gong Tang asked when she saw that Sima Yue had returned. "I just enjoyed the breeze at the top of the mountain." Sima Yu saw Bei Gong Tang's concerned expression and shook her head to indicate that she was fine. Seeing Old Man Devil, she sighed in her heart. If he knew that his two disciples were related to Emosha, she didn't know how he would react. "Since you're back, let's begin," Old Man Devil said as he took out a cauldron and began refining. Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang stared at Old Man Devil as he refined pills. This was their first time seeing a 9th-grade alchemist refine pills, and they could learn a lot from it. Refining the 3-yuan pill required hundreds of medicinal herbs, and they were all related to the soul. It was more difficult to refine them than other medicinal herbs. However, Old Man Devil's movements were very casual. He threw medicinal herbs one by one into the cauldron as if they didn't cost anything. He didn't even worry that he wouldn't refine them properly. Furthermore, after refining one medicinal herb, he would use his spiritual energy to wrap it in the cauldron. He wouldn't take it out to refine the other herbs. Now that his spiritual energy was fused with the essence, it would weaken the medicinal effect. Hence, he could only wrap it up and not fuse it together. Although it looked simple, it required a lot of skill from the alchemist. "You can do that too." Sima Yue touched her chin, learning how to control it. After refining the medicinal herbs, Old Man Devil began to fuse them together. This process was very slow, and he only finished after 3 to 4 hours. After that, during the pill refining stage, Old Man Devil became casual again. However, each of his hand seals were complicated and complicated. Streaks of spiritual energy were injected into the cauldron as he moved. The two who were watching were dazzled, and couldn't even see his movements clearly. Just as he was refining the pill, the sky suddenly became gloomy. A thundercloud slowly condensed in the sky above them. "Pill tribulation." Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang cried out in surprise. Refining the triple yuan pill actually attracted heavenly lightning. This meant that this pill was at least a 7th-rank pill. Old Man Devil also saw the tribulation cloud in the sky, but he didn't take it to heart. He continued to refine the pill. "The pill fragrance is coming out," Sima Yue said as she smelled a delicate fragrance. Bei Gong Tang also smelled the pill fragrance. Just by smelling it, she felt as if her soul was being nourished. It was an indescribable comfort. If she ate this pill, she didn't know what effect it would have. "Rise!" Old Man Devil shouted. A streak of spiritual energy wrapped around the 3 pills and rushed out of the cauldron. At this moment, the tribulation cloud continuously struck down 3 streaks of lightning, directly hitting the 3 pills. "Umph!" Old Man Devil leaped up and waved his left hand, wrapping the 3 pills. His right hand continuously attacked 4 times, directly dispersing the 3 streaks of lightning. The last one hit the tribulation cloud, And then, the tribulation cloud escaped. Sima Yue and Bei Gongtang's eyes widened as they stared straight at Old Man Devil. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. So awesome! Sima Yue said in a daze. Spiritual energy directly blew the pill cloud away. Bei Gongtang had also never seen such an awesome person. In the past, there were people in the clan who refined pills. She saw the strange scene from a remote courtyard. At that time, they took out their spiritual weapons to block the tribulation, but Old Man Devil used his own strength to easily blow the tribulation cloud away. He was really too strong. Old Man Devil landed on the ground and took out a jade bottle to store the 3 pills. He kept it satisfactorily. Haha, I've completed my main goal here. Old Man Devil laughed loudly. Sima Yue could feel that he was really happy. She knew that he was happy because Wu Lingyu was able to extend his life. She sighed in her heart. Although he kept calling Wu Lingyu a stinky brat, he really cared about that guy. She touched the devil snare bracelet and felt a little more confident. Alright, let's go back. Old Man Devil said as he kept the pill furnace. Master, aren't you going to give the pills to senior brother? Sima Yue asked. Although Wu Lingyu looked fine, she knew that his situation was very bad. His soul was extremely weak. How can I be the one to look for that brat? I feel uncomfortable when I see those swindlers from the Sage Pavilion. Old Man Devil said as he took out a crystal-clear stone. He inserted spiritual energy into it and the stone emitted a bright light. Stinky brat, get your ass to Dragon Reflection Mountain. He shouted at the stone. Very quickly, Wu Lingyu's voice came from the stone, saying, Old man, I'm busy right now. I'll look for you in a bit. Sima Yue was stunned again. What kind of stone was this? It was so magical. It was like a mobile phone. You better hurry up. Otherwise, the good stuff will be given to your junior brother. Old Man Devil said unhappily. All right. Sima Yue said with a smile. On the other side, Wu Lingyu heard Sima Yue's voice and seemed to see her squinting eyes. He smiled faintly and said, Do you want to bite me again? Sima Yue was furious. Was this guy saying that she stole his things and he was going to take advantage of her again? Chapter 290. You brat, get over here right now. Old Man Devil roared and cut off the connection. Please remember our website, Beach Novels. Sima Yue's eyes lit up as she looked at the stone in his hand. Master, what kind of treasure is this? Old Man Devil saw that Sima Yue was almost drooling and said, This stupid rock? This was a treasure? Ignorant. Sima Yue pouted after being scolded by him. I've never seen it before. What the hell is this? Mother-son stone. Old Man Devil said, the mother-son stone and mother-son stone can communicate like this. So it can only be one-on-one? Sima Yue asked. Old Man Devil said, Master, do you have more? Give me a bunch. Sima Yue giggled. Sure, there are a lot of these things in the Divine Devil Valley. Old Man Devil replied readily. The corner of Bei Gongtang's mouth twitched. She knew about this item. Although it wasn't as precious as Sima Yue thought, it definitely wasn't as useless as what Old Man Devil said. It was still relatively rare. Now that Sima Yue had opened her mouth and Old Man Devil had agreed so easily, what would the higher-ups think if they heard this? He didn't expect Old Man Devil to really take out a bunch of them. There were at least 20 or 30 of them. Sima Yue hugged a pile of stones and said happily, Each of us gets one, and each of our brothers gets one. Master, these are not enough for each of us. When you reach the Divine Devil Valley, you can look for another one. You can contact many people. I don't usually use it, so I didn't bring it with me. Old Man Devil said. Alright, let's go back now. With that, he brought the 2 of them back to Dragon Reflection Mountain. Yu, you're finally back. Sima Yang saw that Sima Yu had returned and stepped forward to pat her on the shoulder. Sima Yue saw that there were fewer people in the campsite and asked, Where are the others? He went to the mountains to gain experience. Sima Yang said, Then why didn't you go? We just came back today. Sima Yang said, We'll rest for a day before going. Are you done with your business? Yes, Master has already eaten the pill. The 3 yuan pill has also been refined. Sima Yue said. Sister, where did you go? You didn't bring Rainbow along. Rainbow flew out and landed on Sima Yue's shoulder. Sima Yue touched Rainbow and asked, Where's your husband? He left me here and left by himself. Rainbow complained bitterly about Halcyon's evil deeds. Where did he go? Sima Yue asked in surprise. He didn't say. He just told me to wait for you here. He will be back in 2 days. Rainbow said. Sister, did he go to some dangerous place? It's possible, Sima Yue said. He didn't even bring you along, which means that the place he went to is very dangerous. He can't guarantee your safety. Was her husband in danger? Sister, what should we do now? Rainbow cried out worriedly. Let's wait and see. Sima Yue said. If she guessed correctly, Chongming should have gone to that place. Sister, will hubby be okay? Rainbow asked worriedly. There shouldn't be any problems. Sima Yue comforted. Didn't he say that he would be back in 2 days? You have to believe in him. I got it. Rainbow said dejectedly. After a few hours, Wu Lingyu came. Seeing Old Man Devil eating again, he said, You've gained weight recently. How is that possible? I didn't gain weight even after eating so many spirit clansmen. Old Man Devil threw the bone in his hand over. Wu Lingyu dodged it. Give it to me. Wu Lingyu walked over and said. Old Man Devil took out a jade bottle and threw it to Wu Lingyu, saying, Just 3, it should last you 3 years. Wu Lingyu didn't even look at the jade bottle and kept it, saying, I guess that you finished refining when I saw the pill tribulation during the day. 3 years. Sima Yue and Wu Lingyu didn't have any sadness on their faces. She lowered her head, then raised it up and asked, Senior brother, what's wrong? Wu Lingyu came to her side when she lowered her head. Hearing her question, he reached out and touched her head, saying, Junior brother, if I'm not here, you have to take good care of this old man. Sima Yue slapped his hand away, saying, Don't touch my head. You have to find it in these 3 years. I'll go up and find a divinator to see if there's any help. Old Man Devil said. No need, that divinator is your nemesis. Even if you find him, he might not tell you. Wu Lingyu took out a rocking chair and placed it by the lake, saying, If it was originally in the Lin continent and he said it was in the empty continent, where would I find it? Since you sensed it in the Lin continent, it should still be in this continent. Old Man Devil said. I know that, but it's a pity that my soul is much weaker than before. I can't sense its existence anymore. Wu Lingyu said regretfully. Were the heavens really only giving him these few years to live? Maybe you'll be able to sense it again after you eat the 3 yuan pill. Old Man Devil frowned, feeling a little anxious. Sima Yue sat at the side with her head lowered. After Wu Lingyu came, Old Man Devil casually cast a barrier. Although the Sima family could see them, they couldn't hear what they were saying. She quietly listened to their conversation. They didn't hide anything from her, which could be considered as a sign of their trust in her. That master. She raised her head and looked at Old Man Devil, saying, I know where the other half of Senior Brother's soul is. Old Man Devil and Wu Lingyu were shocked. Although they didn't hide anything from her, they didn't say that they were looking for the other half of Wu Lingyu's soul. How did she know? Yue, what did you say? Old Man Devil's eyes flashed, his expression complicated. Sima Yu saw the look in his eyes and wasn't surprised by his thoughts. After all, Wu Lingyu was a child that he raised, so he definitely treasured him very much. However, she knew their secret. If she couldn't come up with a proper reason, she was afraid that he wouldn't let her off easily. I said, I know that Senior Brother's soul isn't complete. His strength has been increasing these years, but his soul is getting weaker and weaker. You're looking for the other half of his soul. Sima Yue told them everything she knew. Also, I know where the soul you're looking for is. How do you know all this? Wu Lingyu asked. Sima Yue looked at the Sima family and said, Let's find a place to talk. Old Man Devil stopped eating and brought Sima Yue and Wu Lingyu away from the small lake. They went to the top of a mountain not far away. After confirming that there was no one around, he put them down and cast a barrier. He looked at her and asked, How do you know all this? Sima Yue sighed and said, Because the other half of his soul is with me. Chapter 291. I'm in love with literature to provide you with the full text of Crazy Wife, Miracle Doctor 5th Miss. Click on the Reading History menu in the upper right corner to find the chapters you have read. It's easier to catch up with books. What? Old Man Devil and Wu Lingyu both looked at her in shock. She actually had the other half of her soul? What was going on? Sima Yue looked at Old Man Devil and said, Master, you'd better make a barrier so that we can't be seen. Old Man Devil guessed what she was going to do. With a wave of his hand, the scene in front of Sima Yue changed. She felt like she was in a milky white space, and she couldn't even see the people outside. Alright, now the people outside can't see us. Old Man Devil said, You can let him out now. Sima Yue nodded and touched the devil's snare bracelet. Are you still not coming out? Old Man Devil's heart skipped a beat when he saw her talking to the bracelet. Could it be what he was thinking? Black mist seeped out of the bracelet, causing Old Man Devil and Wu Lingyu's hearts to skip a beat. Black mist, dark race. Sima Yue saw their reactions and knew that they were frightened. Emo Sha's figure slowly took shape. Fiery red clothes, fiery red hair, and red eyes looked at Wu Lingyu. When Wu Lingyu saw Emo Sha, the reaction from his soul made his body tremble. He also looked straight at Emo Sha. Old Man Devil saw his reaction and knew he wasn't wrong. He sighed. He really is from the dark race. Sima Yue was ignored by the three of them, but she did not want to participate in their conversation. Are we really the same person? Wu Lingyu looked at Emo Sha and felt that this feeling was a bit strange. However, anyone who saw the other half of the soul would feel unnatural. I always thought that your other half would also be a life. I didn't expect it to be just a soul. Old Man Devil said as he turned to look at Emo Sha. He clicked his tongue and exclaimed, A spirit body can actually exist in a physical body. How strong was your spirit when you were alive? He's an old monster. Sima Yue said, He's been around for at least 100,000 years. Old Man Devil looked at Emo Sha and felt that the more he looked, the more familiar he felt, saying, Why do I feel that your appearance is somewhat familiar? What's your name? Emo Sha. Emo Sha is a good name. Old Man Devil nodded as he spoke. Following which, his eyes widened as he stared at Emo Sha. He said excitedly, You said you're called Emo Sha? Emo Sha nodded. Why did he have such a reaction? It can't be. Old Man Devil suddenly laughed out loud. You're the sovereign devil from back then? I didn't expect to see you with my own eyes. Sima Yue was dumbfounded. Emo Sha was the demon king that Old Man Devil mentioned? Where did this guy come from? Master, who exactly is the sovereign devil? She asked. You don't know? Old Man Devil looked at Sima Yue. Weren't they together? He didn't tell me, Sima Yue said. I'll tell you later. Old Man Devil said. Then he looked at the two who were still staring at each other and said, Since the soul has been found, then we don't have to use the 3 yuan pill anymore. Emo Sha said. Old Man Devil and Wu Lingyu didn't understand. Didn't he want to merge with them? You tell them. Emo Sha said as he returned to the devil's snare ring. Your soul is too weak right now. You can't merge with him. Sima Yue knew that Emo Sha didn't like to explain himself and said, Moreover, he can't leave me now. Can't leave you? Wu Lingyu narrowed his eyes. This sentence made him unhappy. Sima Yue nodded and said, Emo Sha and I have a contract. He said that my current strength isn't enough. If I forcefully break it, even if I don't die, I'll be crippled and he won't be able to live either. Moreover, you need time to recover your soul strength. You have a contract with him? Old Man Devil looked at Sima Yue in astonishment. That was a great devil from tens of thousands of years ago. How could he have a contract with a little girl like her? Sima Yue rubbed her nose and said, It was just a coincidence. Then she explained how she had a contract with Emo Sha. Old Man Devil couldn't help but sigh. No wonder I couldn't find him when I went to Pu Luo mountain range. Wu Lingyu said, I missed him for so many years by a freak combination of factors, but I met you at that time. I'd rather not have met you. Sima Yue snorted coldly. Wu Lingyu saw her like this and was in a good mood. So that's how you met? Old Man Devil said, That's not right. Didn't you say that you were saved by a little girl the last time you came back? Old man, when did you become so stupid? Didn't you see that she was wearing young martial uncle's illusion ring? Wu Lingyu looked at him with disdain. He thought that Old Man Devil had noticed this long ago. Old Man Devil pulled Sima Yue's hand over and looked. Indeed, he saw an illusion ring. This was refined by Old Man Devil? How could he have the time to refine an illusion ring? He mumbled. He refined it when he lost the bet with you. Wu Lingyu said, he gave it to you, you glanced at it and then casually threw it to me. I was wondering why I didn't have any impression of it. Old Man Devil said, so you're a girl. Sima Yue nodded. Looking at him, he wouldn't abandon her as his disciple just because she was a girl, would he? Master, you're not going back on your words, right? She asked carefully. Back on what? Old Man Devil said, although this is a bit unexpected, I've already accepted you. No matter what, you'll be my successor in the future. That old woman took in a genius girl and showed off in front of me all day. When you go up, you must blind that old woman's eyes, understand? Sima Yue grinned and said, yes, master. Speaking of which, he said that he wanted to nourish that stinky brat's soul. However, I've tried all these years, but his soul is getting weaker and weaker. Looks like we have to think of another way. Old Man Devil said worriedly. Thinking of this, he felt a bit uncertain. Master, don't worry. When I met Imo Sha, he was much weaker than he is now. Didn't I feed him until he was white and chubby? Leave the matter of nourishing Senior's soul to me. Sima Yue patted her chest and said, you have an idea? Of course. Sima Yue said, what idea? I have an idea. Sima Yue said, keeping him in suspense. Old Man Devil slapped her head and said, you're keeping me in suspense in front of us. Do you want Master to punish you? Sima Yue rubbed her aching head and pouted, saying, it hurts. Wu Lingyu smiled and said, this old man is impatient. You'll know in the future. Sima Yue glared at him. No matter how you looked at his smile, it seemed like he was taking pleasure in her misfortune. Hurry up and say it. What idea? Old Man Devil waved his hand again. Sima Yue hugged her head and jumped back, saying, don't hit me. I'll tell you. She took out a jade bottle and handed it to Old Man Devil, saying, let him eat this. What is this? Old Man Devil opened the jade bottle and smelled it. He felt that his spiritual sense was somewhat stirred. Wu Lingyu also smelled it. His weak soul seemed to have recovered quite a bit. Crazy Wife, Godly Dr. Wu Xiaojie's latest chapter / welcome to bookstore. The fun of books lies in sharing. Click the icon to share this book. The more you share it, the faster it will be updated. Chapter 292. What is this? How can it have such a great effect on the soul? Wu Lingyu asked. Soul fluid is extremely effective for the soul and spiritual power. Sima Yue said, back then, Imo Sha had a lot. I used this to help him recover bit by bit. It's so effective. Wu Lingyu was curious about the soul fluid. When he met Imo Sha just now, he felt how strong his soul was. He didn't think that he would actually use this to recover. That's right. After tens of thousands of years, even if his soul is strong, it can't be as strong as it is now. Old Man Devil said, and then looked at Sima Yue with a smile. My good disciple, do you have a lot of these things? Give me some too. Didn't you want to kill me just now? Sima Yue said. Old Man Devil was quite thick-skinned. Your senior brother's missing soul has always been a secret. When you suddenly mentioned it, I thought you were from the 10,000 Flower Valley and approached us with ill intentions. Now that I know you're not, you're still my good disciple. Sima Yue snorted, still pulling a long face. My good disciple, don't be so calculative with your master. Old Man Devil actually pulled Sima Yue's sleeves and acted coquettishly, causing his two disciples to have goosebumps. Master, you have to compensate me for my mental loss. Sima Yue said. Sure, when you go to the Divine Devil Valley, you can take whatever you want. Old Man Devil agreed readily. You said that day that it was a meeting gift, not compensation. Sima Yue said. Then what kind of compensation do you want? Old Man Devil tugged at his white hair and said, why don't you tell me? How would I know what you have? Sima Yoyue's face darkened. Old man, why don't you give her your thumb ring? Wu Lingyu suggested. That's fine. It'll be hers sooner or later anyway. Old man devil nodded. What's the use of this thumb ring? Sima Yue asked. You can mobilize a portion of the divine devil valley's power. Old man devil said. It represents power. Moreover, they can mobilize some forces in some cities. So powerful? Sima Yue looked at Old Man Devil and said, Don't tell me this is your divine Devil Valley Lord's signature item? Of course not. Even if I wanted to give it to you, you wouldn't be able to wear it. Old Man Devil said. But did a thumb ring have a request? Of course it's dangerous, Wu Lingyu said. Then what is the thumb ring you were talking about? She asked. This. Old Man Devil took out a thumb ring and gave it to Sima Yue. See if you can put this on. Sima Yue took the ring and looked at it. There was a skull engraved on the surface of the blood-red agate, and there were 2 drops of blood in between the 2 eye sockets of the skull. Why does this thing look so evil? Don't tell me they're from the demon race? She looked up and asked. Turn it upside down and see. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yue did it suspiciously, then her eyes widened. This time I've turned into a fairy. How magical, how did you do it? Don't be so curious. Old Man Devil said, This ring chooses its owner. Most people can't wear it. Try it. Sima Yue put the thumb ring on her left thumb and immediately felt a cool aura pass from her finger to her brain. But before she could say how comfortable it was, a hot aura attacked her. Cold and hot intertwined on her body, as if they were fighting for her body. Suddenly, she felt as if her soul flew up and then fell back down. The surrounding scenery quickly receded, and when she got used to the situation in front of her, she found that she was no longer on the mountain. Where is this? There's movement. She felt a spiritual energy fluctuation in the distance and decided to go over to check it out. She also wanted to see if she could find someone to ask where she was. Sima Yue kept walking forward, and only when she felt that her legs were weak did she manage to climb over the mountain in front of her. There's no one, she muttered. Then where did the fluctuations come from? She continued to walk forward, and felt that her consciousness was slowly dissipating. What's going on? I can't fall asleep. Her intuition told her that she couldn't faint, so she bit hard on her lips and used the pain to stimulate her nerves. What is light, what is darkness? In a daze, a man's sharp voice sounded, like a dry string being pulled. Sima Yue felt that her dizzy brain was stimulated and became much more awake. What is right? What is wrong? A pleasant voice broke through the air, carrying a sigh. Sima Yue felt a wave of clarity, and the scenery around her changed. She came to a snowy land, and saw a skull and a beautiful woman confronting each other in the snow. What I think is right, the skull said, as if answering the woman's question. Only light should be left in the world, and darkness should be chased away. The woman said. Suddenly, the 2 of them turned to look at Sima Yue and asked, What do you think is right, what is wrong, what is light, and what is darkness? Sima Yue looked at the 2 of them, and felt that they were very similar to the 2 people on the thumb ring. When the 2 of them looked at her, she felt that her soul was trembling. Hurry up and answer. The skull shouted. Little friend, take your time to think. The woman smiled gently. Sima Yue took a deep breath and said, There is no absolute right or wrong in the world. The same thing can be seen from different angles. To put it simply, if someone kills your family, and you take revenge and kill that person, to you, this is right, but to that person's descendants, you are wrong. Light and darkness, which one should exist? The 2 of them asked at the same time, as if she had to choose one. Light and darkness depend on each other, and neither can leave the other. Sima Yue said, Where there is light, there will be darkness, and where there is despair, there will also be hope. Nonsense, how can light and darkness exist at the same time? This time, even the woman was angry. Sima Yue was not anxious, and pointed to the vast snow, and asked, Everywhere is white, doesn't it look clean? But what about below? She squatted down and dug the snow away, and there was a patch of mud below. There's more. She released a wisp of flame, and took out a wooden board and said, In front of the board is light, But what about behind it? It's a patch of darkness. The skull and the woman did not speak, and looked as if they were deep in thought. Sima Yue kept the flame and said, "Let's talk about the most common, day and night. Can you say that the world can only have day or darkness?" She originally thought that the two of them would refute her, but unexpectedly, the woman smiled and said, "Very good, your thinking is very correct. You can't generalize everything, whether it's right or wrong, light or darkness, nothing is absolute. You've passed the test, go." Before Sima Yue could react, she felt dizzy. When she opened her eyes, she saw Old Man Devil and Wu Lingyu looking at her in shock. Chapter 293. Master, Senior Brother, why are you looking at me like that? She looked at the two of them and rubbed the space between her eyebrows. She still felt a little dizzy. "What did you just see?" Old Man Devil asked curiously. "I saw a skull and a beauty." Sima Yue said, "By the way, I think I went to a very strange place just now. Did you see it?" "You saw a beauty and a skull?" The two of them were shocked. They were frightened by her words. "Yes, look, it's the skeleton and the beauty on this one." She pointed at the thumb ring, only to find that it had become as big as her thumb. "This thing has become smaller. That means it recognizes you," Old Man Devil explained. "Is it because of what I just experienced?" Sima Yue quickly understood what he meant. Looking at the ring on her finger, she said, "Why do I feel that this ring is not ordinary?" "Of course it's not ordinary. This is the Divine Devil Valley's descendant's thumb ring," Wu Lingyu said. The thumb ring originally approved of him, but he took it off to erase Old Man Devil's approval. However, even if he had been recognized back then, it was not as big as when Sima Yue recognized him. If it wasn't for Old Man Devil's barrier, it would have spread throughout the entire 10,000 Beast Mountain. Successor's thumb ring. Sima Yue looked at Old Man Devil speechlessly. "Master, did you get the wrong thumb ring? Do you really think that your master has gone senile?" Old Man Devil stared at Sima Yue. "You want me to be the successor of the Divine Devil Valley?" Sima Yue looked at Old Man Devil in astonishment. "Of course." Old Man Devil said, "How about I don't compensate you?" "Nothing much," Sima Yue said unhappily. "Can I return this to you?" "You don't want to be the successor of the Divine Devil Valley?" "I don't want to." Sima Yue rejected her directly. But Old Man Devil's face darkened. If his first disciple wasn't willing, then so be it, but now even this one wasn't willing. If word got out, he would be laughed at. "I don't like it," Sima Yue said. "Ha!" Wu Lingyu laughed. Her reason was actually the same as his. She was indeed the woman he liked. Yes, he had recognized this fact after being separated for a few years. He liked this girl. Since he already understood his feelings, he would not run away. Instead, he would work hard to make her his woman. "It can't be helped if you don't like it," Old Man Devil said. "Now that the blood ring has recognized you, and it's highly recognized, you will be the successor of the Divine Devil Valley. If you dare to imitate your senior brother, I will break your legs." Senior fellow apprentice has also been recognized by the blood ring? Then why can he do it but I can't? Sima Yue said unhappily. "It's precisely because he went back on his word. You can't." Old Man Devil said, "The blood ring will get angry if it's rejected again and again." Something like this happened in the past. Two people had their recognition wiped out, and the second person died from bleeding from all 7 orifices. "Really?" Sima Yue widened her eyes. "I've seen it in a book before," Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yue thought of the skull and beauty she saw. She felt that the two of them contained endless power. All right. She didn't want to die like this, so she reluctantly agreed. "So many people want to enter the Divine Devil Valley but can't. You actually despise the Junior Valley Master position. You're really pissing me off." Old Man Devil blew his beard and glared. Sima Yu's mood was extremely gloomy and she didn't answer Old Man Devil's words. She asked, "Master, since the Divine Devil Valley has 2 Valley Masters, does that mean there's still a young Valley Master?" "Yes, he is also a demon." Old Man Devil said, "You will know him when you meet him in the future." It seemed that Old Man Devil didn't want to talk about that person. She could only suppress her curiosity. She took out a few jade bottles and stuffed one to Old Man Devil and the rest to Wu Lingyu, saying, "With my power now, I can only give you 1 or 2 drops at a time. Use it as you see fit. There's actually so much." Seeing the treasure, Old Man Devil's solemn expression disappeared. He opened the bottle cap and took a sniff. "What exactly is this?" "Just treat it as the upgraded version of the Earth Dragon Marrow," Sima Yue said. She said it simply, but it still shocked the two of them. They roughly understood the use of this thing. "I'm unhappy. I'm going back. Seeing the two of you makes me unhappy." After she finished speaking, she called out Little Rock and left the mountain peak. She didn't get any compensation, but became the successor of the Divine Devil Valley. This made her very unhappy. She wasn't a fool. The Junior Valley Master position in the Divine Devil Valley would definitely make the people in the upper realm jealous. With this layer of protection, it would be easier for her to go up in the future. But she was a smart person. With great power came great responsibility. There would definitely be a lot of things to do in the future. She was actually a lazy person. Thinking about the things she would have to shoulder in the future made her a little irritated. She's really unhappy. Wu Lingyu looked at Sima Yue's back view as she left and said faintly, "She has a mild temper, but I believe she'll be fine in a few days." Old Man Devil's attention was still on the soul fluid. He wasn't worried that Sima Yue would be angry. Wu Lingyu looked at the jade bottle in his hand and said, "I once saw a type of soul fluid in a book in the Sage Pavilion. It's very similar to this. Maybe this is the one." "What kind of soul fluid?" "The treasure of heaven and earth, soul fluid," Wu Lingyu said. Old Man Devil was stunned. He looked at the thing in his hand in shock. He had also heard of the soul fluid. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like it. Then he laughed loudly. She really is a person with great fortune. After Sima Yue returned to the small lake, she still felt uncomfortable. She threw stones at the lake to vent her anger. "What's wrong?" Everyone noticed that something was wrong with her and went up to ask. "Nothing." Sima Yue felt that she was angry at herself, but it was useless to say it out loud. She saw that there was a bigger stone not far away. She walked over and picked it up. She inserted her spirit energy and threw it into the small lake. Boom dash, the stone broke the surface of the lake, creating layers of ripples. Suddenly, a chill rose from the bottom of the lake, sending chills down everyone's spine. "Danger! Retreat into the array!" Sima Yue suddenly shouted. She turned around and ran back. The others didn't need Sima Yue's order. They had already retreated. The few of them all went back into the array. At this moment, the lake seemed to be boiling. The lake water kept bubbling. Then an aura rose to the sky. However, it seemed to be suppressed by something and was pushed back into the lake. That aura had only appeared for 2 seconds. However, Sima Yue and the others felt as if a century had passed. When the aura returned, everyone was already paralyzed on the ground. After a while, Sima Yue finally regained her strength. She struggled to get up and stared blankly at the lake. Chapter 294. Just now, what was that? All the members of the Sima family were drenched in cold sweat, as if they had just been fished out of the water. What a terrifying aura. Everyone struggled to get up, but many of them fell down as soon as they stood up. Although Sima Yue was standing by the lakeside, she still felt her body go soft and a sense of fear emanated from her soul force. As for the people in Dragon Reflection Town, they were all pressed down. Each and every one of them had a look of terror on their faces. They didn't know what was going on. Old Man Devil, Wu Lingyu, was not far away. When he heard the commotion, he quickly rushed over and landed by the lake. Seeing that Sima Yue was safe, he let out a sigh of relief. "Yue, what happened?" Wu Lingyu walked over and asked with concern. Sima Yue turned to look at him and Old Man Devil. Seeing the concern in their eyes, her anger dissipated. She pointed at the lake and said, "It's coming from inside." "Wasn't everything fine before? How did this happen all of a sudden?" Wu Lingyu asked. Sima Yue touched her nose and told her about how she threw a stone to vent her anger. "I'll go down and take a look," Old Man Devil said, his interest piqued. "Old man, be careful not to die here. Wu Lingyu also felt the powerful aura just now and said, "Do I look like someone who would die so easily? You stinking brat, don't curse me." Old Man Devil coldly snorted. "Master, be careful." Sima Yue said, "Although this thing's aura is strong, it can't do anything to me." After Old Man Devil finished speaking, he wrapped himself in spirit energy and jumped into the lake. "I'm going back to the sacred city. Do you want to come with me?" Wu Lingyu asked. Sima Yue shook her head. "I'll let you know when things calm down in the sacred city," Wu Lingyu said. He took out a mother-son stone and gave half to Sima Yue. "Okay." Sima Yue took the mother-son stone. "I'm going now. Be careful." Wu Lingyu glanced at Sima Yue and flew away. At this time, the Sima family stood up from the ground and looked at the calm lake. "What's down there?" Sima Yue told him about how she and Old Man Devil guessed that there was a ferocious beast below. She also guessed that the spirit beasts in the 10,000 Beast Mountain were attracted by this ferocious beast. When the Sima family heard this news, they were shocked. However, because they knew what happened on Forgotten Worry Island, they quickly digested this news. If that's the case, then this place should be very dangerous. Sima Yuyang frowned. "Should we change to another place to set up camp or retreat?" "I don't think that's necessary." Sima Yuran said, "Since this place belongs to that fierce beast, it means that this is the center of the array. It should be the safest place." "I agree with you, Ran." Sima Yulin said, "It hasn't come out for so many years. It should be fine in the short term. I feel too lazy to move. Based on what Jade said, it should be over in a few days." Sima Yue said. After some discussion, the Sima family decided to stay. They did what they usually did, but they still had some lingering fears. On the second day, the people from Dragon Reflection Town came one after another. They wanted to know what had happened and what had caused the commotion last night. However, when they came to the lakeside, they only saw the Sima family leisurely eating. Nothing? Someone was puzzled. They should be fine. Otherwise, why would they still be here? That aura last night was too scary. It penetrated deep into my soul. Too scary. My heart still trembles when I think about it. My legs are weak too. But why do they look like nothing happened? Could it be that they didn't feel that aura? Why don't you go and ask? Okay, I'll ask. There really were people who went to ask the Sima family. However, they said that they weren't here last night and only came back this morning. They didn't know what had happened. I knew it. If they were also enveloped by that aura, how could they be so relaxed? I still don't know what happened last night. I heard some secret news before. It said that there is a fierce beast in 10,000 Beast Mountain. That aura last night should have come from it. Really? If that's the case, then aren't we all in danger? The aura last night was much stronger than a peak spirit paragon. I think it's at least a divine rank. I don't think it's just that. Someone refuted. I felt the aura of a sacred beast in West Moon Kingdom's Three Springs City. It's far from the one last night. Could it be stronger than a divine rank? How could our continent have such a strong creature? Who knows? Sai, let's go back. There's no point in staying here. Sima Yue and the rest were eating as they listened to these people talk. They didn't think that someone would actually be right. However, they didn't want to say this out loud in case they scared these people. Seeing that those people had left, Bei Gong Tang tore off a piece of roasted meat and placed it in her mouth, asking, "Yue, what happened to you last night? I can see that you're very angry." Sima Yue's mood had already calmed down. However, she still fiercely bit down on a chicken wing, hatefully telling them about how she had received the blood ring's acknowledgement. Everyone was speechless. If it was a normal person who encountered this kind of thing, they would wake up laughing. Only she would be so depressed. Wei Ziqi and the rest understood her feelings because they knew that she was used to being lazy. However, they still mocked her. "It's very rare to see you so angry like last night. I realized that after meeting your master, you've already gone berserk more than once." He was talking about how Sima Yue fought with Wu Lingyu when she met him. At that time, she even bit him, causing everyone to laugh at her for a few days. Sima Yue laughed and changed the topic, asking, "What has the Nailin clan been doing recently?" I haven't seen them jump out. What else can they be doing? They're the same as us, looking for spirit beasts to train in the mountains. Sima Yuyang said, we've met them a few times but there hasn't been much of a conflict. I heard that the Hua clan will be coming in these 2 days. Sima Yuqing said. She and Sima Yulan would sometimes go to Dragon Reflection Town to look for jade and heard people mention it. Hua clan? When Sima Yue heard their name, she thought of the Hua siblings that she had met in Anyang City. At that time, they had ruthlessly slapped each other's faces. Apart from the Hua clan, the other clans will be coming as well. I think they're calculating that the 10,000 Beast Mountain is about to end. Sima Yulan said. Then we. Sima Yue had not finished speaking when with a thought, the Mother-Sun stone appeared in her hand, shining with white light. She inserted her spiritual qi into it and Wu Lingyu's voice sounded from inside. The spirit beasts outside have retreated. If there are no accidents, the Great Protective Array will be closed in 2 days. Chapter 295. For the next 2 days, the 10,000 Beast Mountain appeared to be in a state where all the beasts were silent. Whether it was day or night, not to mention half of the spirit beasts, even ordinary animals were nowhere to be seen. There was not even a single bird in the sky. In the Holy City, people from all the major powers were sitting in a circle, discussing what had happened in the past 2 days. Every single one of them was a character that could shake the entire Lin continent. Wu Lingyu was among them as well. He seemed out of place with the group of older people. Although he was very young, no one looked down on him because they knew that he came from the upper realm and was the holy son of the Sage Pavilion. His position was extraordinary and his strength was extraordinary. We haven't seen any spirit beasts in the past 2 days. Are we just going to pass this time? A middle-aged man asked. Judging from his attire, he was one of the vice presidents of the Apothecary Guild. A vice president of the Armament Master Guild said doubtfully, 2 days ago, there was a shocking aura coming from the direction of Dragon Reflection Mountain. It should have been released by the creature trapped below. Could it be that the retreat of the spirit beasts has something to do with it? President Wu, you guys know more about spirit beasts than we do. Do you think we can pass this time? That President Wu was the first vice president of the Beast Tamer Master Guild. When he heard the question, he said with uncertainty, I think he passed. Although I don't know what happened over there 2 days ago, it interfered this time and resolved the crisis of the Holy City ahead of time. The gap of 100 years is getting closer and closer, and things are getting longer and longer. I don't know how much longer the sacred city can hold on. No matter what, we must guard this place well. This concerns the safety of millions of people. The Temple Lord said righteously. Wu Lingyu sat in his seat without saying a word. He originally didn't want to participate in this kind of meeting, but Sima Yu asked him to come after she found out. She wanted to see if she could get any information. Since the spirit beasts are over, can we open the Great City Barrier Array? It's time to open it. The gathering will be held in a few days, and those families will be arriving one after another. I heard that the younger generation of 2 clans have already arrived at Dragon Reflection Mountain. They are from the Nailan family and the Sima family. I heard that the Hua family has also come, but they are being led by the older generation. Since that's the case, let's retract the Great City Barrier formation. I agree. The Beast Tamers Guild also agrees. The Alchemist Guild agrees. I have no objections. After everyone agreed, they decided to deactivate the Great City Barrier Array after the meeting. This grand meeting will once again determine the status of the major forces. I've heard that quite a few young geniuses have appeared this time. When the time comes, we'll be able to feast our eyes. Someone brought up the topic. I heard that there's a genius alchemist in the Sima family. He's already a 4th grade alchemist at the age of 22. Isn't he more talented than those kids in the Alchemist Guild? I've also heard of this matter, but that child seems to be more than a 4th rank. She competed with Li Mu and completely defeated him. Isn't Li Mu a 4th rank? My guess is that she should be at the 5th rank. A 22-year-old 5th grade alchemist? His talent is even higher than Han Brat's. Not only that, I also heard that Li Mu brought people to help the Nailan family investigate the situation. In the end, they were ruthlessly beaten by her. Vice President Qian, is this true? The vice president, who was the first to speak, had an ugly expression on his face. This matter had greatly lost the Alchemist Guild's face. Now that it was mentioned in front of everyone, he was furious. This matter, when they come back, we'll naturally have to ask them properly. He opened his mouth in an unfriendly manner. Wu Lingyu glanced at Vice President Qian and lightly said, "A few days ago, I went out with my master and happened to pass by Dragon Reflection Mountain. I heard those people say that day, Li Mu brought people to cause trouble for the Sima family. He wanted to ask the Nayland family about the Sima family situation and said that he would leave after winning 3 rounds. However, one of his people was beaten by the Sima family. The Alchemist Guild changed their mind and said that they would change it to a competition of alchemy." When he said this, everyone looked at Vice President Qian with ridicule and asked, "Is it really like this? That Li Mu usually looks quite honest. Who would have thought that he would do this kind of thing?" The person who spoke wanted to say that he was shameless, but on account of the Alchemist Guild's reputation, he swallowed those words. Those are just rumors. As for the specifics, we'll naturally have to wait for them to come back before we know. Vice President Qian felt that he had lost all his face and cursed Li Mu in his heart. He did not have a good impression of the Sima family, although he never had a good attitude towards the Sima family. At the same time, he did not have a good attitude towards those who spoke. Today, the president did not come and asked him to attend this meeting. He was used as a joke by them and his heart was stifled. He clenched his fists and secretly swore in his heart. After the meeting ended, Saint City's great protective array was closed. Sima Yue and the rest received the news immediately and decided to head to Saint City the next day. After what happened 2 days ago, many people felt that it was dangerous and directly left Dragon Reflection Mountain. Therefore, when the Hua family arrived, they were lucky enough to stay in an inn. "You said that Brother Yu Lin and the rest are here too?" Huazi Jiao looked at her servant and said excitedly, "Young miss, they said that the Sima family arrived a few days ago. Young Master Yu Lin is definitely among them." Little Peach said, "Really, I'm going to look for him." Huazi Jiao stood up and ran out. "Young Miss, wait. I heard that they are not in the town." Little Peach said, "If they are not in the town, then where are they?" "I heard that they did not have a place to stay when they came, so they ran to the small lake outside to set up camp. I'm going to look for him." Huazi Jiao lifted her skirt and ran out. When she opened the door, she bumped into the people outside. "Why are you so rash?" Huazi Yan looked at his sister and pretended to scold her. Brother Yu Lin and the rest are here. I'm going to look for them," Huazi Jiao said with a smile. Huazi Yan called out to Huazi Jiao, saying, "I want to look for him too. Let's go together." "Okay, brother." When Huazi Jiao and Huazi Yan came to the small lake, they immediately saw Sima Yu Lin and Sima Yu chatting by the lake. The two of them were talking about something, and Sima Yu Lin's face revealed a shocked expression. Fatty Chu, Wei Ziqi and the rest of the Sima clan members were fishing not too far away. A colorful bird was flying above everyone's heads. When she saw Sima Yu, Huazi Jiao was a little uncomfortable. When she was in Anyang City, she had been severely slapped in the face by Sima Yu and the rest. After that, when she saw a sacred beast by her side, she was even more shocked. She felt like a clown in front of her. However, when she saw the person she liked over there, she still gathered her courage and walked over. Chapter 296. Plus, Huazi Yan saw the way his sister was acting and sighed in his heart. He walked over and cupped his fist in Sima Yu Lin's direction, saying, "Brother Yu Lin." "Brother Ziyan? You've come to Dragon Reflection Town as well?" Sima Yu Lin stood up and returned the greeting. Sima Yu had long since seen Huazi Yan and Huazi Jiao's arrival. However, because she didn't like Huazi Jiao, she didn't express anything. Huazi Yan naturally knew that his sister had offended her at that time and knew her position in the Sima family, so he didn't say anything. "I'll go fishing with Ziqi and the others," Sima Yu said as she walked towards Wei Ziqi and the others. She took out a fishing rod and began to fish. Huazi Jiao was very unhappy with Sima Yu's attitude, but because Sima Yu Lin was present, she didn't say anything. However, she was thinking of finding a chance to teach her a lesson. Brother Yulin, how long have you been here? What have you been doing these days? Do you want to go back to Dragon Reflection Town with us? No need. We're going to Saint City tomorrow. It's no trouble. Sima Yulin declined. You're going tomorrow? Didn't you say that Saint City has already activated the Great Array? You won't be able to enter even if you go. Hua Zijiao said. The Great Array will close in a while. However, it's too late today, so we'll leave early tomorrow morning. Sima Yulin said. How do you know that the Great Array will close? Hua Zijiao asked curiously. You said it. Hua Zijiao pursed her lips. You believe what she says? She didn't see it. Sima Yulin smiled lightly. Yu's words have always been accurate. Sima Yu heard her name, but didn't turn her head. She continued to chat with Wei Ziqi and the others. That annoying woman is here again. Fatty Chu said. Will she say that we're poor again? I don't think so. Wei Ziqi said. I hope not. Otherwise, we'll have to sell iron pots and pans again. Fatty Chu said. Sima Yu was amused by Fatty Chu's words and laughed. You're obviously selling pills and spirit tools, but you make it sound like you're poor. I caught one. It's a big guy. Fatty, prepare a net for me. It had to be said that they were really bold. They knew that there was something big inside, but they still dared to fish here. They were not afraid that something would happen to them. If it were anyone else, they would have fled long ago. Later in the day, the Holy City closed the Great City Barrier Array, and everyone could enter and leave the Holy City freely. When the news reached Dragon Reflection Mountain, it was already afternoon. When Hua Ziyan heard the news, he looked at Sima Yu with surprise. He always felt that Sima Yue gave him an unfathomable feeling. After knowing that the Holy City was open, the people of Dragon Reflection Mountain all let out a sigh of relief. Then they all became happy because tomorrow everyone can go to the Holy City. In the evening, Li Mu brought the people from the Alchemist Guild out for a stroll. When they came to the lakeside, they saw Jade and Sima Yue together. Walking over, a disciple said, Miss, the sacred city is about to open. We will return tomorrow morning. Why are you still with these people? Jade looked at them with a cold expression and said, Isn't it still early tomorrow? What do I need you to care about what I do now? Senior sister, everyone is worried about your safety. How can you treat everyone like this? Hong Xia said unhappily. She was obviously trying to sow discord between Jade and everyone. How did I treat everyone? When did it become your turn to talk about my matters? Jade looked at Hong Xia. I was too good to you in the past. Have you all forgotten who you are? Senior sister, how can you say that? You weren't like this in the past. Hong Xia was reprimanded and looked at Jade in disbelief. You weren't like this in the past either. Jade faintly glanced at Li Mu and Wu Feng. She seemed to be talking about that competition. Sima Yue was squatting on the ground cutting the fish. She raised her head and looked at them, saying, What, are you all planning to stay and let me beat you up? Who wants me to beat you up until your mother doesn't recognize you? Her voice wasn't loud, but it made the people from the Alchemist Guild take a step back. Sima Yue, you won't be happy for long. Wait until we reach Saint City. Someone will take care of you. Wu Feng glared fiercely at Sima Yue. Still not leaving? Sima Yue stood up lazily and looked at the crowd. Junior sister, it's best if you come back. If you follow them, you might not be able to reach Saint City safely. Li Mu said. Can you not worry about me? Jade said with a cold face. Li Mu glanced at her and waved his hand, saying, Let's go. It really affects my appetite. Sima Yue squatted down and continued cutting the fish. Suddenly, her nose twitched and a cold light flashed in her eyes. What's wrong? Bei Gong Tang knew that something was wrong the moment she saw her and asked. Sima Yue snorted coldly, Someone gave us a big gift. Should we return the favor? What happened? The others heard Sima Yue's words and looked over. Sima Yue didn't say anything. She only looked at Jade and said, Young Miss Yen, it's getting dark. You should go back to avoid any accidents. Jade wanted to say that she wanted to stay. She was afraid that Li Mu and the others would do something bad to them. However, when she saw Sima Yue's expression, she felt that her worries were unnecessary. All right then. I'll go back first. When you go to Saint City and meet the Northern Yanli clan, avoid them if you can. She reminded. After speaking, she bid farewell to Sima Yuqing and the others and left. Sima Yue turned around and looked at Sima Yulin. Sima Yulin understood what she meant and said to the Hua siblings, Brother Ziyan, it's getting late. Why don't you go back first? Since we're going to Saint City tomorrow, we'll meet again tomorrow morning. Although Hua Ziyan didn't know what had happened, since the other party had already said so, he could only bring Hua Zijiao, who kept looking back at him, back to Dragon Reflection Mountain. Once they had all left, Fatty Chu asked, You, what's wrong? Smell it. There's a faint fragrance. Sima Yue said. Fatty Chu and the Sima family sniffed hard, then shook their heads, saying, I can't smell it. It smells like orchids. It's faintly discernible. You don't have much contact with herbs, so it's normal that you can't smell it. Sima Yue said. What's orchids? It's an aphrodisiac that attracts spirit beasts. Furthermore, it only works on divine beasts. Sima Yue said, Tonight, there will be many spirit beasts coming to visit us. Then what do we do? Sima Yuqing asked anxiously. Although they had divine beasts, if too many spirit beasts came, they wouldn't be able to handle it. What else can we do? Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. If the spirit beasts come, we can only wait. Sima Yue wasn't worried at all. But ever since Li Mu and the others came, we've been guarding against them. We didn't see them do anything? How did you get the orchid fragrance? Chapter 297. This was the question in everyone's mind. Because of the conflict with the Alchemist Guild, they had been on guard ever since Li Mu and the others arrived. Their eyes never left them, so they didn't notice any movements from them. I think they scattered it on their bodies, Sima Yue said. But wouldn't they be attacked as well? Sima Yulan didn't understand. But where are they now? Sima Yue asked instead of answering. Back to Dragon Reflection Town? Sima Yulan said, then suddenly realized, Dragon Reflection Town has an array. Seeing a large group of spirit beasts attack, the people of Dragon Reflection Town will definitely open the array. They'll be fine inside. Not bad. Sima Yue nodded. Tomorrow morning, the orchid fragrance on their bodies will be gone, and they will be able to come out. These alchemists, each and every one of them is too vicious. Sima Yuqing said hatefully. It doesn't matter. We'll return the favor one day. Sima Yue sneered. Those who schemed against her should be prepared to be schemed against. Then what do we do now? Sima Yulin frowned. This formation has never been used since it was set up. Tonight I will show you its power. Sima Yue said confidently. He had learned this array from Sima Lin, and it was not any weaker than the defensive array of the Dragon Reflection Mountain. Hearing her say that, the Sima clansmen all relaxed. Sima Yulin looked at her and saw the confident smile on her face. He sighed that she was always able to make people feel at ease and trust her. Therefore, everyone went on as usual, as if they were not affected by this matter. A shadow left the mountain and ran towards Dragon Reflection Mountain. Sima Yue looked in that direction with a cold glint in her eyes. In Longtu Town, Li Mu received the news that Sima Yue and the rest did not find out about Lan Xiang and were still at the lakeside. Let's see who can save them at night. Li Mu said with a laugh. Red Cloud stood by his side and said, Senior brother Li, if the younger generation of the Sima family dies, will the Sima family find trouble with us? What are you afraid of? Li Mu said without worry, Who will know that we did it? Lan Xiang would be gone by the next morning, and those people would not be able to find any clues even if they wanted to. Besides, could the Sima family be ranked among the first-class forces without the younger generation? Don't forget that we are the Alchemist Union, who dares to find trouble with us? Senior brother is right. Wu Feng flattered. Then we'll be waiting for a good show tonight. Red Cloud put aside her worries and said with a smile. Yes, let's inform the mayor first and ask him to prepare to activate the defense array. Otherwise, even we will suffer, Li Mu ordered. Yes, senior brother. Someone ran out and went to inform the mayor. However, he naturally wouldn't say that it was because they had sprinkled the orchid fragrance. He only said that they had received news that many of the divine beasts that had besieged the holy city had come here. The mayor was suspicious. Didn't the divine beasts already pass by? Why would they still attack here? However, his suspicions were just suspicions. He still sent people to the mountain to observe the situation outside. Once the divine beasts attacked, they would immediately activate the defense array. At night, Sima Yue and the rest were still playing by the lake, allowing Li Mu and the rest who were secretly observing the situation to relax. They were really worried that the Sima family would notice them halfway and retreat to Dragon Reflection Town. If that happened, they would have wasted their efforts today. Sima Yue was currently asking Fatty Chu to refine a spirit tool oven for her. The kind that didn't use electricity and only used a spirit tool to activate it. Although Fatty Chu usually looked a little dumb, he had extraordinary talent in the area of armament refining. After Sima Yu explained the use of the oven to him, he knew the structure of this kind of oven. Of course, even so, it took him a few days to figure out how to refine the oven. Hence, since he had time today, he fulfilled everyone's request and started refining tools in front of everyone. When the Sima family heard that they could watch him refine tools, they were all extremely excited. However, when they found out that he was refining the oven for Sima Yue, they were all dumbfounded. This fellow really deserved a beating. Was his talent supposed to be used like this? Thinking about it was just thinking about it. Everyone still ran over to watch. Sima Yue had never seen him refine tools before. Every time, she would tell Fatty Chu what she wanted him to refine and then he would refine it himself and give her the finished product. This was the first time she was looking at it carefully. Suddenly, her gaze turned towards the mountain and she said, "They're here." Everyone knew what she was talking about and they were all on their guard. Roar dash, a woodash, a group of divine beasts ran down from the mountain under the moonlight. Each of them had a manic look in their eyes. It was obvious that they had been provoked by something. So many! When everyone saw the divine beasts rushing down, they were all stunned. It's fine if they don't come, but when they do, there are so many of them. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Why are they all coming together? Because the orchid fragrance has the greatest effect at night. During the day, the divine beasts can still control themselves after smelling it. However, at night they can't control themselves. Sima Yue said as she injected spiritual energy into the ground. The array was activated and everyone was trapped inside. When the people sent by the mayor saw the group of divine beasts rushing over, they shouted from the top of the mountain, "The beasts are attacking. Activate the defensive array, the highest grade defensive array." The mayor did not cultivate tonight and had been waiting for the situation outside. When he heard the voice from the top of the mountain, he immediately ordered the spirit masters guarding the array, "Quickly activate the array." His voice spread to all corners of the town. The 8 spirit masters immediately took action and injected spiritual energy into a rock on the ground. The defensive array was immediately activated and a few directions lit up with a dazzling white light. A layer of ripples lit up the sky and enveloped the entire Dragon Reflection Town. What happened? Is there? Why did the defensive array activate? A large group of divine beasts is attacking. The person on the top of the mountain shouted again to let the people who had just woken up understand what was happening. Many people flew to the top of the mountain to see the situation outside. When they saw the group of divine beasts rushing over, they were all stunned. Heavens, isn't the divine beasts already over? Even if the 10,000 Beast Mountain isn't safe at night, there shouldn't be so many divine beasts. Oh no, the Sima family is still outside. There's no other way. Once the defensive array is activated, no one can enter or leave. They can't come in now. Then aren't they in danger? Brother Lin and the rest are still outside. Father, save them. Hua Zijiao said anxiously. It's too late. The defensive array has already been activated. Unless the array is closed, even I can't get out. Then what about them? Hua Zijiao cried. They can only leave it to the heavens. There are so many divine beasts outside and many of them are spirit paragons. They definitely won't be able to escape. The people from the Alchemist Guild said eccentrically. This was also what everyone was thinking. No, they will be fine. Someone pointed below and shouted. Chapter 298. The group of divine beasts had already neared Dragon Reflection Mountain, and many people saw them running across the lake towards Dragon Reflection Town. Just when everyone thought that the Sima family would definitely die, a white light shone from the small lake, almost illuminating the entire night. What is that? Someone exclaimed. That's a defensive array. The defense array has surrounded them. Why is there a defense array by the lake? Idiot, since when was there a defense array by the lake? That's the defensive array set up by the Sima family. Isn't that a group of young people? How can you set up a defense array? That's right. There must be a formation master among them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to set up a formation. Did you just find out? Brother Yu Lin is an array master. Huizi Jiao said proudly. At this moment, there was no longer any worry on her face. With the defense array, they would definitely be able to survive this calamity. That's not right. I know Yu Lin's array. It's impossible for him to set up such a strong defensive array. Huizi Yan said as he looked at the bright and eye-catching defensive array below. You're saying that it wasn't set up by Big Brother Yu Lin? Other than him, who else is an array master? Huizi Jiao asked in disbelief. 2 years ago, I saw him set up an array. It was much worse than this. Huizi Yan said. It must be because of his rapid progress in the past 2 years. Otherwise, apart from him, who else in the younger generation of the Sima family would have such a high level of cultivation? Perhaps. Huizi Yan did not continue arguing. Instead, he looked down at the defense array. This spirit beast will usually last for the entire night. This defense array is not about its current effect, but its endurance. If it can't last for the entire night, they will still lose their lives. Wu Feng coldly snorted. That's right. Maybe the formation will be useless in a while. A formation set up by a young man, I'm sure it won't be of much use. An older man said. Everyone was certain that the array formation by the lake would be destroyed very quickly. However, the light did not disappear for the entire night, and all the spirit beasts retreated in the morning. Beside the lake, Sima Yu and the others were initially very nervous and called out their divine beasts to prepare for battle. Only Sima Yu and the others were still calmly refining the oven, not worried at all that the array would be broken by the spirit beasts. It was only until the latter half of the night that everyone felt relieved. This was because the formation was still stable under the attacks of so many spirit beasts. It did not even shake at all. Yu, how is your array so powerful? Sima Yang came over and asked. Fatty Chu's oven was already in its final stages, so there was no need for Sima Yue to tell him how to do it. This formation is the strongest formation that I can set up right now. It has a certain degree of immunity against spirit energy attacks. It's not that the spirit beast's attacks aren't strong, it's just that they aren't strong enough. All of them were transferred underground by the formation. As long as it's not a divine beast of level 5 or above, it won't cause much harm to it. She explained. Why does this array sound so familiar? Sima Yang said. This is the clan's defensive array. Right now, the Sima residence's defensive array is this. Sima Yu Lin said from the side. What? Sima Yu Yang's eyes widened. This is the clan's protective array? You even know how to do this? Grandpa Lin taught me. Sima Yue was rather surprised as well. When Sima Lin taught her this array, he did not say that it was the clan's protective array. He only said that it was a very strong defensive array. However, I can only set up this kind of array right now. If the area is too big, it won't be of much use. Even if it's like this, it's still very powerful. Sima Yu Yang looked at Sima Yue in admiration, saying, Yu, you're really my idol. Idol, I'm going to vomit on you. Don't ever say that to me again. Sima Yue continued to watch Fatty Chu refine tools after she finished speaking. Seeing how Fatty Chu was sweating profusely, she could not help but sigh. It was no wonder that alchemists were rarer than armament masters. If you didn't have any strength, you wouldn't be able to do this job. Outside the array, the spirit beasts attacked the array restlessly. However, Sima Yue and the others inside were not anxious at all. On the second morning, they watched as the array was still standing by the lake. All right, the beast wave has finally dispersed, Sima Yulu said. Although they believed in Sima Yue's abilities, they still maintained their vigilance. If the array was broken, they would be able to react immediately. Sima Yue closed the array and the people standing on Dragon Reflection Mountain were able to see what was happening inside. Is he refining tools? The people on the mountain top saw Fatty Chu refining tools calmly and their eyes widened. There's still people eating over there. Wei Ziqi, Sima Yu Ming and the others were sitting in front of the table eating breakfast. That calm look did not look like they had been attacked by divine beasts for an entire night. The Sima family is really carefree. Someone sighed. I told you that Big Brother Yulin's array would be fine, Hua Zijiao said as she looked over at Li Mu and the others. Yulin's array has indeed improved greatly, Hua Ziyan's father said. That's right. I think that this child, Yulin, will walk very far on the path of arrays. That's right, the Sima family will have another array master in the future. Sima Lin is really lucky to have this kind of grandson. The Hua family was full of praise for Sima Yulin. The younger generation was full of admiration for him. Even the people on Dragon Reflection Mountain were full of praise. Only Jade knew that this array was not set up by Sima Yulin at all. It was set up by Sima Yue, the person who was also talented in alchemy. At first, she did not think much of Sima Yue's array. After all, her age was in front of everyone. She was also very accomplished in alchemy, so she thought that her time and energy should be devoted to alchemy. However, she never thought that Sima Yue's array would be comparable to Dragon Reflection Mountain's array. Last night, she had been paying attention to the situation below. She realized that Dragon Reflection Mountain's array shook a few times, but Sima Yue's array continued to shine. How could she not be shocked? No wonder they call her a monster, a demon. Beside the lake, Fatty Chu finished refining the furnace and handed it to Sima Yue, saying, "Take a look and see if it works." Sima Yue looked at Fatty Chu, who had been busy the entire afternoon and night, and took out some spirit fruits for him, saying, "It's been hard on you. I didn't realize it before, but now I know that refining tools is so difficult. Take a look and see if it works." It was Fatty Chu's first time refining something like this, so there was no guarantee that it would work. Sima Yue kept the furnace in her interspatial ring, saying, "We'll see when we get back. I'm going to keep the array now. Let's go to Saint City." She went to keep the array stones, and saw that many of them had already cracked. She shook her head and sighed. It's a good thing that the spirit beasts have already retreated. Otherwise, this array would not be able to hold on for much longer. She kept all the array stones, and the Sima family tidied up their tents. At this time, a group of people walked over from Dragon Reflection Town. Chapter 299. Sima Yu Yang and the others saw the people who walked over and their eyes flashed. However, they still brought their men to greet them. "Greetings to Grandpa Hua and all the seniors," he said. Hua Zhengxing, Hua Ziyan and the others' grandfather, the current head of the Hua clan, extended a hand to support him, saying, "Yu Yang, were you injured last night?" "Grandpa Hua, we're fine. We're not injured," Sima Yu Yang replied with a smile. "When we found out about what happened last night, the town's protective array had already been activated. Although we are spirit paragons, we can't enter and exit the array as we wish. We didn't take care of you. Please don't take it to heart," Hua Zhengxing said. "Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Hua. We've caused you to worry. We're very safe in the array," Sima Yu Yang replied politely. "Has the array been retracted?" "Yes, because we're going to Saint City in a while, we've retracted the array." "Yulin, your array skills have improved by quite a bit. You're actually able to set up such a powerful array this time. Your future is limitless." Sima Yulin's expression was a little unnatural, saying, "This array wasn't set up by me." "Not you? Then who is it?" The Hua clansmen swept their eyes over the Sima clan in shock, wanting to see whose array skills were better than Sima Yulin's. "It's Yu, Sima Yulin said. "Who is Sima Yu?" Sima Yu was standing at the back of the crowd. Initially, she was still lamenting that this guy, Sima Yuyang, didn't seem to be a proper person. Now that he was interacting with the Hua clansmen, he seemed to be a proper person. When she suddenly heard them mention her name, she lowered her head and muttered a few words. However, no matter what, she still stood out and bowed to Hua Zhengxing, saying, "This junior greets Hua Zhengxing, your Sima Yuyu? Was that array set up by you?" When Hua Zhengxing saw Sima Yuyu, he finally remembered that Sima Yuyu had caused a ruckus in the Sima clan. "That's this junior," Sima Yuyu replied. "I didn't expect you to be so talented. You've achieved so much at such a young age." Hua Zhengxing nodded in approval when he saw that Sima Yue was neither arrogant nor rash. Hua Ziyan and Hua Zijiao looked at Sima Yue in shock. Her array was even more powerful than Sima Yulin's. What kind of monster was she? No wonder he was able to work together with those alchemists, blacksmiths, and beast tamers. "I heard that you have a few friends by your side. They are all alchemists, artifact refiners, and beast tamers. Are they still with you?" Hua Zhengxing asked with a smile. Sima Yue was stunned. 2 years ago, they had humiliated Miss Hua in the Xinyuan pavilion. Was this old man going to settle accounts with them? Seeing her uncertain expression, Hua Zhengxing laughed and said, "We just want to see what the Young Geniuses group is like. We don't have any other intentions." Sima Yue stared at Hua Zhengxing and felt that he didn't seem like the kind of person who would bully the weak. She nodded her head and looked behind her, saying, "Ziqi, Beigong, Fatty, come and meet Grandpa Hua." Wei Ziqi and the other two walked over, saying, "Greetings, Grandpa Hua. You are all talented and talented." Hua Zhengxing praised, "Why is there one person missing?" "Ouyang hasn't come yet," Sima Yue replied. "He left you to come here?" someone from the Hua clan asked. "No, he is still in the South Eclipse Kingdom to settle some things," Sima Yue said. "On the way here, we found out about the changes in the South Eclipse Kingdom. The royal family happens to be surnamed Ouyang. Could it be that your friend is the former crown prince who returned?" Hua Zhengxing asked. Sima Yue muttered, "Why are you still asking when you already know?" However, she still replied respectfully, "That's right." As she spoke, she glanced at Sima Yuyang. The latter immediately understood what she meant and said, "Grandpa Hua, we are planning to rush to Saint City. Do you want to come?" "Okay, we are planning to go there as well. Why don't we go together?" Hua Zhengxing said. The reason they came over was to go to the Holy City with them. Because the latter part of the journey was a bit longer than the previous one, and it was also a bit more dangerous, the Hua clan and the Sima clan could be considered old friends, so they planned to bring them along. The Hua clan took out their divine flying beast and the Sima clan followed along. They set off in the morning and only reached Saint City in the evening. When they reached Saint City, the Hua clan and the Sima clan separated and went to their own houses. Saint City did not allow flying, so everyone called out their contracted beasts and ran for half an hour before they reached the Sima clan's house. "Young masters and young misses, you are finally here." The steward of the Sima clan's house saw Sima Yuyang and the others and bowed. "I heard that you have been outside Dragon Reflection Town for the past few days. Did anything happen?" "Uncle Ren, we are fine." This was the steward that the Sima clan had transferred over. Sima Yuyang and the others knew him before. "The houses have already been tidied up. Everyone can rest first. Tomorrow we can walk around the city. Master and the others will be here in 2 days." Sima Ren said. "Okay, sorry to trouble Uncle Ren," Sima Yuyang said. After that, he said to the disciples of the Sima clan, "Everyone can rest tonight. If you want to go out tomorrow, you can walk around together." "Uncle Ren, why can't people who are not 20 years old enter Saint City?" a disciple of the Sima clan asked. It was because of this reason that they had never been here before. As for those who were in their 20s, they had never had the time or opportunity to come here. This is a rule that has been passed down since long ago. "We don't know the reason either," Uncle Ren said as he led the way. "If those who are not 20 years old can't come in, then what about those who grew up here?" Sima Yuyu asked curiously. "Hee, we don't know either," Uncle Ren said with a smile. "Could it be that age discrimination exists?" Fatty Chu sighed. After resting in the Sima clan for a night, everyone went out together on the second day. Even Sima Yu Ming and the four brothers came early in the morning to look for Sima Yu Yu and brought her out with Fatty Chu and the others. Saint City looked similar to other cities. It was divided into East, West, North, South and Central districts. The Central District was a business district, while the other four districts were living areas. There were various clans that had developed in the past. Only the Alchemist Guild, the Armament Master Guild and the Sage Pavilion could be stationed in the Central District. This place is so big. Sima Yu Yu and the others sat on the beast carriage that Sima Ren had prepared. They were heading towards the Central District. I heard that there are many treasures that can be traded in Saint City. Many people get spirit treasures from 10,000 Beast Mountain, or they get things that can't be seen in the world outside. They all come here to trade. Sima Yu Ran told them what he had heard. Fatty Chu's eyes widened. Then isn't this a paradise for robbers? They take things from outside and sell them here? Chapter 300. Sima Yue was rather curious about this as well, so she stared at Sima Yu Ran, waiting for him to explain it to everyone. Sima Yu Ran smiled, saying, "Because this is the headquarters of the various powers. Most people don't dare to do things like killing and robbing here. As for those who came in to trade, they would be protected by this place. Even if those people wanted to do anything to him, they wouldn't be able to. In other words, the grudges of the outside world cannot be brought in here. Even if this person stole from others and was hunted down by others, as long as he entered this place, he is not allowed to kill? Once that robber sells the items here, those people won't rob him anymore." Fatty Chu said. "You can understand it that way." Sima Yu Ran nodded. "Then wouldn't there be a lot of treasures here?" Fatty Chu's eyes lit up. Some people had treasures in their possession, but they didn't dare to reveal it outside. Because if they were coveted by others, not only would they not be able to keep their treasures, they would also lose their lives. However, things were different here. As long as he disguised himself, he could easily get rid of the treasures in his hands. There are many treasures, but there are also some people who see that everyone is in the mood and take out inferior or fake goods to pretend to be superior or genuine goods. Sima Yu Ran said, "Nobody cares about this?" Wei Ziqi asked. "After entering, all transactions are voluntary. If you buy a fake or something, you can only blame yourself for not being observant enough and not being able to see the essence of the goods." When they heard what Sima Yu Ran said, everyone was speechless. Wasn't this creating this kind of atmosphere? Their beast carriages ran for an hour before they reached the central area. When they arrived, the streets were densely packed with beast carriages. Fortunately, the roads here were spacious. A single street could allow 20 beast carriages to travel at the same time. Otherwise, this place would have been jammed. Due to Sima Yoyue's request, the coachman brought them to the nearest market. Then he waited outside while the others went in. Standing at the entrance of the market, Sima Yue and the rest were surprised to see so many people entering and exiting the market. "This is the free trade market? It's no different from those shops," Sima Yulu said. The door looked like an ordinary loft, and the outside was similar to other shops. Just as they were about to enter, they saw Sima Yue and the rest standing at the door. She said, "Are you all new to the sacred city?" Sima Yue and the rest turned their heads to look at the two middle-aged men. From their bloody aura, they could tell that they were people who often went through life and death situations. "This is indeed the first time we've come to Saint City. We heard about this free market, so we wanted to take a look," Sima Yu Ran said with a smile. "As expected, it's your first time here. The two of us want to go in as well. You can come with us to take a look," the fair middle-aged man said. "Thank you, uncle." Sima Yue and the rest followed the two of them into the shop. As soon as they entered, they noticed the difference between this shop and the other shops. Most shops would place their goods neatly on the shelves, but here, rows of people were sitting on the ground. They casually pulled a piece of cloth and placed it on the ground. Then there were scattered items on it. Some of them had the items that they wanted to exchange for written on it. There are a total of 4 floors here. Each time, it can accommodate thousands of people setting up stalls here. The higher you go, the more valuable the items are. The fair-skinned middle-aged man explained. Since it's your first time here, you can start walking slowly from the first floor. We want to go upstairs, so we won't be going with you. Thank you, uncle. The two middle-aged men obviously came to this place often. They knew that the items they needed or wanted to sell were of high quality, so they went upstairs directly. Let's walk around as well, Sima Yuming said. The group of them walked around the first floor. Sima Yue saw quite a few medicinal ingredients, but they weren't very valuable. There were also a few pills and spirit tools, but they were of average quality and didn't catch their eye. They quickly finished walking around the first floor because they didn't see anything good. They just walked around. Very quickly, they went to the second floor. Just like what the two middle-aged men said, the items here were more valuable than the ones below. However, they still didn't catch their eye. They finished walking around the second floor very quickly and went to the third floor. The items here were of higher quality. Occasionally, they would stop in their tracks. However, they didn't buy much. Only Fatty Chu chose a few materials for refining tools. On the fourth floor, they met the two middle-aged men. When they saw that they had come up so quickly, they said with some surprise, "You finished walking around the lower 3 floors so quickly? The items below are very average, so we walked around rather quickly." Sima Yuran said with a smile. When the two of them heard this, they immediately understood. They were definitely not average people. The things they usually came in contact with were not ordinary. That was why they didn't care about the things below. This is just a small market. If you want to find good things, you can go to a bigger one, the fair-skinned middle-aged man said. Are the other markets better than this one? Sima Yulu asked. Of course. The market is also divided into grades. First, second, and third. This is the third grade, the lowest grade. The things here definitely can't compare to those in other markets. The middle-aged man explained patiently. Then which markets are of a higher grade? Sima Yuming asked. The closer to the center, the higher the grade. There are 3 first-grade markets. They are under the Alchemist Guild, Armament Master Guild, and Beast Tamer Guild. If you're interested, you can go there to take a look. Okay, thank you for your guidance, uncle. After that, Sima Yu and the others walked around the 4th floor. They saw quite a few high-grade herbs, but there were still many of them in the Spirit Pagoda, so they didn't make a move. What Sima Yu found interesting was that when they were about to leave, they saw a stalk of scarlet rhinoceros grass. This kind of medicinal ingredient was usually green, but after 200 years, it would turn scarlet red. At this time, the medicinal properties would undergo an earth-shattering change. A young man was squatting in front of the stall, haggling with the peddler about the price of this herb. 3,000 gold coins. Otherwise, no further discussion. The peddler's attitude was firm. That young man seemed to really need this herb, but he didn't bring that much money when he came out. His face was red as he begged the peddler to lower the price. Boss, if you lower the price a bit, I'll buy it for you. 3,000 gold coins, no less. The peddler said, Look, this is a red rhinoceros grass. Do you need me to tell you how much it's worth? If you don't want it, there will naturally be others who want it. I didn't bring enough money, but I really need this rhinoceros grass. Help me keep it for a while. I'll go back and get the money. I'll be back soon. That won't do. If I meet someone who wants it and gives a high price, I'll sell it. The peddler said. Then what should I do? The young man was about to cry. How about this? If you can give me 3,500 gold coins, I'll keep it for you. The young man gritted his teeth, saying, Okay. At this time, a white slender hand stretched out and picked up the rhinoceros grass. Chapter 301. Sima Yue squatted on the ground and picked up the rhinoceros grass. She looked at the boss and asked, How much is this rhinoceros grass? When the peddler saw Sima Yue's clothes and aura, he could tell that she was rich. 3,500 gold coins. The peddler said with a smile. The young man beside him became anxious and said, Didn't you just agree to sell it to me for 3,000 gold coins? But you don't have the money, and you said that I would only keep it for you if the price is above 3,500. Now that this young master wants it, I can only sell it to him for 3,500. The peddler said confidently. Sima Yue smiled and said, Your rhinoceros grass is worth at most 800 gold coins. Young master, please don't speak nonsense. 800 gold coins can only buy ordinary rhinoceros grass. Mine is crimson red and is over 200 years old. The peddler hurriedly explained. Yeah, this is just an ordinary rhinoceros grass. It's only worth 800 gold coins. Sima Yue said with certainty. Nonsense. Can't you see its color? The peddler roared, raising his voice to hide his guilt. You dyed this color, Sima Yue said. Don't slander me. Does my rhinoceros grass look like it was dyed red? Look at the rhizome, the leaves are all red. Will it be dyed like this? The peddler pinched off a leaf. Indeed, even the insides were red. I don't know how you dyed the leaves red, but I think there's something you don't know. Rhinoceros grass that is more than 200 years old will have a red line on its leaves, but you don't have it. Sima Yue pointed at the leaves. What thin thread? You haven't seen it before, so how would you know? The peddler said. How do you know that I haven't seen it before? Sima Yue asked with a smile. The peddler saw the smile on her face and felt a little scared. This guy couldn't have really seen the red rhinoceros grass, right? Does the scarlet rhinoceros grass really have that red line? The young man asked. Yes. Sima Yue said. Seeing that the other party still refused to admit it, she said, Seems like you won't give up until you see the coffin. She directly cut off the rhinoceros grass's stem, and there was still a bit of emerald green at the roots. My rhinoceros grass. The vendor did not expect Sima Yue to do that, but it was too late to stop her. Sima Yue threw the grass in her hand to the ground, stood up and clapped her hands, saying, No matter what you do, the roots won't turn completely red. The peddler's face turned ugly. How dare you lie to me? The young man angrily rebuked. Fortunately, I haven't bought your rhinoceros grass, otherwise, I would have been killed by you. Listen to me. The peddler explained. Liar, don't buy from him anymore. The young man shouted and turned around to look for Sima Yue, but she had already left. After Sima Yue exposed the truth, she turned around and left with everyone. Just as she stepped out of the door, someone called out to her. Brother, please wait. Sima Yue recognized the man's voice and stopped to ask, Is there anything I can help you with? The man walked in front of Sima Yue and bowed to her, saying, Thank you, brother, otherwise I would have bought a fake red rhinoceros grass. You're welcome, I'm just not used to seeing fake things. Sima Yue said. No matter what, I still have to thank you. The man said, May I ask if you've seen red rhinoceros grass before? Sima Yue said. There were many in the spirit pagoda. May I know if you have it? Yes. Hearing Sima Yue's words, the man's eyes lit up and said excitedly, I urgently need a stalk of red rhinoceros grass. May I know if you can sell it to me? I'm willing to buy it at a high price. Someone in your family is injured? Sima Yue asked. Yes, a month ago my brother's arm was burned by Li Mu and he needs this rhinoceros grass to heal his injury. The man said, Li Mu? The one from the Alchemist Guild? Sima Yue asked. Yes, that's him. The man said, My name is Lu Yuan and my brother is Lu Ming. My brother is from the Alchemist Guild and because he went against Li Mu, he was burned by him. He has been looking for red rhinoceros grass for a long time to heal his injury. Can't burns be cured with healing elixirs? Why is it still not healed after so long? Sima Yue had never encountered such a situation. Because Li Mu's flame is not an ordinary flame. Ordinary healing elixirs are useless. Lu Yuan's face was full of anger. Sima Yue remembered that she had mentioned before that it was not easy to heal burns from other flames. She was suddenly interested. Although this 200-year-old rhinoceros grass is rare, it's not impossible to find. Why haven't you found it yet? Sima Yue asked. Yes, those big medicine shops do have it. However, that Li Mu's position in Saint City is very high. He said that no one can buy rhinoceros grass from us. Otherwise, we would be going against him. That's why we can't buy rhinoceros grass from the medicine shops. We can only come to this kind of free market to try our luck. Today, we finally found it, but we didn't expect it to be fake. Why don't you go to the big markets? Sima Yue asked. Those big markets are all opened by the various guilds. Lu Yuan's words were full of bitterness. Because they were opened by the various guilds, they had to give face to Li Mu. That's why even if they had it, they wouldn't sell it to him. Li Mu is just a fourth-ranked alchemist. How can he have so much face that all the guilds are willing to help him? Fatty Chu asked. Although he's just a fourth-ranked alchemist, he has a close relationship with Vice President Qian. He also has relatives who are elders. Furthermore, his talent is very good. He's deeply appreciated by the other guilds. Naturally, no one wants to offend an alchemist with such potential. Lu Yuan said helplessly. I'm quite interested in your brother's injury. Can I go take a look? Sima Yue asked. Our family situation is very bad right now. It's better if you don't get involved with our family at this time. If others see you with us, it might bring you danger. Lu Yuan tactfully declined. It's okay. In any case, we're already enemies with that Li Mu. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Let's go take a look at our friend. Let's go. Lead the way. Sima Yue didn't take Li Mu seriously at all. Lu Yuan saw Sima Yue's insistence and agreed to bring them to his house. Sima Yue didn't think that the Lu family was actually in the central district. She was even more curious about their family. One had to know that even the first-ranked powers couldn't live in the central district. But a normal family could live here. This meant that they had the right to live here. At that time, they must have been a very prosperous family. Their status surpassed the first-ranked powers. Chapter 302. But when they stood in front of a dilapidated courtyard, they couldn't connect this once glorious family together. It was just a very small courtyard, like one of the courtyards in the Sima family's mansion. There wasn't even a door plate of the mansion. Lu Yuan saw the surprise in Sima Yue and the other's eyes and felt a little helpless. However, he still said politely, "Everyone, this is my home. Please." They walked in and a 16 or 17-year-old girl who looked a lot like Lu Yuan came out of the house. When she saw Lu Yuan coming back with 8 strangers, she said in surprise, "Brother, who are they?" "This is my twin sister, Lu Yuan." Then he looked at the quiet courtyard and asked, "Sister, this is a friend I met outside. They came to see second brother. Where's big brother?" Lu Yuan's face fell as she said, "Big brother saw that we couldn't find the 200-year-old rhinoceros grass. After you left this morning, he said that he wanted to go outside the city to take a look." Lu Yuan panicked when he heard that and said, "Is big brother really going there? How can this be? What's wrong?" Fatty Chu asked when he saw how anxious Lu Yuan was. "When big brother and I went to the mountains in the past, we came across a 200-year-old rhinoceros grass. But it was near the lair of a 5th-level divine beast. If we were not careful, we would alert the divine beast. At that time, not to mention digging for the rhinoceros grass, big brother's life would be in danger." Lu Yuan explained. Lu Yuan was shocked when she heard that. She covered her mouth with both hands and tears were about to fall from her eyes. She looked at Lu Yuan and asked, "Brother, what should we do? Will something really happen to big brother? You haven't been out for long, so he shouldn't have gone far. You can stop him now." Sima Yue said. "It's too late. Big brother has 2 contracted beasts. They're both extremely fast spirit beasts. I've been out for the entire morning. He's probably already out of the holy city by now. When he was outside, he had a flying beast. By the time we caught up, he might already be in the mountains," Lu Yuan said anxiously. "I don't care anymore. I have to find big brother no matter what. Second brother is already injured. We can't let big brother get injured as well." Cough, cough. At this moment, the door to one of the bedrooms opened and a pale-faced man walked out. His hand was still wrapped in bandages. It was the second son of the Lu family, Lu Ming. "Third brother, go and stop big brother immediately. You must bring him back safely." Lu Ming held the door with his left hand and looked at Lu Yuan. "Second brother, your body is so weak, why did you come out?" Lu Yuan went up to support Lu Ming. "I'm fine." "Third brother, go quickly." Lu Ming shouted anxiously. "I'll go now," Lu Yuan replied. Then he said to Sima Yue and the others, "I'm really sorry There are divine beasts that are as powerful as spirit paragons. If your brother goes there and you go there alone, you might be in danger. Sima Yue said. Even if it is, I still want to go. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will bring Big Brother back. Lu Yuan said firmly. How about this, eldest brother, you guys go with him. Sima Yu said to Sima Yu Ming and the others. All right. Sima Yu Ming and the others sympathized with these brothers. If they let him go alone, these two brothers might really lose their lives in the mountain. No need, it's so dangerous there. Lu Yuan had not even finished his words when he was interrupted. Sima Yulu went up and hugged him, saying, if you don't go now, it might really be too late. Fatty Chu and Wei Ziqi also followed, leaving behind Sima Yue and Bei Gongtang. I wonder how I should address the two of you? Lu Ming asked as he walked over with Lu Yuan's support. Sima Yue. Bei Gongtang. Lu Ming looked at Sima Yue and asked, you're from the Sima family? That's right. Sima Yue said. What have you guys come here for today? Lu Ming's expression was ugly as he said, I've already said that our family's inheritance has long been broken. Even if you came, you wouldn't be able to find anything. Or do you want to be like those people and come here to move things? Sima Yue and Bei Gongtang were stunned, saying, what move things? Aren't you here to move things? Lu Yuan looked at the two of them and asked. No, we met Lu Yuan in the free market. We saw that he wanted to buy a stalk of rhinoceros grass that was not old enough, so we reminded him. Sima Yue said, after that he asked me for a stalk of rhinoceros grass. I happened to be interested in your sadness, so I wanted to come and take a look. Lu Ming looked at Sima Yue from head to toe, saying, all right, the Sima family doesn't have you guys in the younger generation here. You guys just came to Saint City, right? Sima Yue didn't expect Lu Ming to guess it so quickly and nodded, saying, that's right, we just came yesterday. We've never been here before. Then you'd better leave quickly. The Sima family already has a tense relationship with the Alchemist Guild. If you get involved with us, I'm afraid it will affect your relationship. Lu Ming said. Are you talking about the matter between you and Li Mu? Sima Yue wasn't nervous at all. She looked at the dilapidated courtyard. It was really simple and there were many traces of things being moved. It seemed that a lot of things had been moved recently. You know Li Mu? Lu Ming was a little surprised, but then he said with understanding, that's right, third brother should have told you about us. No, we knew each other at Dragon Reflection Mountain. We beat up the geniuses of the Alchemist Guild, so our relationship isn't very good now. Sima Yue said, aren't you going to invite us in to have a seat? Lu Ming looked at Sima Yu with some surprise and said, please, the two of you. They came to the so-called living room where there were only a few stools left. The things have been moved away, so you guys have to make do with it. Fourth sister, make a cup of tea for the two guests. Lu Ming saw that Sima Yue and the others didn't put on any airs, so they shouldn't mind this. Lu Yuan stood where she was, her face a little red. She said in a low voice, second brother, there's no more tea at home. Lu Ming was stunned, and then he felt a little sad, but he still smiled and said, I'm really sorry. In order to treat my injuries, Big Brother and the others have already left the house bare. It's okay. We didn't come here to drink your tea. It's the same if you give us 2 cups of water, Sima Yue said. Actually, she didn't want to drink water, but in order to ease their awkwardness, she said it. Okay, wait a moment. Lu Yuan said and left. Sima Yue looked at Lu Ming's right hand and said, I heard that Li Mu's flame is not an ordinary flame. How can a burn heal for a month? Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. Every time I take a pill, my arm will heal for a while, but it will soon become like this again. Then can I see your arm? Sima Yue asked. Chapter 303. Lu Ming was silent for 2 seconds before saying, this arm is a little scary right now. Let's forget about it. Read the latest chapter, 1st edition, volume 1. I'm a doctor, maybe I can cure your injury. Sima Yue said. Lu Ming shook his head and said, you can't cure it. Wherever Li Mu's flames burned, they would leave behind fire elements that could neither be expelled nor extinguished. This kind of fire element can only be sucked out by its owner, and can only be cured with rhinoceros grass that is over 200 years old. The fire element will stay in your body? It was Sima Yoyue's first time hearing this. Yes. The amount of pills I've taken this month is enough for a normal burn victim to be reborn. However, in this case, the newly grown flesh will be burned away by the fire element in the body in less than an hour, Lu Ming explained. At this time, Lu Yun came in with 2 cups of water and said, although this 200-year-old rhinoceros grass is rare, it's not impossible to find. But that Li Mu actually forbade the people of Xing City from selling it to us, causing Big Brother and Third Brother to have to go into the mountains to look for it. How despicable! Now that things have come to this, I'll just cut off one of my arms as long as they can come back alive. Lu Ming said. How can that be? Lu Yuan said, your talent in alchemy is so good. If you cut off one of your arms, how are you going to refine pills in the future? I already feel bad for dragging the 3 of you down. Now that Big Brother is in danger, as long as our family is safe, I can survive even if I only have 1 arm. No matter what price we have to pay, we will cure you. Don't forget, you still have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving the Lu family. Lu Yuan was very determined at this time. Although Sima Yue was touched by their sibling relationship, she could not ignore their presence at this time. Only then did Lu Ming and Lu Yuan remember that they were still there. They smiled apologetically at them. I promised Lu Yuan that if you let me take a look at your injuries, I'll provide you with a 200-year-old rhinoceros grass, Sima Yue said as she took out a rhinoceros grass. Rhinoceros grass! The Lu siblings exclaimed when they saw the herb in Sima Yue's hand. Can I take a look at your injuries now? Sima Yue looked at Lu Ming and asked. All right. This time, he agreed. Because even if he didn't show it to her now, he would still open it later when he had to treat his injuries. Lu Yuan bent down and removed the bandage on Lu Ming's hand. A forearm that was charred black from the fire appeared in front of everyone. It was a good thing that Sima Yue and Bei Gongtang had strong hearts, so although they were shocked by this injury, they were not scared silly. Sima Yue walked over to check and said, there are indeed remnants of fire elements. But it's better than I expected. That's because although Li Mu's fire isn't an ordinary fire, its level isn't very high. It's not one of those outstanding deviant flames. Lu Ming said. Lu Yuan looked at Sima Yue's serious look and asked, Young Master Sima, do you have a way to save my second brother? This fire element isn't very high. Otherwise, this rhinoceros grass would be useless. Sima Yue said, your brother's injury isn't too big of a problem. It'll heal in a while. It'll heal in a while? Xia Yuan grabbed onto Sima Yue's clothes excitedly. Really? Sima Yue nodded and split the rhinoceros grass into 2. She gave the roots to Bei Gongtang and asked her to refine a pill. Then she asked Lu Yuan to fetch a basin of water. After that, she released a flame and directly refined the remaining rhinoceros grass into its essence. When it was almost done, she retracted the flame and the essence fell into the basin of water. She reached her hand into the basin and stirred it a few times, saying, Put the injured area into the water. Lu Ming nodded and walked over to place his hand into the basin. The burning pain in his arm felt a cooling sensation, making him feel incomparably comfortable. Activate the spiritual energy in your body and absorb the essence in the water, Sima Yue said from the side. Actually, Lu Ming knew what to do even without her reminder. Very quickly, the basin of water became clear again. Second brother, how is it? Lu Yuan stared at him and asked. Lu Ming took out his hand and said, I can't feel the burning anymore. He felt his arm and said happily, the fire element is almost gone. There's only a few left attached to my bones and meridians, but it's very little. At this time, Bei Gongtang had also finished refining the pill and let Lu Ming take it. After a while, Lu Ming said, the fire element has been completely cleared. Really? That's great. Lu Yuan was so excited that she almost jumped up. Sima Yue gave him another pill and let him take it. Very quickly, the charred flesh on Lu Ming's arm fell off and new flesh grew continuously. This pill is even more effective than the one second brother took before, Lu Yuan said with a smile. When Sima Yue had just arrived in this world, the first time she took a third-ranked healing pill, she was able to recover quickly. Now that the pill was of a higher rank, the effects would naturally be better and faster. The fire element on my arm is gone, so the effects of the pill are better now, Lu Ming said. Lu Yuan stared at Lu Ming's arm. Previously, his arm would grow some new flesh, but it would be burnt to a crisp again. However, Lu Ming had no choice but to do so, or else the fire element would burn his bones and meridians. Seeing their own brother endure this kind of torture again and again, the Lu siblings were heartbroken. Lu Ming knew his sister's thoughts and used his other hand to pat her head, smiling and saying, "Don't worry, it won't happen this time." Lu Yuan nodded, her eyes filled with tears. Lu Ming's spirit was completely different from when they first met. It was as if he had come back to life. He bowed to Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang, saying, "Thank you for your help. However, we don't have anything to repay you anymore. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't like that Li Mu, so helping you is nothing." Sima Yue waved her hand carelessly. "Furthermore, I said that I would give you the rhinoceros grass if you let me take a look at your injuries, so you don't have to feel anything." "Then I still have to thank you," Lu Ming said. "Why are you able to stay in the central district?" Sima Yue asked, successfully changing the topic. Lu Ming sighed, saying, "Although our Lu family has always been few in number, we are still considered an alchemy family. Our great-grandfather was once the great elder of the Alchemist Guild. Because of his profound attainments in alchemy, we were allowed to stay in the central district. However, our family was framed by the Li family and our great-grandfather died in an accident while refining pills. The other great-uncles also met with misfortune. Until now, only the four of us are left." Chapter 304. Lu Ming's words were simple, but Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang could see prosperity and decline from his words. "Is the Li clan Li Mu's clan?" Bei Gong Tang asked. "Yes." Lu Ming said, "The Li family is a large family in the northern Yan kingdom, and is also an alchemy family. My great-grandfather was once at odds with the Li family. After he passed away, the Li family has been targeting us. So it's not a coincidence that Li Mu injured you this time," Sima Yue said while stroking her chin. "Yes, because my talent is not bad, I entered the Alchemist Guild. But after I entered, I was constantly suppressed by Li Mu and was even injured by him." When Lu Ming mentioned Li Mu, anger flashed across his face. "By the way, isn't this your first time in Xing City? Why are you at odds with Li Mu? When we were at Dragon Reflection Mountain, he brought people to cause trouble for us. I gave him a good beating." Sima Yue said, "No, I beat up his follower Wu Feng so badly that even his mother couldn't recognize him. Then I beat him in alchemy." "You defeated Li Mu?" Lu Ming exclaimed. "Yeah, it's a piece of cake," Sima Yue said. Lu Ming and his sister looked at her as if she was a monster. They grew up in Xing City and naturally knew Li Mu's strength. She actually defeated him so easily. How powerful was she? "I saw that there were many traces of movement outside. What's going on?" Bei Gong Tang asked. "It's all because of those bad people. They wanted us to hand over our family's secret alchemy technique. We couldn't take it out, so they said that we hid it in these things. They took away all of our fake mountains and furniture. Other than these few stools, everything else was taken away." Lu Yun said hatefully. "Who are those people?" Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang were speechless. No wonder there was nothing here. Who else could it be? "It's Li Mu's henchmen." Lu Ming clenched his fists. "One day I will trample them all under my feet. Let's return all the humiliation they gave us." Aren't those people afraid of Big Brother? Every time Big Brother goes out to find medicinal ingredients for Second Brother, they would come and snatch our things, wanting to drive us out of Sacred City. Xia Yuan said, "But why haven't they come back yet? Could something have happened?" "Don't worry, they'll be fine," Sima Yue said confidently. Sima Yu Lu and the others contracted beasts were very fast as well. They should be able to stop him. Bang! The Lu family's main door was suddenly kicked open. A few ruffians came in from outside and said, "Lu family, have you thought it through? Are you going to hand over the secret technique or not?" Those people are here again. Lu Yun stomped her feet and ran out. When she saw them, she scolded, "You guys are here again. What are you doing here? You've already robbed everything from our house. We didn't get anything from you, so of course we have to come. You guys are despicable. Say it, are you going to hand it over or not?" The leader asked. "I've already told you a few hundred times. We don't have it. If you want to find trouble, we'll keep you company." Lu Yun said domineeringly. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since you're not willing to hand it over, we'll continue to move things back to study it. We don't have anything left for you to move. Is that so? The leader looked around and realized that there was nothing left in the courtyard. Finally, his gaze landed on the house, saying, "Come, tear down the house and bring it back." "Who dares?" Lu Ming came out from the house and glared at them. The few of them saw that the injury on Lu Ming's hand had already healed and were surprised. However, they smiled. "I didn't think that your hand would actually heal. Looks like you found a 200-year-old rhinoceros grass. However, Lu Ming, even if you've healed, you're not our opponent. I advise you to quickly hand over the secret technique and get out of Sacred City. If you do, we can spare your life." "What if I don't hand it over?" Lu Ming said coldly. "If you don't hand it over, we'll tear down your house today. After that, we'll cripple you and throw you out." "Such arrogance." Sima Yue snorted coldly. She and Bei Gong Tang walked out and were seen by the leader. His eyes immediately widened and his saliva flowed out. "It's fine if you don't hand it over today. Give that woman to us and we'll go back. We'll give you a few days to consider. Don't even think about it." Lu Ming scolded. "You've got guts, daring to have ideas about your great-aunt." Bei Gong Tang snorted coldly. "Beauty, it's better for you to come with us. You'll only be able to stay in Sacred City if you come with us." The man looked at Bei Gong Tang lecherously. "You want me to go with you?" Bei Gong Tang's cold gaze was as if she was looking at a few dead people, saying, "I'm afraid that if I dare to go with you, you won't be able to live with me." Sima Yue walked over and hugged Bei Gong Tang's waist, saying, "I hate it the most when people covet my woman. Do you think I should gouge out your eyeballs or cripple you and throw you out?" "Ah, such arrogance. In Sacred City, not many people dare to say such things." The man laughed loudly. The lackeys behind him also laughed. "Is that so? Then you'll hear it today." Sima Yue said, "It doesn't matter if you're here to rob the Lu family or to take my woman away. It's best that you leave before I get angry." The man was stunned by Sima Yue's aura. However, he was still a local. Thinking about his own background, he calmed down and said, "Brat, I'm Li Mu's subordinate. If you dare to make a move against us, are you trying to go against Li Mu?" Sima Yue looked at the sky and said, "Since you don't cherish the chance I gave you, then I'll grant you your wish." After she finished speaking, she moved. Before anyone could react, she was already in front of them. She lifted her leg and kicked those people. Peng, ping, peng, those people were all kicked to the ground. Each of them held their stomachs and cried out in pain. Sima Yue walked over and stepped on the leader's stomach, saying, "I hate two things now. The first is when people have ideas about me and the people around me. The second is when people say that they're Li Mu's men in front of me. Do you understand? Brat, if you have the ability, tell me your name. If you dare to not put Li Mu in your eyes, you won't be able to stay in Sacred City anymore." That person said with a grimace. "Is that so? Then go back and tell Li Mu that I, Sima Yue, am here. Hurry up and call me boss." Scram. After she finished speaking, she kicked all of them out. "Brat, just you wait." Those people shouted and ran away. "Junior brother, you're really rude." A gentle voice came from the roof. Chapter 305. Sima Yue clapped her hands and looked at the person on the rooftop. "Why are you here?" "I was passing by and happened to hear your voice, so I came to see what was going on. Otherwise, when I see Master saying that you were bullied, I, as your senior brother, won't stand up for you." Wu Lingyu came down from the roof and said with a smile. Sima Yue rolled her eyes at him. She did not believe him. "Who's this?" Lu Ming asked when he saw Wu Lingyu's extraordinary bearing, noble and holy. I'm his senior, Wu Lingyu said with a smile. Wu Lingyu? This name sounds familiar. Lu Yun tilted her head in thought. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was startled. With a straight face, he bowed towards Wu Lingyu and said, Greetings, Your Highness the Holy Sun. No need. Wu Lingyu waved his hand. Holy Sun? I remember now. That day when third brother came back, he said that a holy sun had come up. So it was you. Lu Yun said in surprise. I never thought that we would be able to see holy sun with our own eyes. Wu Lingyu nodded at her, then looked at Sima Yue and asked, Junior, why are you here? Sima Yue told him what had happened, which made Wu Lingyu frown. Your Highness Holy Sun, young Master Sima, young Mistress Bei Gong, let's go inside, Lu Ming said, embarrassed to let them stand in the courtyard. They did not expect Sima Yue to be Wu Lingyu's junior. Since she had such a strong background, they were not worried that she would be harmed by Li Mu. Wait, someone's coming. Go in after you're done. Sima Yu replied. Before the siblings could react, a group of people kicked the door open and barged in. Who is Sima Yue? Come here and die. The person shouted as soon as he entered. Seeing the people in the courtyard, he asked, Which one of you is Sima Yue? You've called for reinforcements so quickly. Sima Yue looked at the people behind them. You dare to bring people here to cause trouble? Looks like I didn't beat you up to your heart's content. The leader of the group looked at Sima Yue and said, Don't be smug. Now that my big and big are here, they'll kill you. As soon as they ran out of here, they saw their boss after 2 streets. They told him about how they were beaten up, and their boss immediately rushed over with his men. Calm Sima Yue. You. I'll take you down first. The leader condensed his spiritual energy as he spoke. He was a spiritual grandmaster. Sima Yu moved and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, kicking him out as well. Bang. Yue. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their big boss couldn't even take 1 hit from her. Sima Yue didn't look at their big boss. She chopped, slashed, kicked, and stomped. More than a dozen people were all taken down by her within a minute. She clapped her hands and looked down at them condescendingly. I told you, you're not strong enough to kill me. Who's causing trouble in my house? A rough roar came from outside the door. Then, a figure rushed in. Big brother. Lu Yuan shouted happily when she saw the person who came in. Second brother, fourth sister, are you okay? Luffy saw the people in the courtyard and knew that they were here to cause trouble again. These people always came to cause trouble when he wasn't around. By the time he came back, his younger siblings were already being bullied. Big brother, we're fine. Didn't you meet third brother and the others? Lu Yuan asked. I did, Luffy said. If he hadn't met them, he might not have been able to walk out of 10,000 Beast Mountain. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan also ran in. Seeing the figures on the ground, he said in surprise, Second brother, are you okay? We're fine. Lu Ming shook his head. These people are here again. Lu Yuan kicked the people on the ground twice. Then, Sima Lu and the others came in from outside. When they saw the people in the courtyard, they frowned. Second brother, your hand is better. Lu Yuan saw that Lu Ming's hand was no longer black and ran over happily. It's already healed. Lu Ming smiled. He thought that he would have to break his own arm. He didn't expect that it would be better. This made him very happy. What do we do with these people? Luffy kicked the person beside him and asked. Cripple them and throw them out. Sima Yu said. You dare. The leader shouted. We're Li Mu's men. You dare to touch us? Are you looking to die? They're all Li Mu's dogs indeed. Sima Yu sneered. I said it just now. I hate it when people tell me that they're Li Mu's dogs. I can't touch the people from the Alchemist Guild, but can I touch you? They usually bully the weak and outsiders in Saint City. They've done a lot of bad things. Cripple them and stop them from doing bad things. Lu Yuan said. I think so too. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Luffy walked over and said. Aren't you Li Mu's dogs? I want to see how good your master will treat you. After speaking, he stepped on their abdomens and crippled them. Third brother, come throw them out. Yes, big brother. The two brothers threw all the people out and closed the door with a bang. Those people were all lying on the ground. They couldn't believe that they were crippled. More and more people came to watch. When they saw the people lying on the ground, they were all shocked. How could it be them? Aren't they Li Mu's men? Heavens, they even dare to touch Li Mu's men. The Lu brothers are really overturning the heavens. Hee, if I were them, I would have overturned the heavens. Look at how they've been bullied all these years. That's true. This house is going to be emptied by them. What can they do? The elders in the family have all passed away. Now there are only 4 children left. How can they fight against the Li family? Sigh, these are the matters of the previous generations. Now these children have to bear the consequences. Now that they've crippled Li Mu's men, I'm afraid they'll take revenge on them. Sigh, what a bunch of pitiful children. Let's disperse. If anyone sees us here, we might even be implicated. The crowd left. No one went up to help the people on the ground. It was as if they didn't see anything. They had no choice but to call out their contracted beasts and let them carry them back. When Li Mu received the news that his men had been crippled, he was just coming out of the Li family's courtyard. At that time, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. They even dared to cripple his men. How bold! Who did you say was with them? His aura was terrifyingly low. The servant who came to report was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He stammered, It's Sima Yue. She even sent someone to tell you to go over and call her boss. Chapter 306. The people behind Li Mu couldn't help but gasp when they heard the manservant's words. Who is this Sima Yue? How dare she speak to Li Mu like that? After hearing Sima Yue's name, Li Mu was silent for a while, then said to the manservant, Find someone to send those people out of Wanshou Mountain. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the Alchemist Guild. The atmosphere was so tense that no one dared to approach within 3 meters of him. That's the direction of the Alchemist Guild. Someone from the Li clan said, Isn't he going to look for Sima Yue? Are we just going to let this go? The Li family didn't know what was going on. It really wasn't his style to not get back at them. Only those few people from the Alchemist Guild knew the reason. If he were to look for Sima Yue now, he would have to call her boss, not to mention get back at her. This was because he had lost the bet. Sima Yue and the rest stayed at the Lu residence for a while longer before leaving. She did not expect that Wu Lingyu would actually want to go back with her. Why are you going back with me? Sima Yue glared at Wu Lingyu. Of course it's to escort you back safely, Wu Lingyu said with a smile. Forget it, it's not safe for me to go out with you. Sima Yue refused. Look at what you're saying. You're the junior brother, and I'm the senior brother. How could it not be safe? I'm not going to do anything to you. Or do you want to do something to me? Wu Lingyu looked at her with some fear. Sima Yue was speechless. What was this guy talking about? If I go out with you, I'll definitely be in the eye of the storm. I don't like being watched like a monkey. You should hurry back on your own, Your Highness Holy Son. Sima Yue stretched forth a hand and pushed Wu Lingyu away. When the Lu family members heard the conversation between Sima Yue and Wu Lingyu, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This pair of senior and junior brothers were too weird. In the end, Wu Lingyu did not leave with Sima Yue. He left before Sima Yue's face darkened. Lu Ming, are you really not coming with us to the Sima family? Sima Yue and the others asked the 4 brothers again. No matter what, this is our home. Lu Ming said, and I think Li Mu has the time to make trouble for us. As long as he doesn't come in person, we can handle it. All right, then be careful. When Sima Yue and the rest returned to the Sima family, the news of them crippling Li Mu's men had already spread to several districts. Not bad, we've just arrived and our Sima family has become famous in Saint City. Sima Yang teased. Sima Yue directly walked over and found a place to sit down, saying, We've gone against the Alchemist Guild this time. Do you want to get rid of me? Otherwise, I'll bring trouble to the family. Chi. Sima Yang rolled his eyes at her, saying, I've already asked Uncle Ren. Our relationship with the Alchemist Guild has never been good. There's no need to take this to heart. I initially wanted to run away, but now it seems like I don't have to. Sima Yue said with a smile. Sima Yang's eyes twitched. This guy, she was so arrogant just because he said she was fat. The Li family of the Northern Yan Kingdom has always been at odds with our family. When you go out, you have to be careful of their tricks. He warned. Got it. Sima Yue waved her hands, saying, Yu Yang, I only realized today that you're a bit of a busybody. You're always nagging. It's better to be a quiet pretty boy like Yu Lin. This time, even Sima Yu Lin, who was at the side, could not remain calm. Was this guy teasing them? If there's nothing else, I'm going to rest. Sima Yue saw the way the two of them were acting and secretly laughed before leaving. On this day, everyone was talking about how Li Mu's underlings had been crippled. Everyone was curious as to why he had given up this time and did not say anything. Later on, everyone found out about the competition at Dragon Reflection Mountain and sighed that someone had actually defeated Li Mu. He was only 22 years old. What a strange talent. 2 days later, the Sima family came to Saint City. The moment they arrived, they heard that Sima Yue had defeated Li Mu. Each and every one of the old guys was extremely happy, feeling proud that their family had such a strange talent. It's a good thing that we didn't fall out with him. Otherwise, this strange talent wouldn't be part of the Sima family. This was what many of the Sima family members were thinking. These few days, the first and second-rate powers came to Saint City. Everyone heard about Sima Yue and was curious about this person. These old guys were different from the young ones. They naturally knew that Li Mu was talented in alchemy. Now that he had been defeated by someone younger than him, when did the Sima family have such a treasure? Following that, Sima Yue's affairs were pulled out one by one. She came from Dongchen Kingdom, caused a ruckus in the Sima family, helped Ouyang Fei take down South Eclipse Kingdom and defeated Li Mu at Dragon Reflection Mountain. These few days, when Sima Yue went out, she realized that she was being watched like a monkey. Everyone was pointing at her and it made her very depressed. As such, she decided not to go out before the competition and went into seclusion to cultivate. Originally, she thought that she would be able to leave this place peacefully. However, she didn't expect that the things that happened afterwards would make her interested in the creatures at the bottom of 10,000 Beast Mountain. On this day, Sima Yue hadn't come out of seclusion when she suddenly felt a wave of spiritual energy. She quickly stopped cultivating and opened the door to go out. Master, you're back. Sima Yue saw the little bird in Old Man Devil's arms and cried out in surprise. Chongming? What happened to him? Go back to your house first. Old Man Devil originally wanted to give the Chongming to Sima Yue. However, when he remembered that she was a girl, he carried her in himself. Even if it was a male spirit beast, he couldn't just let his disciple carry it. Sima Yue moved aside and let them in. Old Man Devil placed the Chongming on Sima Yue's bed and said, I met him below. At that time, he was already unconscious. I recognized him as your friend, so I saved him. Master, how is Chongming's injury? Sima Yue didn't know how to check on his spirit beast in beast form and asked. Old Man Devil was silent for a while and said, his injury is very serious. It should be said that he can't be saved. He won't be able to wake up now. Rainbow, who had rushed over after sensing Chongming's aura, heard Old Man Devil's words and immediately landed on the ground, saying, No, nothing will happen to my husband. Sima Yue walked over and hugged Rainbow. She stroked the feathers on its back to comfort it and said, Master, is there no way to save him? Old Man Devil shook his head and said, his injury is too serious. All of his internal organs have been destroyed and his life has been cut off. There's no medicine that can save him. Sima Yue's heart trembled. Was there really no way? No, I don't want my husband to die. Rainbow struggled out of Sima Yue's arms and flew over to Chongming's side, crying loudly. Sima Yue looked at Chongming, who had already lost his life, and her heart throbbed in pain. This happened too quickly and she still couldn't accept it. Chapter 307. Sister, what should we do, Wu? Kaihong threw herself onto Chongming and cried. Sima Yue was also feeling terrible. She had seen it transform and lived with it for 2 years. Now that it was injured like this, she could not believe what she was seeing. She looked at Old Man Devil and asked, Master, Is there really no way to save it? Seeing her insistence, Old Man Devil said, "It's not that there's no way, it's just that it's too dangerous and might harm the person who saves him." "What is it?" Sima Yue asked. Contract. Old Man Devil said, "Its body no longer has any life force, so this is the only way. But it was precisely because of this that there were risks. If it succeeds, it will be reborn. If it fails, the person who contracts with it will suffer the backlash of the contract." "This isn't a natal contract. Will it harm my life?" Sima Yue asked. "That won't happen. It's just that my strength might regress and my spiritual power might be damaged. However, it's impossible to predict the extent of the injuries." Old Man Devil said, "So you have to think carefully." "Sister?" Kai Hong looked at Sima Yue with pleading eyes. Sima Yue looked at the dying Chongming on the bed and said, "Since there's a way, we have to give it a try. Master, please stand guard for me later." Although he was supposed to protect her, he was actually supposed to save her life if she failed. "Then I'll go find a beast tamer." Old Man Devil said. "There's no need, Master." Sima Yue walked over and placed her hand on Chongming's head. She activated the art of taming beast and started taming it. She had been with Chongming for the past 2 years and had already become friends. She had thought of the possibility that Chongming would form a contract with her. Perhaps when she left the Lin continent, he would accompany her as a friend. She had also thought of the possibility that they would part ways. However, she had never thought that they would form a contract under such circumstances. Chongming's consciousness was already in a coma. Although he tried to resist, he was very weak. Soon, Sima Yue defeated him. During the taming process, Chongming's aura was still declining, which made her very worried about whether she could save him. "Sister." Rainbow looked at Sima Yue worriedly. He didn't want to lose Chongming and didn't want Sima Yue to get hurt. Sima Yue took a deep breath and looked at Rainbow. "Don't worry." Then she began the contract. The light of the contract still shone down. Sima Yue tried to establish a connection between the two of them, but without the other party's agreement, the contract could not be completed. "Chongming, open your mouth." Her consciousness called out in Chongming's body. "Chongming, I know you're still here. Answer me." "Chongming, you still have things you want to do. I know you still want to go up there. You still have things you can't let go of up there. Do you really want to go up here?" "Chongming, Kai Hong is still young and needs protection. Didn't you promise her father to take care of her? If you leave like this, what will happen to her?" "Listen, Kai Hong is crying so sadly. She's calling for you. Chongming, we've all gotten used to having you around for the past 2 years. I'm still waiting for you to bring me to wipe out those scums. Chongming, come back. We all need you." Sima Yue transmitted her thoughts to Chongming's mind, stimulating his silent consciousness. Ugh. The contract had lasted for too long. The power of the contract had begun to backfire and hurt her body. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. But she was still holding on. Old Man Devil was surprised when he saw that Sima Yue was a beast tamer, but it was quickly replaced by worry. Now that he saw her hands, he wanted to ask her to stop, but his words were stuck in his throat because of the determination on her face. Kai Hong was so scared that she forgot to cry when she saw the blood on Sima Yue's mouth. "Chongming, do you really not want to continue walking with us? We're all waiting for you. Give us a reply." "Chongming, I don't think I can hold on any longer. Chongming, are you willing to form a contract with me?" Sima Yue felt that her consciousness was getting blurry. She didn't even know what she was saying. But suddenly, a weak voice seemed to split open the chaos and woke her up. "I'm willing." Although it was weak, the laws of heaven and earth could still sense it. The contract formation finally completed and wrapped the two of them together. "Success! Success!" Kai Hong shouted happily. Old Man Devil saw this change and his heart finally calmed down. Once the contract was formed, it ended very quickly. When the light dissipated, Chongming in his human form appeared in front of everyone again. He was carrying the unconscious Sima Yue in his arms. "Sister." Kai Hong started to cry again. The light of leveling up enveloped the two of them again. Chongming leveled up and became a level 3 sacred beast. Sima Yue leveled up from level 2 to level 5, a full 3 small levels. Old Man Devil felt sorry for Sima Yue. If Chongming wasn't injured and she didn't suffer the backlash of the contract, she would have leveled up even more. Kai Hong flew to Chongming's shoulder and looked at the pale face of Sima Yue. She asked, "Hubby, how did you recover so quickly? Is sister all right?" "Her situation is a bit serious." Chongming looked at Sima Yue with a pained expression. He knew how dangerous it was for her. He placed Sima Yue on the bed and turned to look at Old Man Devil. Why did hubby's injuries heal but not sister's? Kai Hong didn't understand. Old Man Devil walked over to check on Sima Yue's condition. He said, Chongming's injuries were caused by an external force. When the contract was formed, they were all healed. However, Yue's injuries were caused by the backlash of the contract. That's why the contract didn't heal her. Then what do we do? The backlash of the contract can only be slowly healed. It depends on her own recovery. For an ordinary person, they should be able to recover in a year and a half. Old Man Devil said, she won't be able to cultivate for a year. Let's feed her some healing pills first. The news of Sima Yue's injuries quickly spread throughout the Sima family. Everyone felt sorry for her and was happy that she had formed a contract with a sacred beast. Knowing that she might not be able to cultivate for a year and a half, everyone felt sorry for her. Now was the best time for her to cultivate. A year's time was enough for her to improve a lot. However, Sima Yue's next actions made everyone's jaws drop. Didn't they say that she would be bedridden for a month? How did she get out of bed after 3 days? Didn't they say that she wouldn't be able to use spiritual energy for half a year? How did she start to use spiritual energy in less than half a month? Everyone was shocked by her. Even Old Man Devil felt that it was inconceivable. After asking again, Sima Yue told him that she had a divine demon physique that could heal injuries automatically. After knowing Sima Yue's situation, Old Man Devil went silent. He was crying in his heart. Why were all the disciples that he had taken in abnormal bodies? One had an incomplete soul and the other had a divine demon physique. Her life could be in danger at any time. Was he extremely lucky or extremely unlucky? Chapter 308. I will think of a way to find a solution for you. After knowing about Sima Yue's physique, Old Man Devil remained silent for a long time before saying this. Sima Yue felt warm inside when she saw his serious expression. Master, don't worry. Emosha said that he had the same physique back then and survived in the end. Sima Yue comforted her, so I think he has a way. He also has the God Devil body? Old Man Devil asked in surprise. Sima Yue nodded and said, Emosha said that he was also a human back then and had the body of a god and devil. Later on, he became a devil. Outsiders know very little about the Supreme Demon King's life. I didn't expect there to be such a big secret. Old Man Devil sighed, but now that you have a contract, he probably won't harm you. The method he told you should be useful. Maybe. Sima Yue said uncertainly, he said that I'm not strong enough and hasn't told me the solution yet. Old Man Devil looked at Sima Yue speechlessly, then said, I'll keep an eye out for you and let you know if there's anything I can do. If you need anything, just let me know. After the grand meeting, your senior brother and I will return to the surface. You have to hurry up and cultivate so that you can ascend as soon as possible. I will. Sima Yue said. If you cultivate slowly like this, how long will it take before you can go up? Wu Lingyu suddenly appeared at the door, looking down on her current strength. Sima Yue looked at him and rolled her eyes at him. However, she was sharp enough to sniff out the meaning behind his words. She blinked her eyes at him and asked, Are you saying that there is a way to quickly increase my strength? You're going to get a cramp if you blink again. Wu Lingyu walked over and patted her head. I'm still injured. I'm going to die if you continue to pat me. Sima Yue slapped his hand away and said, Is there a way to increase my strength, Master? Old Man Devil thought for a moment and said, There's no way to improve overnight. If you forcefully increase your strength, it will only cause your foundation to be unstable. Sima Yue naturally understood this as well. Therefore, whenever she leveled up quickly, she would train to strengthen her strength so that she would not be weak. I'm not talking about those methods, Wu Lingyu said. Other than those methods, what else is there? Old Man Devil didn't understand what he meant. Wu Lingyu glanced at Old Man Devil and said, "Why do I feel like you've become dumber after coming here?" Old Man Devil slapped him and roared, "You've got guts, you dare to look down on me?" Wu Lingyu moved and gracefully dodged his evil claws. Old Man Devil suddenly thought of something and said, "You're saying to let her go there?" "That's right." Wu Lingyu nodded. "That place is not bad, but as far as I know, the Lin continent does not have an entrance." Old Man Devil said, "How can that be a problem for you?" Wu Lingyu glanced at Old Man Devil, as if he was sure that he would have a way. "Calculating also requires energy." Old Man Devil said, "But if we can open that place, it would be a good way to increase our strength." "As far as I know, that place reappeared recently." "Old man, you'd better hurry up," Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yue looked at the two of them talking about something she didn't understand and asked, "What place are you talking about?" "It's a small world," Old Man Devil said. "Small world? What's that?" Sima Yue asked. "To put it simply, it's a very large paradise that exists in the space." Wu Lingyu explained, "These small worlds come in different sizes and move around in the void. Some appear periodically between continents." "A very large blessed enclave? How big is that?" Sima Yue looked at the two of them curiously. "The big ones can be comparable to half a continent." Old Man Devil said, "The small ones can be as big as a house." "What's the difference between those places and the paradise?" Sima Yue asked. She had passed by the Sima family's land before and it was a paradise, but it looked incomplete. The paradise is just an incomplete space, while the small worlds are the same as the continents outside. Everything is complete, but it exists in a special space and has not always existed, Wu Lingyu said. Moreover, many of those small worlds were left behind from ancient times. There are many heavenly treasures inside, and because they only appear once in a while, the things inside have been there for a long time. For example, many of the medicinal herbs are old. Old Man Devil added. "I don't lack herbs." Sima Yue was not interested. "That's not the main point. The main point is that those small worlds have rich spiritual energy, and there are some treasured lands. If you find one, it's not impossible for you to become a spirit paragon," Old Man Devil said. "There are such good places." Sima Yue was interested. "Can anyone go to those places?" "Of course not." Wu Lingyu explained patiently, "Every small world has its own rules, just like here. Those who come from the primordial lands and above can only use the strength of a spirit paragon. Those small worlds also have their own rules." "What rules?" Sima Yue crossed her legs and supported her head with her hands. "Some limit one's strength, some limit one's age, and some limit one's strength and age. I know about the age limit, but does it mean that you can only use the strength of a spirit paragon?" Sima Yue pondered. "So it's like that. Then what about the small world you were talking about?" "The ones who came out this time are limited." Wu Lingyu said, "Every continent has an entrance, but there's a limit to the number of people who can enter, so not everyone can go. I think the small world will appear soon." "Every continent? Are there many continents?" Sima Yue asked. "Yes, there are many continents like yours in the world, and you're just one of them," Old Man Devil said. Sima Yue was shocked. Such a big continent was just one of them, then this world was much bigger than Earth. But thinking about it, Earth had 7 continents and 4 oceans, so it made sense that there were many continents here. "Why have I never heard Grandpa and the others mention this?" She pouted. It seemed like no one knew about the small worlds. "I don't know why, but this place is called the prison continent. The whole continent is like a prison, so there are many things you can't come into contact with." Speaking of this, Wu Lingyu and Old Man Devil sighed. It was rare for a continent like this to have a genius like her. The corner of Sima Yue's mouth twitched. It was the prison continent again? This time it was the whole continent that was a prison. Are you kidding me? Chapter 309. Master, isn't this a continent? How did it become a prison? Sima Yue was speechless. "I didn't know before, but I do understand now." Old Man Devil said, "It's probably because there are ferocious beasts here, so they have to seal this place." Even if they escape, they won't be able to harm the other continents. You mean the one below the 10,000 Beast Mountain? Sima Yue sat up straight and asked Old Man Devil, Master, I haven't asked you before. What did you see in the lake? Do you see that creature? Maybe. Old Man Devil's expression turned serious as he said, Actually, I haven't seen the creature. What? This time, not only was Sima Yue surprised, even Wu Lingyu looked serious. Old Man, are the creatures below really that powerful? Old Man Devil nodded and said, I think that creature must have been a very powerful character back then. Even now, I can't beat it. Even its aura makes me feel fear. The closer I get, the more I feel that way. So powerful. Sima Yue's jaw dropped. Wu Lingyu was even more surprised than Sima Yue because he knew how powerful Old Man Devil was. If even Old Man Devil said so, then what was down there? Actually, I feel like I've only walked half the distance. Old Man Devil said, I don't know what's going on in Chongming. I found him at the limit of what I could bear, but he actually made it there. Master, don't scare me. This thing is so powerful. If it comes out one day, we'll be done for. Sima Yue said. Don't worry, it'll be a while before it comes out. You won't be able to touch it for now. Old Man Devil said. Since it's still early, don't think about this right now. You should think about going to the little realm, Wu Lingyu said. It was useless for her to know this now, and it would even affect her state of mind during cultivation. Speaking of the little realm, Sima Yue felt gloomy again. This was actually a place of imprisonment. The entire continent was like this, and the space was sealed. This caused them to lose a lot of cultivation resources. It was so unfair. Since you said that there is no entrance to this continent, how am I supposed to enter? You idiot, don't you know who I am? Old Man Devil said, even if there isn't an entrance, I can find one for you. Master is mighty and domineering. Sima Yue flattered with a smile. How could she not know that Old Man Devil and the others had already told her about this matter? Naturally, they would think of a way for her. It was just that she had always been used to it. Every time, she would think of a way by herself, or she would bring Fatty Chu and the others along. Now that someone had thought of her and created the conditions for her to cultivate, she was really touched. Wait here, I'll go back and take a look. As Old Man Devil spoke, he formed a seal with both hands, and a tunnel appeared in front of him. As soon as he entered, the tunnel closed. Master has returned to the primordial lands? Sima Yue said enviously. When you're strong enough, you can also build such a passage. Wu Lingyu said, Now, I'll give you some information about those continents and small realms. All right. After listening to the information that Wu Lingyu gave her, Sima Yue finally understood how terrible their continent was. She felt that the spiritual energy in the four great empires was dense enough, but Wu Lingyu said that this was the continent with the thinnest spiritual energy he had ever seen. She felt that her level was rising fast enough, but Wu Lingyu said that the people from other continents were not much slower than her. True talent depended on one's level after the divine rank. This was because many people with good talent needed a long time to rise a small level after reaching the divine rank. However, some people were very strong, and there were many young experts like Wu Lingyu. Sima Yue was a little discouraged. She used to think that she was very strong, but now she felt that she was still at the bottom. Don't be discouraged, your battle strength is already unparalleled in the same stage. Adding on your contracted beasts, you can do whatever you want in the small realms. Wu Lingyu said. What do you mean by do whatever I want? I'm not a crab. Sima Yue glared. All right, I've already told you what I wanted to tell you. Do you have any other questions? Wu Lingyu asked. Sima Yue asked, will those people from other continents go to the primordial lands in the end? Then aren't there many people in the primordial lands? Won't it be crowded? The primordial lands are bigger than you can imagine. You'll know when you get there. All right. Her answer was the same as not answering. Do you have any other questions? Wu Lingyu asked. Speak. Why are you so nice to me? Do you want me to not hold a grudge against you? Wu Lingyu was silent for a while. How could he tell her that he wanted her to grow faster so that she could go to the primordial lands earlier? Because if you don't go up earlier, the old man will be forced to find a successor. Wu Lingyu found a better excuse. Do you have any other questions now? No, you can leave now. Sima Yue waved her hand to send him off and lay down to rest. Wu Lingyu saw Sima Yue ignoring him in the blink of an eye and wanted to punish her. However, he thought that it would scare her, so he left obediently. Of course, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, he climbed over the wall like how he came. Sima Yue laid on the bed, tossing and turning as she thought about the news she received today. She heard too much today and needed to digest it properly. Thinking about what Wu Lingyu said about the other continents, she sat up and said, even if those people are strong, I'm not weak either. Why should I let this affect my mood? Even if I meet them, I'll take care of them if they dare to provoke me. After thinking it through, she laid down again and continued to think about these things. I didn't think that the entire continent was a prison. It's really depressing. I wonder when that little world will open. I want to see the geniuses of the other continents. When can I be like Master and Senior Brother, who can build a tunnel with a wave of his hand and go wherever he wants to go? Sigh, thinking about all these is pointless. I'd better cultivate properly. Chongming, that guy. My injuries haven't healed yet, but he's gone missing all day. Where did he bring my little rainbow to? I really miss her. Creak. The door was pushed open and Bei Gong Tang walked in with food. She smiled. I heard you muttering outside the door. You must be bored because you can't cultivate. Sima Yue smelled the food and sat up on the bed, saying, you guys aren't here to accompany me. I'm bored to death. Bei Gong Tang placed the food on the table and said with disdain, as far as I know, your master and senior brother were here not long ago. I'm bored now that they're gone. Sima Yue walked over and picked up her chopsticks to eat. Oh right, what have you guys been busy with recently? Why don't I see you guys all day? Chapter 310. We didn't do much, we just walked around. The event is about to start, so many people came. The city is very lively. Disloyal brat, I'm recuperating here, but you guys are playing outside. Sima Yue complained. Bei Gong Tang smiled, knowing that she was just saying it and wouldn't take it to heart. Alright, I heard that Ouyang will be here tomorrow. Really? Isn't the event about to start? Sima Yue asked. There's still 3 days, you'll probably miss it. Bei Gong Tang said. I won't. Sima Yue said confidently. She was clear about her own body. Although her injuries weren't light, with the divine devil body's automatic recovery, in addition to the pills and spirit fluid, her injuries were recovering at a godly speed. Now she was almost fully recovered, but for the sake of her body, she still wanted to rest for 2 more days. Alright, do you really know where that guy from Chongming brought Rainbow? I haven't seen that guy since I woke up. I heard that he told your master that he was bringing Rainbow back to the clan. Bei Gong Tang said, but I don't know where they went. Back to the clan? Sima Yue almost choked on her food. Where's Rainbow's clan? They've been gone for so long and still haven't returned. The Lin continent doesn't have a phoenix clan, so I think they should have gone to the upper realm. Bei Gong Tang guessed. When I was in the upper realm, I heard that there was a phoenix clan. They went to the upper realm. Sima Yue fiercely took a bite of her drumstick. One by one, they all ran to the upper realm, vomiting. On the second evening, someone came to the Sima family. As the Wangye of South Yu, Sima Yue's good friend, Ouyang Fei was directly brought to Sima Yue's courtyard. Sima Yue, who was lying on the bed, looked at Ouyang Fei. She was listless, and Ouyang Fei couldn't help but frown. You're injured so badly? It's not serious, but they wouldn't let me out when I wanted to go out. You're the best, coming to see me as soon as you arrive. Sima Yue got up from the bed and went to the living room with Ouyang Fei. Ouyang Wangye, how does it feel to be Wangye? Sima Yue smiled and made him a cup of tea. Seeing her use flames to boil water, Ouyang Fei said, didn't you say you can't use spiritual aura? I could have used it a long time ago, but it's better to use it less now. But I can still make a cup of tea. Sima Yue said. You're always so restless. Ouyang Fei looked at Sima Yue helplessly. I heard about you as soon as I arrived. I even heard that the Li family and the Nailan family are going to attack you. That's expected. Sima Yue was not surprised. The two families had been rivals for a long time. I also met someone else. This person will definitely surprise you, Ouyang Fei said. Nailin Lan. Nailin Lan? Sima Yue looked at Ouyang Fei in surprise and asked, why is she here? Are you sure it's her? I'm sure. Ouyang Fei nodded his head affirmatively. Because the courtyard in South Yu Kingdom is not far from the Nailin family. I saw her on the way here today and thought she looked like her. So I sent someone to investigate. Guess what happened? What happened? Sima Yue rolled her eyes at him. This guy had resolved the knot in his heart and was not as cold and arrogant as before. Yet he could still say such things. That person is indeed Nailin Lan. She came from the Dongqin Kingdom. So I think it must be that Nailin Lan. Ouyang Fei said. Isn't she in the Dongqin Kingdom? How did she come here? Sima Yue did not understand. It said that the Nailin family found her when they went to the Dongqin Kingdom. They said that her physique was special and brought her back to the Central Wu Kingdom. They even said that they had successfully activated her physique and her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Ouyang Fei said. When was she brought here? Sima Yue asked. It said that it was 3 years ago. She came here a year earlier than us. Ouyang Fei replied. That means that when we were still in the Sophia mountain range, she had already come here. Sima Yue said. Why haven't we heard any news about her in these 2 years? Because she was previously hidden and was only released recently. Maybe it's because her physique has been activated and she can be released now. Ouyang Fei guessed. Sima Yue heard Ouyang Fei's analogy and laughed out loud. I heard that she once said that she wanted to defeat you. She originally wanted to fight with you in this competition. But in the end, you didn't even participate. Ouyang Fei said. If you had participated, this competition would have become the best stepping stone for you to become famous in the continent. I'm only the adopted son of the Sima family. It's not proper for me to participate in this competition. Sima Yue said. And I don't have a single cent of interest in becoming famous in the continent. I'm too lazy to be a monkey for others to see. Ouyang Fei smiled. He understood her personality and was not surprised by her answer. Thinking about what Wu Lingyu and the others said, she continued, this world is very big. It's much bigger than what we imagined. We're just a small corner of the world. We belong to the tip of the iceberg. The world is very big, but we're still young. In the future, we'll have the chance to explore the world. Ouyang Fei said. Since you're fine, I'll go back first. Mother and the others are still waiting for me to go back and settle some matters. Ouyang Fei said. If you have any matters, just look for me directly. Okay. He had just arrived today and must have many things to do. Knowing that she was injured and coming to see her immediately, she was already very happy. 2 days later, the festival officially began. The whole city celebrated, but the previous celebration lasted for an entire day. Sima Yue stayed until the celebration started. On the way out, she met the 4 Luming brothers and brought them to watch the performances. Previously, she had always thought that the festival was a competition between the various powers. Now she understood that this was only one part of the festival. To be exact, the festival was held once every 5 years, and the ranking of the powers was only held once every 20 years. And those events were actually just a competition that gathered the various professions from the entire continent. When the celebration ended, the Temple Lord announced the arrangements. The first competition would be the ranking of the powers, followed by the competition between the various professions. The number of participants from each clan had already been reported. There were no specific people, so the number of matches would be arranged accordingly. Sima Yue was not interested in these, and left the plaza before it ended. When she walked outside, she saw a familiar figure. The two of them were stunned. Long time no see. Nailin Lan greeted her first. Although she was smiling, the smile did not reach her eyes. They were ice cold. Sima Yue also smiled and said, I didn't expect to meet you here. Why are you alone? Where's your Murongen? Chapter 311. Nailin Lan never thought that Sima Yue would directly ask such a question, and her expression darkened. However, she immediately smiled and said, He has nothing to do with me anymore. If you want to understand his situation, you can go back to the Dongchen kingdom to take a look. Forget it, I'm afraid that he'll beat me to death when I go back. Sima Yue shrugged. Speaking of which, you should be thanking me. If I didn't happen to discover it and wake you up in time, you would still be in the dark. Yes, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have hardened my heart to leave that place, come here, and encounter such a good thing. Nalan Lan said, after coming here, I realized that those things in the past were nothing at all. My life has just begun. Therefore, I will definitely thank you properly. Sima Yue put on a fake smile. I heard that you're very powerful now. Originally, I wanted to have a good spar with you. I didn't expect that you wouldn't participate in the competition. What a pity. As she spoke, Nalan Lan made a regretful expression. Sometimes, regret is the most beautiful thing. Otherwise, when you find out the truth, you won't even be able to cry. Sima Yue pointed out. It's possible. Nalan Lan said, I still have something to do, so I won't be catching up with you. With that, she walked past Sima Yue and entered the square. Bei Gongtang followed behind Sima Yue and overheard their conversation. She waited for Nalan Lan to leave before walking over, saying, Don't you feel that Nalan Lan gives off a different feeling than before? Sima Yue glanced at Bei Gongtang and asked, You realized it too? Doesn't it look very holy? That's right, it seems to be similar to the people from the Sage Pavilion. Oh, it's about the same as your senior brother in front of others. Bei Gongtang said. The two of them talked about their feelings as they walked. Don't talk about my senior brother, he's just pretending to be holy. Sima Yue said, but Nalan Lan is indeed a little like him when he's pretending. It's a pity that her kung fu is not good enough. Although she exudes such an aura, she doesn't hide her eyes well. Most people don't have eyes as sharp as yours. Bei Gongtang said. It's possible. Look at those people. Don't they think she's unattainable? Sima Yue turned around to take a look. Nalan Lan was surrounded by a group of people. She smiled at them, and the aura she emitted made people want to worship her. Bei Gongtang naturally saw it as well and said, Could it be that the change in her aura has something to do with her physique? Very likely. Sima Yue said, Lotus physique. Maybe it's a physique similar to a lotus, but who knows? Let's go. Those guys are still watching the show. Let's go back first. All right. Beigong, have you heard of other continents? Sima Yue thought for a while and asked. Other continents? Are you talking about the Fengyun continent and the Flawless continent? Bei Gongtang asked. You know about it, Sima Yue said. Thinking about it, Bei Gongtang was someone from the top after all. It was normal for her to know. I only know of these two. Bei Gongtang said, but I heard that there are many continents. Then why did you choose the Yilin continent? Sima Yue was a little suspicious. It would be better to go to other continents than here. Bei Gongtang smiled bitterly and shook her head, saying, At that time, we were surrounded and attacked. Eunuch Nyang tried her best to open up a path. How could she have thought of where it would lead to? But luckily we came here. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be here now. Because the space here is the biggest. If you want to come to this continent, you have to pay a higher price. Those people weren't strong enough, so they didn't dare to fight like Eunuch Nyang. That's why we managed to escape. Bei Gongtang said. Eunuch Nyang's injury was caused at that time? Sima Yue asked. Bei Gongtang said, Why did you think of asking about those continents? I heard Master say it last time. Only then did I know that we're not the only low-level continent. I was a little surprised. Sima Yue said. She thought about it but decided not to tell them about the little realm. She would only tell them after she confirmed it. Otherwise, they would be happy for nothing. Although Bei Gongtang was from the upper realm, she wasn't very old when she left. In addition, she didn't have much contact with the outside world. Naturally, she didn't know about the little realm. So when she heard Sima Yue say this, she thought that she was curious because she just found out about these places. The two of them walked on the streets. Looking at the excited people everywhere, they shook their heads. This event has nothing to do with them. Why are they so excited? Bei Gongtang didn't understand. Some people just like to watch this kind of excitement. Although it has nothing to do with them, they just like to join in. Sima Yue said. No matter if it was the past world or the present world, there was no lack of people who liked to watch the excitement. Every time, she would just watch coldly from the sidelines. She wouldn't join in on good or bad things. Suddenly she felt something. She raised her head and looked to the left. A figure was standing on the rooftop. Seeing her, he came down. Embark. Chongming didn't know why, but when he saw Sima Yue, he subconsciously said this sentence. Since when did he treat her as his home? Sima Yue punched him on the shoulder. She curled her lips and said angrily, Where did you run off to? You took so long to come back. Where's Rainbow? Chongming saw Sima Yue's angry little face. In his mind, he thought of her pale face in his arms. After forming a contract, he found out that she was a girl. Seeing her get hurt because of him, he felt an indescribable sense of closeness. He smiled and said, I sent her back to the clan. Is it in the upper realm? Sima Yue retracted her hand. Chongming said, Why did you send her back? Isn't it good here? That's your wife. Sima Yue said, It's good for her to go back. Chongming explained, her bloodline is recovering now. When she goes back to the clan, she can accept more things and develop her bloodline to the strongest. Hasn't Rainbow been fine all this time? Why did her bloodline suddenly recover? Chongming was stunned and said, You wouldn't know about the things between us spirit beasts. Sima Yue thought about it and didn't ask any more questions. She continued to walk forward. Although Chongming walked with them, his heart flew to the day Sima Yue got hurt. That day, Qian came out and saw Sima Yue injured. He knew why she got hurt. Although he emitted cold air, he didn't say anything. After confirming Sima Yue's condition, he saw Rainbow on the bed. He flew over and said, She's a good seedling. After saying that, the egg emitted a crimson halo that enveloped Rainbow. Chongming realized that 2 drops of blood condensed from the eggshell and fell on Rainbow's body. In an instant, Rainbow's body emitted a dazzling light. Chapter 3:12. That light flashed into Rainbow's body, and Qi Yan retracted his light. You better bring it back to the clan, it'll be better for her there. After speaking, Qi Yan returned to the contract space. Chongming looked at Rainbow. She had already fallen into a deep sleep, and a faint red light enveloped her. Old Man Devil never thought that Sima Yue would have such a powerful contract beast. Seeing that it could activate Rainbow's bloodline power so easily, he was quite surprised. Master! Chongming followed Sima Yue and shouted, I'm going up, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Yue. Go. Even if this brat wakes up, he'll want you to send this brat back. It's just that the Phoenix clan is not easy to find. Can you find it? I know where it is. Chongming said, I went there when I was young. That clan's people are not easy to get along with, you have to be careful here. Old Man Devil said. If it was before, he would not care about Chongming's life or death, but now that he was his disciple's contract beast, his life or death was related to his disciple's body, so he naturally had to remind him. I understand. Chongming said as he opened up a space tunnel, then carried Rainbow and left. Actually, a sacred beast like him could not open up a tunnel, but because he was a space-type spirit beast, he was naturally sensitive to space and had a unique advantage. Halcyon followed Sima Yue and the others as they walked. He thought about how he had left and the dangers and difficulties he had encountered on the way to the Phoenix clan. He realized that after seeing Sima Yue, everything became blurry. It was as if those injuries no longer existed. What's wrong with you? Sima Yue felt the change in Chongming's aura and stopped to ask. Nothing. I'm just worried about how Rainbow is. Chongming found an excuse. Hee, you're worried about your wife, right? Sima Yue smiled at Chongming. How is it? Do you miss her? You've only been apart for a short while, and you're already missing her. Bei Gongtang and Chongming looked at her speechlessly. Oh right, didn't you find Rainbow in this continent? How did it come here? Sima Yue asked. Because of the Phoenix clan's internal strife, at that time, Rainbow's father's clan was the weaker one. In order to ensure Rainbow's safety, he entrusted it to me. Chongming replied. Then what's the situation up there? Will Rainbow be in danger up there? Sima Yu asked worriedly. That won't happen. The final victor is still my friend's branch. The one in power is Rainbow's direct ancestor. If she goes back now, she will definitely be valued. Halcyon said. Yue, Chongming Yue. Back at the Sima residence, Bei Gong Tang returned to her own room. Sima Yue and Chongming returned to their own rooms, closed the door, and brought him to the spirit pagoda. A world of its own? Chongming saw the sudden change in the environment and said in surprise. Master! Yiguang and the others ran over, rubbing against her body. Where's little two? Sima Yue patted their heads and asked. He's cultivating. Master, do you want to find him? Yiguang replied. No need, since he's cultivating, we won't disturb him. Sima Yue said, Chongming and I have some things to talk about, you guys go play by yourselves. That's right. Now her contracted beasts were all playing around. Before they contracted with her, they were all cultivating day and night. Now that they followed her, every time she leveled up, they would level up as well. Thus, everyone no longer cultivated and changed to playing around. Where is this? Chongming asked. My space in the spirit pagoda. Sima Yue said, Little Roar and the others usually cultivate here. You can also stay here in the future. The environment here is not bad. Chongming said. I'll bring you around. Sima Yue led him to the medicine shop, the library and the warehouse. After walking around, the two of them sat down at the top of the mountain. Below them was a boundless medicinal field. Chongming, what did you encounter that day at the bottom of 10,000 Beast Mountain? How did you get injured so badly? Sima Yue asked. I don't know either. Chongming said, I just felt a familiar aura, so I went to take a look. I didn't expect that there would be so many obstacles below. I passed a few, but it took me a lot of time. Sometimes, I can't even advance a few meters in a day. Then why did you continue to advance? Don't you know it's dangerous? Sima Yue asked. Chongming glanced at her and said, because the closer I got to the center, the stronger the aura, and the more familiar it was. What kind of aura made you so persistent that you risked your life to find out what it was? Sima Yue disagreed. Chongming smiled bitterly and said, although I was curious, I wasn't so desperate that I didn't care about my life. However, towards the end, the situation was no longer up to me. If I retreated, I would die. Sima Yue was shocked. What kind of dangerous situation was that? What was that aura? Why did you feel that it was familiar? Could it be your clansman? She asked. Chongming looked at Sima Yue and sighed, saying, it wasn't my clansman's aura. The reason why I felt that it was familiar was because I felt that it was a little similar to you. What did you say? Sima Yue's heart was in turmoil. It was a little similar to her aura? Although it was very short at times, I could feel that there was a different aura coming from your body at times. It was different from your usual self. At first, I thought that the creatures below were related to you, so I wanted to go down and take a look. Chongming said, unfortunately, I didn't find anything. Sima Yue's mouth was wide open. She didn't expect that Chongming would be in danger because of her. Thank you, Chongming. I didn't find out what it was. You don't have to thank me. Chongming said, moreover, you were the one who saved my life. Sima Yue was silent for a while and said, Chongming, at that time, you were about to die. We had no other choice, so we thought of using the contract to heal you. If you don't want to, wait until I'm stronger and can take the initiative to cancel the contract. Then I'll let you regain your freedom. Let's do it this way. I believe that even with the contract, you won't object to whatever I want to do. I believe that you won't use the contract to bind me. Chongming said. What? Sima Yue blinked. Did he mean that he was willing to be her contract beast? Chongming was a little embarrassed by her stare. However, he was conflicted about whether to be her contract beast or not. Since things had come to this, he decided to let nature take its course. Sima Yue understood what he meant. She smiled with her eyes squinted. You said that the creature's aura was a little similar to mine. I'm really curious about what's down there. She touched her chin and said. Chapter 3:13. As soon as Sima Yue finished speaking, she saw Chongming looking at her disapprovingly. All right, I won't go. She waved her hand. Even someone as powerful as you almost died in there. How could I joke around with my own life? I cherish my life very much. Then why did you risk your life to save me? Chongming said. That's because you were my bodyguard at that time. If you were dead, where would I find someone as powerful as you? Sima Yue said, you have become a sacred beast in this continent, so the rules here will not restrict you. Even my master and the others can only display the strength of a spirit paragon. You are stronger than them. Chongming laughed and shook his head. How could he not understand her thoughts? She didn't say it, but he understood it in his heart. But when I'm strong enough, I might come back to take a look and see what that creature is and why its aura is so similar to mine. Sima Yue stood up and said, all right, let's go out. This place is pretty good. I want to cultivate here. Chongming said. All right, I'll head out now. Sima Yue left the spirit pagoda in a flash. On the second day, she followed the members of the Sima family to the duel arena. There was a sturdy arena there, and there was a defensive array on the grandstand. It was a good place to compete. The competitors today are all first-rate powers. We will encounter the Nailan family, the Hua family, the Li family, the Sang family, and so on. There are 3 arenas where the old, middle, and young people can compete at the same time. Sima Yuyang was beside Sima Yuyu, telling her about today's competition. The family that comes in last place will have to accept challenges from other families. If they lose, they will lose their position as a first-rate power, and will also lose their rights. Isn't the Li family an alchemy family? Will they participate in the ranking? Sima Yue asked. They asked for outside help. Sima Yuqing said, they used their own methods to invite outside help from their peers. If they win, it'll be considered their victory. It's like this. Sima Yue nodded. Alchemy families do have this kind of ability. I think the people they found are not weak. We have to be careful this time. The Li family hates you to death. Originally, they wanted to suppress you in the arena, but in the end, you didn't go up at all. They will probably vent their anger on us. Sima Yuyang said fearfully, but his expression was one of excitement, as if he was waiting for those people to cause them trouble. Seeing him like this, everyone shook their heads speechlessly. They entered the venue and went to the Sima clan's seat. When they passed by the Li clan, Sima Yu felt a few resentful gazes. She stopped in her tracks and raised her head. She saw Li Mu sitting near the front of the Li clan, looking at her with a few other young men. All of them had killing intent in their eyes. Last time at Dragon Reflection Mountain, he had sprinkled the orchid fragrance to kill them. Now, he actually dared to reveal his killing intent? She smiled, saying, Li Mu, why aren't you greeting me and calling me boss when you see me? Her voice was not soft. She even raised it on purpose to attract the attention of the people nearby. So that's Sima Yue? Is she the one who won against Li Mu? She looks so young. She looks even younger than Li Mu. You're really ignorant. Sima Yue is only 21. She's not even 22. This Li Mu is 26. What? She's younger than Li Mu by 4 years. Yes, the scariest thing is that her rank is higher than Li Mu's. Don't you think that's scary? The Sima family is really powerful. They actually found such a treasure. Not only is she good at alchemy, her cultivation is also very high. Her battle strength is also very strong. It's said that Wu Feng was beaten up by her until his parents couldn't recognize him. Even if her talent is good, this Li Mu is a member of the Alchemist Guild. She actually dares to make him greet her in front of so many people. That's too daring. What's wrong with that? This was the bet between the two of them. If Li Mu lost, he would have to call her boss. She's making him carry out the bet. Even if the Alchemist Guild has objections, they can't do anything. Who told you to lose? When Sima Yue heard these people's words, she did not say anything. Instead, she looked at Li Mu and said, What's wrong? You were the one who made the bet that day. Are you going back on your words now? Li Mu's hands and his sleeves were tightly clenched into fists. It wasn't that he did not hear those people's words. Although it was very embarrassing, there was no other way. He had already lost the competition. He could not leave any evidence for them to go back on their words. He stood up, cupped his hands and bowed to Sima Yue, saying, "Boss?" Sima Yue placed her hands behind her back and said with a smile, "You may rise." Li Mu stood up and sat down, no longer looking. Sima Yue, a young man beside him, said, "I hope that our two clans will meet in the competition between the clans today and compete again." Sure, Yu Yang and the others also want to see how powerful the external helpers you've invited are. Sima Yue continued to walk forward after speaking, ignoring the gazes of those who wanted to eat her alive. When she passed by the Sang clan, she felt a strong aura. She raised her head and saw a young man dressed in a black robe resting with his eyes closed. This person is very strong. He can fight with Yu Lin. Sima Yue said. That's the number one of the younger generation of the Sang clan, Sang Qiongli. Sima Yang followed her gaze and recognized that person. Sima Yue realized that she had never seen these people before and asked softly, "Sang clan, is this Sang clan the clan of Mother Ouyang?" "No, this Sang clan is the Sang clan of the Northern Yen Kingdom. They have nothing to do with the Sang clan of the Southern Eclipse Kingdom," Sima Yang said. Sima Yue glanced at Sang Qiongli again before continuing to walk towards the Sima clan. Once they left, Sang Qiongli opened his eyes and looked at Sima Yue's back, deep in thought. "Qiongli, what's wrong?" A man beside him asked. "That person is very strong. He will be a strong opponent," Sang Qiongli said. "Sima Yang? He can't compare to you," that man said when he saw Sima Yue and Sima Yue. "Not him, the one beside him." Sang Qiongli looked at Sima Yue. "Sima Yue? I heard that he's an alchemist. His cultivation shouldn't be that high," that man said. "No, although he's restrained his aura, I can still feel it. He's a bit stronger than me," Sang Qiongli said. The man beside him widened his eyes, saying, "No way, he's that powerful?" "I'm very sure," Sang Qiongli said, "but we'll only know his battle prowess after we fight him. It's a pity that he won't be going up this time. Otherwise, we'll be able to see if he's as powerful as you say. There will be a chance." Sang Qiongli closed his eyes once he finished speaking. Chapter 3:14. Not long after Sima Yue and the others arrived at the arena, people from the Sage Pavilion, Alchemist Guild, Weapon Master Guild, Beast Tamer Guild, and Array Master Guild entered the arena together. One from the Sage Pavilion and two from the other guilds. A total of 9 people went to the judges' seats. After that, the Sage Pavilion's Pavilion Master and Holy Maiden accompanied Wu Lingyu. Behind them were the various guild masters and vice guild masters of the various guilds. The group of them went to the viewing area in front of them. An MC walked up and said, "Hello everyone, I am today's MC. Today is the first day of the grand gathering, and it is also the time when the various powers are ranked once every 20 years. We are very happy to invite His Highness Holy Son of the Sage Pavilion from the Upper Realm to watch this competition. At the same time, we also invite..." Sima Yue watched as the host blabbered on for a long time. She was truly impressed by his ability to talk nonsense. After a long while, the host said, "Let's begin today's competition. There are 3 arenas, so you can fight in 3 groups at the same time. The specific rules have already been explained to everyone in advance. 5 clans, the older generation will send out 4 people, the middle-aged generation will send out 8 people, and the younger generation will send out 16 people. The ranking would be based on the number of wins, and the last place would be challenged by a second-rate force. Alright, this time, we'll start with the older generation's competition. Now, let's invite each family to send out 2 people. 5 clans, 20 people, 20 high-level spiritual venerables. The 20 number plates were of the same color as the family, so he couldn't choose a member of his own family. Sima Yue sat on the viewing platform and realized that other than 1 8th grade spirit paragon and 2 7th grade spirit paragons from the Sima family, the other one was actually Sima Lin. Even though his strength had increased rather quickly in the past few years and had risen a few levels with Sima Yue's help, he was still only a 4th grade spirit paragon. As for those from other clans, they were either 8th grade or 9th grade. There was a huge difference between them and him. Is it okay for Grandpa Lin to go up? Sima Yue asked worriedly. Don't worry. My grandfather said that although Grandpa Lin's level isn't high, his combat strength isn't weak at all. Just wait and see. Sima Yuyang sat on her left and said when he heard her worry. Sima Yue knew that they were referring to him as an array master, but she had never seen an array master duel before, so she did not know how powerful he was. However, thinking about it, that old fox would not let the Sima family suffer a loss. Since he had sent Sima Lin up, he should have already planned it out. Otherwise, with so many high-level spirit paragons here, he wouldn't have needed to let Sima Lin go up. When the other families saw Sima Lin's rank, they all mocked the Sima family for not having anyone in the older generation, which was why they had sent a 4th-level spirit paragon up. Sima Lin did not have the slightest reaction to this. However, in the later stages of the competition, those people who had laughed at him were fiercely slapped themselves in the face. Sima Lin's fight was in the first round, and those people said that he would not be able to take a single blow from his opponent. However, he used his spirit chi and spatial manipulation to defeat an 8th-level spirit paragon invited by the Li clan within 10 moves. When the referee announced the victory, the entire arena was in an uproar. Even when he returned to the Sima family, no one could react. He won just like that? His opponent was 4 whole levels higher than him. Sima Yue was also very surprised. This array master's battle prowess was just too valiant. Oh, when I go back, I'll have to practice how to use spatial manipulation in battle. She rubbed her chin and said, no wonder Master said that array masters are very powerful. Looks like he didn't just say that he could use arrays during the competition, he also included spatial manipulation. The older generation's battles did not end so quickly. There was basically no one who ended as quickly as Sima Lin. 10 rounds of competition, 3 rounds at a time, and it still took an entire day's time to finish. Sima Yu carefully observed the battle between the experts. It was a good thing that the protective array was strong enough and protected the people on the viewing platform well. Otherwise, everyone would be busy running for their lives and wouldn't have time to observe the battle. Sima Yue gained quite a bit of inspiration from every battle. Combining it with her own battle experience, she learned quite a few useful things. After the first day of the competition ended, everyone went back to rest. When Sima Yue and the younger generation of the Sima family went out, they met Li Mu and another man at the exit. Jade was also with them. Sima Yue saw that they were also walking over and slowed down. Coincidentally, they bumped into each other. Yue. Jade greeted them first. Miss Jade. Sima Yue nodded, then looked at Li Mu. Li Mu knew that she did it on purpose. He clearly saw that they were about to leave, but purposely slowed down to meet them. When the surrounding people saw them meet, they all stopped to watch the show. Li Mu pulled a long face, but he still bowed to Sima Yue and said, Boss? Get up. Sima Yue said lightly as if she was rewarding him. Yue Young, this is my senior brother, Han Emo senior brother. This is the Sima family's Yue, Yang Yulin. Jade introduced the Sima family members to Han Emo. Han Emo had a delicate appearance. Although he was smiling, he gave people the feeling that he was a smiling tiger, because there was a hint of coldness in his smile. Han Emo nodded at them, then looked at Sima Yue and said, I heard about your competition with Li Mu. I heard that you are very strong. I'm a little stronger than him. Otherwise, how could I win against him? Sima Yue said. If you're willing, why don't you come to the alchemy gathering later? Han Emo said, and took out a golden invitation. Sima Yue took the invitation without batting an eyelid, then smiled and said, If I'm in the mood, I might go. I hope we can meet at the gathering. The guild still has things to do, so we'll head back first. Han Emo nodded at her as he spoke, and left with the members of the Alchemist Guild. Fifth bro, will you be going to the alchemy gathering? Sima Yulu asked. Not interested. Sima Yue kept the invitation in her interspatial ring without even looking at it. I heard that the competition this time has generous prizes. Sima Yuyang said. Are there prizes for other occupations? Beast Tamer Master? Armament Master? Sima Yue asked. All of them. Sima Yuyang said. I'll ask Fatty and the others later if they want to participate. In any case, I'm not interested. Sima Yue said. I see that Han Mo is rather interested in you, and I heard that he has a strong personality. If he wants you to go, he will definitely think of a way to get you to participate. Sima Yulu said. Is that so? Then we'll have to see if he has the ability. Sima Yue said, let's go back. The next 2 days were for middle-aged people to compete. Sima Yue did not go to watch the competition, but stayed in the courtyard to cultivate. She only went to the arena when it was time for the younger generation to compete. After 2 rounds of competition, the Sima family's situation was not good. It should be said that it was very bad. They were the last of the 5 families. If they did not win 10 rounds in the younger generation's competition, they would be at the bottom. Chapter 315. The Nailan family and the Li family were very happy with the Sima family's result. What they wanted the most was for the Sima family to lose directly and then be defeated in the challenge. It would be best if they became a second-rate force. The Sang family and the Sima family didn't have any grudges, so they didn't think much of them. Only the Hua family was vaguely worried for them. However, the members of the Sima family were not worried because they knew that their younger generation was definitely stronger than the other families. Sima family, just wait to be defeated. Seeing Sima Yue and the others, the members of the Li family raised their middle fingers and shouted. Then, they left while laughing loudly. A young man from the Sima family wanted to teach that person a lesson but was stopped by Sima Yue. Yue, don't grab me. I'll go beat him up. The kid shouted as he struggled. Don't be impulsive. This is the battle arena of the grand meeting. If you cause trouble, you will be chased out by the Guild Alliance and lose the right to compete. Sima Yuyang said from the side. The Li family is too hateful. That brat said unhappily. I know that man. He's Li Sun from the Li family, Li Mu's brother. He will also participate in today's competition. Sima Yuran said. That's great. Sima Yuyang said, everyone, do your best. Today we met the Nailan and Li clansmen. One wisp, beat them up until their parents can't recognize them, got it? Got it. The Sima family answered in unison. They returned to their seats and sat down. The older generation had naturally seen what had just happened and were very satisfied that they had not been impulsive enough to cause trouble. Soon, the competition began. All the contestants went up to draw lots. Similarly, they were not allowed to draw their own family members. Then, according to their number, they went up to the stage to compete. This time's competition wouldn't determine the strength of each clan's genius unless they met each other directly. After the competition, there would be a ranking competition for the younger generation. Although this ranking competition wouldn't affect the ranking of the major clans, it would have an invisible impact on the status of each clan. After all, the younger generation was the hope of a clan. Therefore, there were many people who did not come to the competition yesterday, but today, the arena was packed with people. Even the old fellows from the various guilds had come. Each clan had 16 people, so the 5 clans had a total of 80 people. The competition was divided into 40 rounds, and it was still carried out in 3 arenas. There was no one from the Sima family in the first 10 rounds. At this moment, no one paid any attention to them because they were already in last place in everyone's mind. The geniuses of the Hua clan are really amazing. Isn't that so? I heard that Hua Ziyan is even more powerful. Nailan Jie of the Nailan family is also very powerful. That day when I brushed past him, I felt a terrifying aura. I think Sang Qiong Li from the Sang family is the strongest. He will achieve impressive results in the competition. The Sima family's Sima Yulin isn't bad either. Not bad, not bad. It's a pity that the Sima clan has already declined. He alone cannot change anything. That's right. The Sima family's current strength can't be compared to the other 4 families. It's a pity that such a family with a long history has passed down. Who knows, they might not even be as good as us, a second-rate power. I heard that the Sima family has an alchemy genius who is already a 4th-ranked alchemist at the age of 22. If everyone in the Sima family is as abnormal as him, would the Sima family still be like this? The people in the stands were watching the competition as they discussed the contestants. At the same time, they were also looking at their strength to prepare for the later rounds of the competition. The people around Sima Yu went down to prepare for the competition. The empty surroundings made her stand out in the crowded stands. When Fatty Chu and the others came, there were no more seats. When they saw Sima Yu, they squeezed over and sat down. It's still more comfortable here. It's so crowded over there. Fatty Chu complained as he wiped his sweat. I asked them to come with us long ago, but you two insisted on going to the free stands. You deserve to be squeezed. Sima Yu took out a spirit fruit and started munching on it. Who knew that there would be so many people today? Look over there, it's so crowded. It wasn't like this 2 days ago. Fatty Chu said, give me one of the fruits. Sima Yu took one out and gave it to him. She also gave one to Bei Gong Tang, saying, looks like everyone likes to watch the younger generation compete. Furthermore, it's the last generation of the 3 generations. Naturally, there will be more people watching. There will be more people watching the later rounds of the competition between the younger generation. Bei Gong Tang said, when I came over just now, I heard that someone wanted to bet on the start of the competition. Fatty Chu squinted his eyes, saying, when the time comes, we'll all guess who's in first place. We'll definitely earn a lot. Alright, I'll leave this to you. You have to win some money for our team. Sima Yu said as she patted Fatty Chu's shoulder. No problem. In a while, I'll go look for Ouyang to get some money. Fatty Chu agreed. Why look for Ouyang? Bei Gong Tang and Sima Yu didn't understand. You guys think that Ouyang is so carefree in the South Yu royal family. If you don't look for him, who else can you look for? Fatty Chu said. Ouyang Fei seemed to feel that they were talking about him and looked over at the 3 of them. There's actually Nailin Lan in the Nailin clan. Bei Gong Tang said in surprise when she saw Nailin Lan enter the arena. We can take this chance to see her strength. I've specially looked into it. Once this lotus physique is activated, her cultivation speed is second only to the human race's sacred physique. Bei Gong Tang said as she glanced at Sima Yu. The human race's sacred physique was the body of light. It was the light half of Sima Yu's body. So powerful! Fatty Chu looked at Nailin Lan in astonishment. Bei Gong Tang nodded and continued, but it said that the Nailin clan spent a lot of resources and treasures to activate her physique. I wonder how strong she is now. We'll be able to see it when she fights with her opponent. Fatty Chu said. It was a pity that Nailin Lan didn't let them do as they wished because she didn't fight personally after she entered the arena. Instead, she called out her contracted beast. It was a 4-tailed spirit fox. It was a 2nd-ranked divine beast and its battle power was similar to a 4th-ranked spirit saint. Her opponent was a brat from the Li clan. That person saw her spirit fox and immediately admitted defeat. They didn't even fight. Everyone wanted to see the beauty of their goddess, but they didn't get to see it. Battle number 3, Nailin Lan wins. The judge announced the result. Bei Gong Tang glanced at Sima Yu and said, looks like it won't work this time. Let's see if she'll accept the challenge later. Yu, someone from your clan went up. Fatty Chu said. Sima Yu looked at the arena and saw that Sima Yulan had entered the 3rd arena. It's actually Yulan who went up first. Sima Yu looked at the person opposite her and was delighted. Hey, her opponent just happened to be the Li clan. Chapter 316. Although Sima Yulan looked small and skinny, because she had the blood of a spirit beast in her body, her explosive power was shocking. When the Li family member saw that his opponent was a girl from the Sima family, he smiled and said, if you call me good brother and beg me to spare you, I will let you go today. Otherwise, I won't hold back just because you are a girl. Sima Yulan snorted coldly, kneel down now and call me great aunt twice. Beg me to let you off. Otherwise, don't blame me for beating you into a pighead, so that your parents won't be able to recognize you. Ha! When the people on the viewing platform heard their words, they immediately burst out laughing. The Li family's face immediately darkened and said, even if you want me to spare you now, it's impossible. Unless you're willing to be my servant right now and pour me tea and water. If a member of the Sima family became a servant girl of the Li family, it would be a great humiliation to their family. Noisy. Sima Yulan stretched out her hand and dug her ears. Then she condensed her spirit chi and attacked. Soul Emperor. The people in the stands were all stunned when they saw her cultivation. How is this possible? That Li clansman was sent flying as he looked at Sima Yulan in disbelief. Sima Yulan released the pressure of a spirit saint, causing the other party to be unable to move. Then she quickly ran over and threw a punch at him. At the same time, she pulled his chin down so that he couldn't even open his mouth to beg for mercy. Bang! She swung her fists and punched him. Because of the spirit beast bloodline, her body had the powerful strength of a spirit beast. Every punch was like a small mountain pressing down on him. That person couldn't speak and could only howl in pain. Sima Yue squinted her eyes and smiled brightly. Yulan, this little girl, has always been quiet. Now, she has completely overturned her previous image. She saw the Li family members begging for mercy in their eyes, but because they couldn't admit defeat, the referee in the arena didn't stop the fight. I couldn't tell. She's actually quite two-faced. Let's dislocate his chin first so that he can't beg for mercy. Fatty Chu chuckled as he spoke. Not bad. Bei Gong Tang nodded in approval. On the stage, Sima Yulan was either kicking or hitting him. Furthermore, she specifically targeted his face. Now, his entire face had been beaten until it was deformed. His nose was broken and his lips were swollen like sausages. His eyes and face were all bruised. Enough. Stop fighting. The other members of the Li clan shouted from below the stage. Sima Yulan stopped and looked down the stage, saying, "But he hasn't admitted defeat yet." After saying that, she kicked him again, sending him to the side of the ring. His face was facing outside, and he happened to be facing the Li family below the ring. Referee, he didn't admit defeat. Does it count as my win? She asked the referee. No. The referee said, either you admit defeat, faint, or get knocked out of the ring. Only then will it be considered your win. Sima Yulan nodded her head in understanding. Under the gaze of the Li family members, she slowly walked over. She lifted her leg and ruthlessly stomped on the opponent's chest. Seeing that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted, she followed up with a kick, kicking him off the stage. Ring number 3, the Sima family wins. The referee announced. Sima Yulan looked at the unconscious opponent and said with a smile, "I told you to call me Great Aunt. Otherwise, I would beat you until your parents couldn't recognize you. You regret it now, don't you?" The Li family members quickly went up to help him up. They all glared fiercely at Sima Yulan on stage. The elder of the Li family berated, "So vicious at such a young age. The Sima family has really taught you well." There were also people in the audience who were criticizing Sima Yulan. However, most of them were biased towards the Nailin and Li family members. Sima Yulan looked at the elder of the Li family who had spoken, saying, "Didn't you say that the Li family is an alchemist family? Then you should be able to tell that he doesn't have any internal injuries. He just needs to eat a normal healing pill to recover. Compared to your family who beat the Hua family members half to death, I'm much more merciful. Or is it that your family doesn't live up to its name and can't even see this little injury?" After speaking, she jumped off the stage and walked towards the resting area without looking back. Her words were like 2 tight slaps to the Li family members' faces. Just now, when someone had berated them for being heavy-handed, they had said that injuries were unavoidable in the competition. Now that they were criticizing Sima Yulan, it was obvious that they had been slapped in the face. Furthermore, just as she had said, her opponent had only suffered some external injuries and could recover after eating a pill. However, the other party had said that she was vicious and merciless, which meant that they couldn't see the Li family's injuries at all. This was not in line with their reputation and slapped them in the face once again. The voices in the audience also died down. Even the Li family members didn't say anything. What else could they say? Sima Yu saw Sima Yulan walk over and gave her a spirit fruit, saying with a smile, "As the saying goes, when you hit someone, don't hit their face." This time, not only did you hit your opponent's face, you even gave the Li family 2 tight slaps. Beautiful. You couldn't tell. Sima Yulan sat in her seat and took a bite of the spirit fruit, saying, "Didn't you guys say that when you meet the Li family members, you must beat them until their parents can't recognize them? If you don't hit their faces, how can you make it so that their parents can't recognize you? Then how did you think of going up to dislocate his chin? Fatty Chu asked. They taught me before I went up. Sima Yulan replied honestly. Who taught you? Sima Yu asked. It must have been that guy Yu Yang. Fatty Chu guessed. Sima Yulan shook her head, saying, It was Yu Lin. Sima Yu and the other two were shocked by this reply. The one who taught her this move was actually that guy Sima Yulin? Seeing the shock on their faces, Sima Yulan shrugged, saying, It was Yu Lin. Before I went up, he happened to be beside me and knew that I was going up. He said that if the opponent opened his mouth to admit defeat, I couldn't continue to beat him. When I went up on stage, I understood what he meant. Wasn't this to make the opponent unable to speak? So I dislocated his chin first. Sima Yu and the other two were speechless. So the most two-faced one was that guy. Yu, your brother is going up. Fatty Chu said. Sima Yu looked at the stage. This time, it was third brother Sima Yu Ran who was going up. Coincidentally, the opponent was someone from the Li family. Although they were external help, they were now considered to be part of the Li family. Sima Yu cupped her hands together and shouted towards the stage, Third brother, you can do it. Sima Yu smiled at her. Third brother, you understand? Sima Yu said as she waved her hands. Sima Yu Ran nodded. He knew what she was talking about. In order to make his brother happy, he had to beat the opponent until their parents couldn't recognize him. That was easy. When the Li family members saw Sima Yu Ran, their worried hearts calmed down, saying, I know you. You came from the place of exile. If you don't want to be beaten until your parents can't recognize you, then get over here and call me ancestor. Chapter 317. The news of Sima Yue causing a ruckus in the Sima family had spread across the entire continent. Therefore, everyone knew that Sima Yue and the others were from the land of exile and were not strong. So when the Li clansmen saw that it was Sima Yu Ran, they subconsciously thought that he was a weakling. Kneel down and call him ancestor? Sima Yu Ran narrowed his eyes. It looked like he didn't need Sima Yu's request. He would beat him into a pig's head. The Li clansman was stared at by Sima Yu Ran like this and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could even react, Sima Yu Ran had already rushed in front of him and delivered a left hook to his face, directly knocking out one of his teeth and causing him to fall heavily onto the ground. For the past 2 years, they had been trained by Sima Yue and she had even taught them close combat techniques. Hiss, what a strong battle strength. The people on the viewing platform saw that Sima Yu Ran had defeated the other party with a single punch and were momentarily unable to react. Spirit masters were most afraid of close combat because their physiques were relatively weak. Some of them were even weaker than ordinary people. Sima Yu Ran took advantage of the fact that his opponent had yet to get up and walked over to hit him in the stomach with his elbow. After that, he dislocated his chin and began to beat him up. Hiss. When the people in the stands saw that the Li family was beaten into a pig's head again, they couldn't help but close their eyes. It was really too cruel. As for the Li clansmen, they had lost the initiative right from the start. Right now, they couldn't even release their spirit energy. They had been beaten so badly that they had even forgotten to call out their own contracted beasts. Before they could recover from the beating, they had already been kicked off the stage by Sima Yu Ran. Arena 2, Sima family wins. The referee felt that his eyes were twitching. Why did the Sima family like to beat each other into a pig's head? There were no members of the Sima family in the last 2 groups, and the referees were relieved. Not long after, Sima Yulu went up. His opponent was the Nailan clan. Perhaps it was because the Li clansmen had been beaten too harshly in the previous 2 rounds, but the Nailan clansmen looked at Sima Yulu warily the moment they went up. They maintained a distance from him, preventing him from suddenly getting close. You don't have to be so cautious. I don't have my brother's close combat abilities. Sima Yulu said. Your Sima family's people are too cunning. Who knows if what you said is true or not? The Nailan family's people looked at him and said, I'm not that stupid to let you get close to me. As he spoke, he called out his contracted beast and faced off against Sima Yulu with him. I'm a level 1 divine beast. I don't believe that everyone in your Sima family is a spirit emperor. I really am not a spirit saint. Sima Yulu said. This time, the Sima family is dead for sure. Someone sneered, but before he could finish his sentence, he was choked back by Sima Yulu. Although I'm not a spirit emperor, I'm sorry, but I also have a divine beast. Sima Yulu called out his own contracted beast as he spoke. Of course, he called out a second-ranked divine beast and did not call out the big bird that Sima Yulu had given him back in the clan grounds. What? The Nalan family's people widened their eyes, not daring to believe that Sima Yulu also had a divine beast. Hua, go, throw him off the stage. Sima Yulu ordered. Yes, master. Although Hua despised the name that he had given himself, he still attacked the opponent, who asked him to be unable to go against his master's orders. A second-ranked divine beast, although it was a little troublesome to fight one man and one beast, but it did not take long before they were all thrown off the stage. Of course, before throwing the Nalan family's people off, Hua did not forget to beat them into a pig's head. Are the Sima family really that weak? How come 3 people came up and all 3 of them won? The people on the viewing platform began to express their suspicions. If it was said that they won 1 or 2 rounds at the beginning, it could be said that it was a coincidence and luck. But if they won every single time, then it was not just luck, it was strength. Yeah, it's a little strange. I heard that the Sima family is already on the verge of collapse. The younger generation is a little weaker than the other families. How can they all be so strong? Let's continue to watch. Maybe these 3 are the only ones who are better. I don't think so. I think that the Sima family either hid their strength before, or they improved by leaps and bounds in these few years. I think so too. Maybe the Sima family will be the biggest winner among the younger generation. Some people were optimistic about the Sima family. As long as they don't win 10 rounds, they will be last. I don't believe that they can win 10 rounds. Some people were unconvinced and said, whether or not they can win 10 rounds, we will know when we continue watching. The people on the viewing platform each had their own opinions, but they all quietened down and continued to watch the later rounds of the competition. Very quickly, Sima Yuqing went up and her opponent was the Sang family. The members of the Sang clan had never looked down on the Sima clan, especially after the previous few rounds of the competition. Don't worry, we don't have any grudges, I won't beat you into a pig's head. Sima Yuqing smiled at her opponent in a friendly manner. The Li family and Nalan family's faces darkened when they heard what she said. Did this mean that Sima Yulu and the others were purposely beating their opponents into a pig's head? Thank you. The Sang family youth was more polite and nodded at her. Let's begin. Shenfeng, come out. Come out. Sima Yuqing also called out her contracted beast. 2 third-ranked divine beasts appeared on the stage and howled at the top of their lungs, then began to fight. Because the 2 of them were core disciples of the family, they didn't have much of an expression when they saw divine beasts. Sima Yuqing and her opponent didn't move, only watching their contracted beasts fight. The Sang family members saw that their spirit beasts were about to lose, and called out another second-ranked divine beast. Another divine beast? Sima Yuqing didn't think that the other party would have 2 divine beasts, and said with some surprise. Most people didn't even have 2 divine beasts, just one was already a treasure. This kind of large family would usually only have 1 divine beast and 1 saint beast. After all, divine beasts were rare in the continent. And this person had 2 divine beasts, which meant that his position in the Sang family was extraordinary. That person nodded, saying, that's right. Right now, I have 2 divine beasts against your 1 divine beast. I don't want to hurt you, so you should admit defeat. I don't like people who admit defeat. Sima Yuqing beamed, you have a divine beast, so do I? Fei Fei, come out. Fei Fei was one of the big birds that Sima Yu had given them the last time in the family grounds. After following Sima Yuqing, it rarely came out. 6th-ranked divine beast. Seeing Fei Fei's rank, everyone was shocked. It wasn't the first time that they had seen a 6th-ranked divine beast as a contracted beast. Many of the old guys here had contracted beasts that had reached this rank. But to see such a high-ranked contracted beast from a younger generation was really unexpected. The Sang family members were stunned when they saw Fei Fei, and a bitter smile flashed across their faces. How could they fight a spirit paragon-ranked divine beast? He cupped his hands towards Sima Yuqing, saying, I've lost. Chapter 318. Book title, Chapter Exposing Her Past. Author. The referee looked at the two people in the ring and said, Ring number 1, Sima family wins. The Sang clansmen called their contracted beasts back and nodded at Sima Yuqing before turning around to leave the stage. He won just like that? A level 6 divine beast. F***CK, I've never seen such a high-level spiritual beast in my life. That's right. It's such a high-level spirit beast, and it's a little kid's contracted beast. It's really shocking. As expected of the strength of a first-rate family, they can casually produce such a high-level divine beast. And 2 divine beasts at that. It's true that comparing yourself to others will only lead to death. We don't even have a single divine beast, but they have 2. I'm really looking forward to the Sima family competition. When the Sang family members returned home, they weren't reprimanded by their elders for admitting defeat. After all, the strength of the other party was too great for them to compete. On the other hand, the Li family and Nalin family members all pulled long faces, as if someone owed them 1,000,000 gold coins. How can the Sima family have such a mythological beast? The head of the Nalin family reprimanded an elder beside him. Didn't I ask you to pay attention to the Sima family's movements at all times? They have so many mythological beasts in their family, how could you not know? Just now, Sima Yula had a divine beast and Sima Yuqing had 2 divine beasts. They were not considered to be the direct descendants of the Sima family, but the others were probably not that bad. The most infuriating thing was that Sima Yuqing actually had a spirit paragon-ranked divine beast. If the others had one as well, how could the competition continue? It would all be considered their victory. Patriarch, please calm down. We really did send people to pay attention to the Sima family's movements, but we really didn't see them inviting a beast tamer grandmaster to the Sima family. In these 2 years, we also didn't see them sending any mythological beasts to be tamed. An elder defended himself. Bullshit. The Nalin clan's patriarch directly swore. If they didn't, where did these people's mythological beasts come from? Sima had previously told us about the strength of the Sima family and their contracted beasts. What he said didn't include these mythological beasts. I remember that this was what Sima Ku said when he came to our family 2 years ago. Could it be that the Sima family has given these divine beasts to the younger generation? An elder guessed. Impossible. I can guarantee with my life that the Sima family has never been in contact with anyone from the Beast Tamer Master Guild. The elder who was reprimanded said, How is that possible? Could it be that these divine beasts recognize their own masters? There were some elders who didn't believe it. As they were talking, they were suddenly shocked by the competition below. Sima Yuyang also has 2 divine beasts. Heavens, he also has a level 6 divine beast. How is this possible? The people of the Nalin family felt that this matter was too mysterious. How could the younger generation of the Sima family have so many mythological beasts? The elder who was reprimanded also didn't understand and said, How is that possible? Nobody has seen these mythological beasts before. The information that we received from the Sima family didn't say that the Sima family had so many mythological beasts. The Nalin family leader really wanted to slap that elder to death. If they hadn't seen them before, where did these mythological beasts come from? Who tamed them? Family leader, the 4th elder's ability to gather information is known to all in the family. I think that if he said that the Sima family has never been in contact with a beast tamer master, then it should be true. Nalin Lon said from the side. Her current status was different from the past, so she was able to watch the competition with the Nalin family leader. Ever since the competition ended, she had returned here and hadn't said a word. Now that she suddenly opened her mouth, everyone's attention was drawn to her. Although the Nalin family leader was furious, he couldn't vent his anger on her when he thought of her current status. He said, But the information about the Sima family is too different from the information we received before. Without the help of a beast tamer master, I have no way of forming a contract with a person. And these mythological beasts couldn't have appeared out of thin air. I think I know what's going on. Nalin Lon said. You know? The elders didn't believe her and said, Lan, you've only been in the family for a few years and have never left the family. You don't know much about the outside world. Nalan Lan admitted and said, I don't understand the situation here, but I understand one person. Sima Yue. As she said this, she glanced at Sima Yue, who was on the viewing platform. The Nalan family members naturally knew who Sima Yue was. They didn't believe her and said, Are you saying that these mythological beasts are related to her? You can't be saying that these mythological beasts were tamed by her, right? Nalan Lan wasn't happy when faced with the elders' doubts. In fact, even she didn't want to believe this. The Nalan family leader calmed down and said, Tell me. Yes, family leader. Nalan Lan nodded, saying, You all know that Sima Yu and I came from the Dongqin kingdom. That's why I'm rather familiar with her situation. You all know that she's at least a 4th-tier alchemist, right? I'm sure everyone in Shing City knows about this. Someone said. Yes, the moment she came here, the news of her winning against Li Mu spread throughout the city. Everyone was amazed by her talent in alchemy. But there's one thing that you all don't know. Nalan Lan said and looked at everyone. What? Sima Yue was still a trash 6 years ago who couldn't cultivate. Not to mention becoming an alchemist, she didn't even have a bit of spiritual energy. Nalan Lan's voice was very soft, but it made the entire Nalan family members fall into shock. You're saying that she only started alchemy 6 years ago? Nalan Lan nodded her head and said, That's right. The fact that he is a good-for-nothing is something that everyone in the Dongqin kingdom knows. Furthermore, 5 years ago during the Dongqin kingdom's emperor's banquet, he was already able to refine 2nd-tier pills. That is to say, in a year's time, he went from not knowing how to refine pills to a 2nd-tier alchemist. So it's very likely that she's not just a 4th-tier alchemist. How is that possible? The Nalan family elders couldn't believe this. How could there be someone so powerful? The Nalan family leader looked at Nalan Lan and confirmed that she wasn't lying. He said, Even if that's the case, what does this have to do with the Sima family's divine beast? 5 years ago, she trained a beast in front of everyone in Dongqin country. At that time, she was already able to tame a divine beast. Nalan Lan said, With her talent, I think that 5 years later, it's not impossible for her to tame a divine beast. You're saying that she's also a beast tamer. The Nalan family elders were so agitated that they lost their temper. This was simply inhuman. Why wasn't this kind of genius from their family? Not only that, I've personally witnessed her taming a beast. After she tamed a spirit beast and contracted a human, whether it was a human or a spirit beast, their spiritual energy would increase. Nalan Lan added. When the Nalan family members heard her words, their jaws dropped to the ground. Gentlemen's Assembly. Chapter 319. The elders of the Nalan family looked at Sima Yue. Did the Sima family really become like this because of her? It doesn't matter if these mythological beasts were tamed by him or not. This person cannot be left alive. The Nalan clan's patriarch said in a deep voice. Yes, just like Lan said, her talent is too heaven-defying. If she stays, who knows what the Sima family will become. We must stop this situation. An elder said. But she has a sacred beast by her side. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get rid of her. The 4th elder said. Is that her contracted beast? The patriarch asked. No, they didn't sign a contract. It said that they only promised to protect her, the 4th elder replied. Did the sacred beast never leave? Someone asked. I rarely leave. The 4th elder said, Actually, this is the best time to act, because that sacred beast left when we were at Dragon Reflection Mountain and did not enter the holy city. But the sacred city forbids taking people's lives. It's not like there's no way. Nalan clan's great elder, who rarely spoke, said. Great elder? The people of the Nalan clan all looked at him. Dragon Reflection Mountain, trapped beast. The 1st elder only said 5 words, but they contained boundless killing intent. The Nalan family head's eyes lit up as he said, That's right, sometimes we don't have to do it ourselves. Lan, isn't that Li Mu pursuing you? I'll leave this matter to you. Nalan Lan naturally knew what the patriarch meant and said, Lun, understands. Li Mu was allowed to come to the sacred city before the age of 20 because of his outstanding talent. He should be more familiar with the situation in the city. Coupled with the conflict between him and Sima Yue, it would be a piece of cake to lure him to harm Sima Yue. Out of the 40 matches, 30 were held on the first day. There were still 10 matches left, which were held on the second day. The Li family lost the most in today's competition, especially those who met the Sima family. All of them were beaten to a pulp, which made them furious. The Sima family was slapping them in the face. Late at night, Li Mu received a message asking him to return to the Alchemist Guild. Even though he had some doubts, he still left the Li clan and rushed towards the Alchemist Guild. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, there was a burst of crying. Li Mu asked someone to stop the car. This is La's voice. Li Mu recognized that the crying voice belonged to Nalan Lan. He hurriedly got down from the beast carriage and found that the place where they stopped was the courtyard of the Nalan family. Miss, don't be sad. Nalan Lan's servant girl's persuasion came from within the courtyard walls. How can I not be sad? I was almost humiliated by him. If others knew, I could only kill myself to thank my parents. Nalan Lan said while sobbing. Li Mu, who was outside the wall, suddenly became anxious. Ignoring the fact that this was the Nalan family's courtyard, he immediately flew in. Sure enough, as soon as he entered, he saw Nalan Lan crying in the small courtyard's pavilion. Lanta. When he saw Nalan Lan crying, his heart immediately ached. Suddenly hearing the man's voice, Nalan Lan screamed in fright. Ah! The servant girl hurriedly came in front of Nalan Lan and scolded, How dare you? You dare to barge into the Nalan family at night. Lan, don't be afraid. It's me. Li Mu hurriedly walked over and let them see clearly that it was him. Big brother Li? Nalan Lan looked at Li Mu with some confusion. Why are you here? Li Mu saw the tears on Nalan Lan's face and couldn't help but walk over. He reached out his hand and wiped away her tears. His heart ached as he asked, Why are you crying like this? Who made you sad? Originally, the one he liked was Jade. However, at Dragon Reflection Mountain, he understood that it was impossible for Jade to like him. After meeting Nalan Lan, he realized that in the past he didn't like her at all. It was just a kind of possessiveness. However, when facing Nalan Lan, he couldn't help but fall. Nalan Lan was originally very beautiful. Now that her body was stimulated, she emitted a noble and flawless aura. It was very easy for Li Mu to be infatuated with her. Now that there was a bit of weeping beauty and a trace of grievance in her eyes, Li Mu instantly melted. He couldn't wait to immediately pull her into his arms and comfort her. Nalan Lan's tears fell again after being asked this. She turned her head and said, It's better if you don't ask. How can that be? You're crying like this. No matter who it is, I won't forgive them. Landa, say it. I'll take revenge for you. Li Mu said with righteous indignation. I can't say it. Nalan Lan said, Big brother Li, I know you're good to Lan. However, it's better if you don't ask. Otherwise, Lan can only commit suicide out of shame. When Li Mu heard her words, he felt that something was wrong. He saw that she was leaning to the side and the red plum flower on her neck was faintly discernible. He immediately pulled her clothes and happened to reveal the lipstick mark. What are you doing? His eyes widened in surprise. He looked at the lipstick mark and then looked at her sad face. He said in disbelief, You were taken advantage of? Nalan Lan didn't speak. She only cried. However, the servant girl at the side said, Young Master Li, it's not what you think. My family's young miss is still pure. But, if this servant didn't arrive early, my family's young miss would have really been defiled by that thief. When Li Mu heard this, he let out a sigh of relief. However, what followed was a monstrous anger. He grabbed Nalan Lan's shoulders with both hands and said, Who was it? Who dared to take advantage of you? Don't ask anymore, Big brother Li. Even if it's for my sake, it's better if you don't know. If that person speaks of this matter, I really won't have the face to see anyone. Nalan Lan cried and begged. No matter who it is, I want him to be unable to speak. Li Mu said, "You just tell me who it is. I'll take revenge for you. I'll definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces." What do you mean tear him into 1,000 pieces? Don't say such things. Although Xing City doesn't allow people to kill people, it won't be good for you if people hear it. Nailin Lan looked as if she was thinking for him. I know. Li Mu said, but I know a place where people will never return. We don't need to do anything. Naturally, we can take care of him. As he said this, Li Mu seemed to have sunk into some memories. His expression was somewhat absent-minded. Nailin Lan and the servant girl looked at each other. It seemed like he really did know. There's such a place? The astonishment on Nailin Lan's face seemed so real. Li Mu nodded and said, "You should know that outsiders under the age of 20 can't enter Xing City, right?" "I know." Nailin Lan nodded. "I've asked others before, but I didn't get an answer. That's because if you come here under the age of 20, it's easy to be bewitched and go to places you shouldn't go." Li Mu said, "People born here have the aura of this place, so this kind of situation won't happen. However, it's easy for outsiders to have problems and go to places they shouldn't go." Nailin Lan was really shocked this time. Xing City had such a secret? Chapter 320. Where is that? Nailin Lan asked. An extremely dangerous place. Li Mu said, "When I first came here, I was not yet 20 years old. On the third day after I came here, I went to that place in a trance." "Then did something happen to you at that time?" Nailin Lan exclaimed. Li Mu said, "Because I'm not old enough, my master has been paying attention to me ever since I came here. When he saw me going out in the middle of the night, he followed me. When he saw me going to that place, he hurriedly used a spirit tool to pull me back. It's strange. I didn't have any consciousness at that time, but after my master pulled me back and I woke up, I didn't even know how I got to that place." "Is that place that dangerous?" Nailin Lan asked. "It's not a dangerous place. It's an absolute danger zone." Li Mu said, "After I woke up, I felt the aura of death. It was so scary, as if I would die just by standing there. On my way back, I heard my master say that 10 people at the peak of the spiritual venerable realm went down that year, but none of them came back." Hiss. Nailin Lan and the maidservants sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 peak spiritual venerables had been completely annihilated. What kind of place was that? That's why I said, no matter who that person is, as long as we get him there, it has nothing to do with us. We can even avenge you." Li Mu said. "I." Nailin Lan wanted to say something but hesitated. She still didn't want to say it. "Young mistress, Sima Yue has already done such a thing to you. Why are you still hesitating?" The maidservant spoke without thinking and accidentally mentioned Sima Yue's name. "Sima Yue? Was she the one who molested you?" Li Mu asked. Nailin Lan glared at the maid, as if she was blaming her for talking too much. Li Mu saw her glaring at the maidservant and said, "Don't be angry. She didn't mean it. But did she really take advantage of you?" Nailin Lan nodded, and the tears that she had finally stopped fell again. She said sadly, "Since you already know, I won't hide it from you. Do you know that she came from the Dongqin kingdom?" "I know." Li Mu nodded. "Actually, I'm also from the Dongqin kingdom. I've known her since I was young, but our relationship has never been good," Nailin Lan said. Li Mu did not expect that Nailin Lan was also from the land of exile, but this did not affect his feelings for her. In the Dongqin kingdom, the Sima family and the Nailin family are sworn enemies. My younger brother was killed by her. Even until his death, I did not see his body. Nailin Lan cried, "I didn't expect that we would meet in the holy city this time. It was fine before, but today, she said that if I wanted to know about my brother, I would have to look for her alone." "You went to look for her alone?" Li Mu asked. Nailin Lan nodded. "I really wanted to know about my brother, so I went. Who would have thought that she would actually do such a thing to me?" Sob, sob, sob. "If it wasn't for the maid who was worried about me and secretly followed me, I'm afraid that I would have already been." Nailin Lan could not continue speaking. She climbed onto the table and cried bitterly. Li Mu punched the table and said fiercely, "This Sima Yue is too hateful. It's fine if she usually makes me lose face, but now she dares to make a move on you. This is intolerable. I'm going to deal with her right now. Don't. Nalan Lan grabbed his hand and said, I heard my brothers say that it was because your clan members had provoked him before, so he made the Sima clan members beat up your clan members whenever they meet them. If you go find trouble with her, according to her temperament, who knows how she will retaliate against you. You said that she told the Sima family to beat our family members into pigheads? Li Mu grasped the main point and asked. I also heard it from my brothers. Nalan Lan said, in short, this is my business. Since it has come to this, I can only accept it. How can I still involve you? Brotherly, Lan, appreciates your kindness. Lan, also understands your feelings. But now that I'm like this, I'm not worthy of you. You should leave and forget about me. How can that be? Li Mu said, no matter what you become, you will always be the same in my heart. As for that Sima Yue, you're right. I can't act rashly. I have to think of a careful plan to get rid of her. Otherwise, I will also call her boss for a lifetime. But, Nalan Lan still wanted to say something but was interrupted by Li Mu. Lan Yu, don't say, but. I've already decided on this matter. I'll go back and think of a plan to get rid of her. Nalan Lan was very entangled. Finally, she raised her head and said, this matter was caused by me. I definitely can't let you take the risk alone. Since it's already like this, then let's think of a way together. An hour later, Li Mu left the Nalan family. After he left, Nalan Lan's sadness disappeared. She took the pill from the servant girl and ate it. I didn't expect this tearing pill to be so useful. Miss cried until Li Gongzi's heart was about to break. The servant girl said with a smile, this tearing pill has a good effect. After eating one, you can cry when you want to. It's very good to pretend to be weak. Nalan Lan said, it's just that the antidote is a bit bitter. The servant girl brought some candied fruit for Nalan Lan to eat and said, this Li Mu is really easy to get rid of. When Miss said this, he couldn't find north. But is this plan really okay? Will Sima Yue keep the appointment? I heard that she has a good relationship with Jade. When the time comes, it shouldn't be a problem to ask her out in Jade's name. Nalan Lan said, as for whether Li Mu will offend the Sima family, we don't have to worry about it. Let's go. You must be tired from pretending to cry all night. Let's go back and rest. After Li Mu left the Nalan family, he didn't go to the Alchemist Guild. Instead, he returned to the Li family and went to the Li family's array master's room. On the second day, although there were only 10 matches left for the younger generation, it still attracted many people to watch. Half a day later, the competition ended. The Sima family had 16 people and 13 of them won. The other 3 were unlucky and met an opponent like Huizi Yen. They could only admit defeat. But even so, the Sima family still shocked the entire continent. This kind of winning rate had never been seen before. Their results also broke away from the last place. Instead, the Li family became the last place and had to accept the challenge of a second-rate power. When the referee announced the final results, he said, now we will enter the younger generation's challenge round. You can challenge people of the same generation or defend the arena. Those who defend the arena for 10 rounds will receive generous prizes prepared by the alliance. The top 3 with the highest winning rate will also receive prizes. Those who want to participate in the challenge round can prepare. After the referee finished speaking, everyone was curious about who would be the first to go up and who would be the first to be challenged. Chapter 321. The entire arena was silent for a moment. Just as Huizi Yen, Nalan Jie, and a few others were about to step forward, a figure landed on the stage. Sang Qiongli? Everyone was shocked when they saw who it was. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but he was the most low-key person among all of them. He didn't even care about anything other than cultivation. Even if others challenged him, he might not necessarily accept. Who would have thought that he would be the first to go up? Why did Brother Qiongli go up? Not only were these people surprised, but the Sang family was also curious. Only those who were closest to Sang Qiongli knew. He rubbed his chin and said, "Don't tell me he wants to fight with that brat? That kid? Who is it?" Someone asked, overhearing him. "Sima Yu." That person spat out 4 words. As expected, Sang Qiongli looked around the arena and his gaze landed on the Sima family. He looked at Sima Yue and said, "Are you willing to fight with me?" Everyone was shocked. He did not choose Huizi Yen or Nalinjia. Although he was looking in the direction of the Sima family, his gaze did not land on Sima Yulin. Instead, he was looking at someone who had never gone up before. Everyone who knew about them knew that he had already surpassed the average youth. Other than those few perverts, there were no other peers. But he actually gave up on them and chose an alchemist? Could it be that her strength was even greater than the few of them? Moreover, some people paid attention to what he said. He said if he was willing to fight with him, not if he dared. This showed that he was lowering himself very much. Sima Yue did not expect him to look for her. She was stunned for a moment before she shook her head and said, "No." "Why? Are you looking down on me?" Sang Qiong-li's expression was ugly. "You're very strong and you should like to fight," Sima Yue said, "but I don't like to fight, and I don't like to fight in front of so many people." Sang Qiong-li was silent for a while, then asked, "If I were to challenge you elsewhere, would you accept the challenge?" "Maybe," Sima Yue said. "I understand." Sang Qiong-li nodded and said, "I'll look for you." After saying that, he leapt up and returned to the Sang clan. The people in the stands looked at each other. Was this over? Originally, they thought that they would see an exciting battle or a one-sided slaughter. They didn't expect it to end like this. As the one who was being challenged, she would be looked down upon if she rejected in public. No one had ever rejected someone in the competition. Unexpectedly, Sima Yue rejected her without thinking. As a challenger, being rejected in front of everyone was a very embarrassing thing. However, Sang Qiong-li only said a few words to Sima Yue before leaving. Furthermore, he didn't seem embarrassed at all. This was too shocking. They are all people who don't play by the rules. These words could only be said by someone with strength. No wonder he didn't have any reaction when he heard her say that she wasn't willing. He even left the stage after knowing that she was willing to fight with him in the future. It turned out that their thoughts were the same. Nalinjia stood on the stage awkwardly. Of course, this was also because he didn't have Sang Qiong-li's heart. Accepting the challenge was voluntary. If the other party wasn't willing, you couldn't just drag them over to compete, right? It was just that no one had ever encountered something like this before. Since Sang Qiong-li isn't willing, this round is considered your win. You can enter the next round. The judge said from below. Although he had won without a fight. If word got out, it wouldn't sound good. However, Nalinjia couldn't say anything. He could only vent his anger on the next person. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Sima Yulin, saying, "Sima Yulin, do you dare to accept the challenge?" Sima Yulin was not surprised by his challenge and didn't think of avoiding it. He straightened his clothes, stood up and flew onto the stage. Nalinjia looked at Sima Yulin, saying, "I knew that there would be a battle between us sooner or later." Sima Yulin looked at Nalinjia indifferently, saying, "Let's begin." Chapter 322. Sima Yu had never doubted Sima Yulin's strength. However, she was still rather surprised when she saw his battle with Nalinjia. In these 2 years, he had improved greatly. On the stage, Nalinjia was being attacked by Sima Yulin's spirit skills until he had to dodge everywhere. He had no energy to use his spirit skills at all. On the other hand, Sima Yulin was a lot calmer. He held a large blade made of spirit energy and slashed at Nalinjia. "Whirlwind, come out!" Nalinjia shouted. A spirit paragon-ranked divine beast appeared beside him. The moment it appeared, it attacked Sima Yulin. Sima Yulin hurriedly waved his blade to defend, and at the same time, called out his big bird. Another 2 divine beasts at the spiritual venerable realm. The spectators were surprised. Both of them have 3 divine beasts. That's amazing. The foundation of a first-rate force is indeed strong. Although the 2 divine beasts were fighting each other, Nalinjia had won some time to use his spirit skill. Furthermore, Sima Yulin's spirit skill had just been scattered by the opponent's divine beast, so he needed to use his spirit skill again. Sima Yue never thought that the Nalan clan would be so strong. It seemed that the battle between Sima Yue and Sima Yue would not end anytime soon. In the past, when the younger generation competed, each battle would usually take less than an hour. However, the two of them had fought for more than 2 hours. In the end, Sima Yulin had a slight advantage in terms of spirit energy and won with great difficulty. After Sima Yulin won, he did not immediately get off the stage. After taking a few pills, he sat down and meditated. After a quarter of an hour, he opened his eyes and said, "Who wants to challenge me?" The bitter battle just now had almost exhausted the spiritual power in his body. The pills he had taken just now were only enough for him to recover a little, but once the rest time was over, he would have to accept the next round of challenges. Experts like Hu Ziyan would not go, but many disciples with average temperament would take advantage of the fact that he and his contracted beast were both injured to compete with him. If they could win, they could say that they had once won against someone. Soon, a member of the Li family went up, wanting to save some face for the Li family. A third-rank spirit overlord was not considered weak. He had initially wanted to take advantage of the fact that Sima Yulin's spirit chi was exhausted to defeat him. However, he did not expect that Sima Yulin's battle prowess would be so shocking. Even though he had just fought a bitter battle, he was still able to easily defeat him. After swallowing the pill, they would continue after a quarter of an hour until they lost or gave up on defending the arena. The members of the Sima family were worried when they saw Sima Yulin's current state. Even Wei Ziqi and the others were guessing whether or not Sima Yulin would make it. Only Sima Yuyu was still calmly munching on her spirit fruit. "You're not worried?" Bei Gong Tang tilted her head and looked at a certain someone who was nibbling on his spirit fruit. "What are you worried about?" Sima Yue said, "If he can win, then so be it. If he can't, then so be it. He won't risk his life anyway. In that case, what's there to worry about?" "You're quite open-minded," Sima Yuqing said. "There's nothing to be open-minded about." Sima Yuyu said, "It's only when he's truly facing death that you have to worry about him. You don't have to worry about anything else. Winning, losing, reputation, these things are actually useless. Why should you let yourself live so tirelessly because of these?" Yulin is also clear about these things. When the members of the Sima family heard what she said, their eyes were a little dazed as they watched the battle below thoughtfully. The battles after that proceeded very quickly. After Sima Yulin defended the arena 10 times, he voluntarily gave up on defending the arena. Yulin has won 10 times. He'll be able to get that mysterious reward. The members of the Sima family cheered. The members of the other families were rather surprised, saying, "He clearly used up all his spirit energy in the first battle. How did he win 9 rounds? It should be the pill that he ate that allowed him to quickly recover his spirit energy." Someone saw through it. That's right. The rank of the pill he ate shouldn't be low. It takes effect very quickly. Every time he recovers his spirit energy, he will use it for the next round. What kind of pill is so effective? How would I know? I've never seen it before. Today's battle ended after Sima Yulin gave up on defending the arena. There was still one more day of battle tomorrow. After that, it would be the time for the second-ranked forces to challenge the Li family. For the next few days, Sima Yuyu did not go to watch the competition. Instead, she stayed in the courtyard to cultivate. Master has already gone back for 10 days. There's still no news. She sat cross-legged on the bed and used her hand to support her head. "I haven't seen senior brother these few days either. Could it be that he went back up as well? Is junior brother thinking of me?" A voice suddenly sounded from the room, almost causing her to jump off the bed in shock. "When did you come to my room?" Sima Yuyu looked at the person on the windowsill and directly threw the pillow beside her over. Wu Lingyu stretched forth a hand to catch the pillow and leaned against it, saying, "It's quite comfortable. Where have you been these few days?" Sima Yuyu glared at him and asked. "I went back up for a while." Wu Lingyu said, "I was in a hurry when I left, so I didn't tell you. Now that I'm back, I'm here to look for you." "Did something happen?" Sima Yuyu asked. "Did something happen to Master? What could have happened to that old guy? His internal injury was cured by you. He was very proud when he went back, but you haven't settled that matter yet, So he can't come down for the time being. Wu Lingyu said. Then why did you suddenly go back? Wu Lingyu jumped down from the window and hugged the pillow in his arms. He came to Sima Yu's bed and said, that old guy from the Sage Pavilion suddenly came out of seclusion and asked me to go back. I dealt with it for a few days and came back. Master told me to tell you to wait for a few more days. I'm very tired. I'll rest here for a while. Wu Lingyu closed his eyes after speaking, and just like that, he fell asleep. Sima Yu wanted to say something, but seeing him like that, her lips moved and she swallowed her words. Mo Sha came out from the devil's snare bracelet and looked at Wu Lingyu's tired face, saying, his spirit has become weaker again. If it wasn't for the fact that we used the spirit fluid to nourish it, he would have met with disaster this time. It seems like something happened when he left this time. Help him refine some pills that can nourish his spirit. Sima Yu looked at Wu Lingyu's pale face and said, all right. Mo Sha immediately returned to the devil's snare bracelet. Sima Yu sighed and took out the pill furnace and ingredients to refine pills for him. On the morning of the second day, Wu Lingyu woke up and saw Sima Yu tidying up the ingredients. There was also a pill furnace in the house. He said sleepily, did you refine pills last night? Sima Yu kept everything in the spirit pagoda and walked over with the pills, saying, last night, Mo Sha came out and said that your spirit was attacked. This is a pill refined with soul fluid. It will nourish your soul. Wu Lingyu took the pills that were still warm, and his heart was filled with sweetness. She had refined pills for him, which meant that he still had a place in her heart. Chapter 323. Milky white pills were very rare. Wu Lingyu examined them carefully and found that there was actually a circle of imperceptible veined patterns on them. Pill veins? He looked at Sima Yue in surprise. He did not expect her to be able to create pill veins on a grade 5 pill. Under normal circumstances, only tier 7 pills or a very small number of tier 6 pills would have pill veins. With pill veins, it meant that the effect of the pill was better than other pills of the same level. However, this was the first time he had seen pill veins appear on a level 5 pill. Even Old Man Devil might not be able to produce pill veins when refining pills. Sima Yue did not mind his surprise and said, Mo Sha taught me. Did he teach you how to refine pills? Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yue nodded and said, he originally wanted me to refine some pills for him when I was able to refine higher grade pills. Who would have thought that after I obtained the soul fluid, I didn't refine any pills for him? Try to see if this pill is useful to you. If it's useless, I'll try something else for you. All right. Wu Lingyu swallowed the pill. He wasn't familiar with this pill, so he didn't know its effects. To be honest, he didn't have much hope for this medicinal pill because a 5th grade medicinal pill didn't have much effect on him. However, he didn't expect that he would feel so comfortable after eating it. It was as if his soul was about to fly. It really works? Sima Yue didn't think that this pill would work because it was just a pill recipe for nourishing the soul that she found in the spirit pagoda. Although it was the highest grade pill that she could refine, she knew that people like Wu Lingyu must have eaten many higher grade pills. This kind of low grade pill might not be effective. After a while, Wu Lingyu opened his eyes. All right, you've been here for the whole night. Hurry up and leave. Sima Yue said. Wu Lingyu did not think that the first thing she would hear after waking up would be this. She looked at her with some grievance and said, back then, when we shared the same bed in the Pu Luo mountain range for so long, I didn't see you say anything. Now that we're fellow disciples, you're chasing me away with medicine. It would have been better if he didn't mention what happened back then. The moment he did, Sima Yue exploded and ran over to strangle him. How dare you mention what happened back then? You clearly know that I'm a woman, but you still dare to pretend that you don't know. You've been living with me for so long, taking advantage of me? I'll strangle you to death today. Ahem, are you trying to murder your husband? Wu Lingyu coughed and yelled. Damn your husband, Sima Yue said as she increased the strength of her hand. Junior brother, don't be so angry. How about I let you sleep with me again? Wu Lingyu said. Come back from sleeping? A voice was heard from outside the window, scaring Sima Yue. She turned her head and was stunned when she saw the person outside the window. Her body was still in the position of pressing Wu Lingyu down on the bed, and her hand was still strangling his neck. Third bro. Sima Yu ran directly jumped in through the window and pulled Sima Yue over, saying, "What's going on? Did he bully you? Tell third bro, even if he's your senior brother, don't let him off." Third bro, it's nothing. Sima Yue saw Sima Yu Ran's angry expression and quickly comforted him. Nothing? He even slept with you. You call this nothing? Sima Yu Ran cried out, "Tell me, did he force you?" Sima Yue saw Sima Yu Ran's expression and quickly pulled him back, saying, "It's not what you think." "Then what is it?" Sima Yu Ran glared at Sima Yue, scaring her so much that she subconsciously shrank her neck. "It's that time when the sect was choosing the beast eggs, I was sent to the Pu Luo mountain range. After that, I saved him in the mountain range. He was seriously injured, so he said that he would give me a reward to take care of him for a period of time." Sima Yue said, "I originally wanted to train in the mountain range, so I agreed. Because there was only one bed, we slept together. At that time, the pill that helped grandfather advance in rank was his reward." "Just like that?" Sima Yu Ran looked at Sima Yue and blinked, asking with his eyes, "He doesn't know that you're a girl?" "He doesn't know." Sima Yue blinked. If Sima Yu Ran knew that Wu Lingyu knew that she was a girl and even kissed her, he probably wouldn't be able to calm him down. "So that's the case. That's good." Sima Yu Ran wasn't so angry anymore. After that, he looked at Wu Lingyu and said, "Holy son, I know that you're very strong and have a very high status. However, if you want to hurt fifth brother, even if we have to risk our lives, we will seek justice for him." Wu Lingyu never thought that Sima Yu Ran and the others would protect Sima Yue so much. Looking at Sima Yue's attitude towards them, he suddenly felt that if he didn't settle this matter with her family, it would become a huge obstacle in the future. "Don't worry, Yu is my junior brother. I naturally won't bully him. If anyone bullies him, I will protect him," Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yue turned around and glared at Wu Lingyu. "I'll let you off this time, Amph." Wu Lingyu got up from the bed and tidied up his messy clothes, saying, "Junior brother, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. I originally wanted to accompany you to the Little Realm, but if I'm not back by the time Master comes down, you can go by yourself." "Where are you going?" She vaguely felt that the place Wu Lingyu was going to was more dangerous. "I'm going to the ocean to take a look. Your continent hasn't been very peaceful recently. That old bastard from the Sage Pavilion has asked me to investigate." Wu Lingyu said, "Although I don't want to go, I'm still in the Sage Pavilion. It's not good to not listen to him. The ocean has not been peaceful these 2 years. You have to be careful when you go." Sima Yue said. "I got it," Wu Lingyu said. He opened a tunnel in the void and stepped in. Sima Yu Ran was still in a daze when he left. "He left just like that?" he asked. "They have the power to directly break through the void and go where they want to go," Sima Yue said. "Fifth bro, at that time, he really didn't know you were a girl?" Sima Yu Ran said uncertainly. Sima Yue nodded, saying, "Didn't I have an illusion ring on? He didn't recognize me. We didn't do anything. We just took care of him for a while." "But you were very angry when you saw him at Dragon Reflection Mountain. You even beat him up." Sima Yu Ran didn't believe her. "That's because he initially said that he would give me 3 pills. In the end, he only gave me 2. Sima Yue lied without batting an eyelid. "It's a good thing that grandfather advanced in rank after eating 2. Otherwise, I would definitely find him to settle the score." Sima Yu Ran saw that Sima Yue's anger didn't seem to be an act. He nodded, saying, "It's good that he didn't take advantage of you." Sima Yu Ran smiled, saying, "Who am I? If there's anyone taking advantage, it's me taking advantage of others. How could I be the one being taken advantage of?" Although she was smiling, she was gritting her teeth in her heart. This guy better not give her the chance. Otherwise, even if he's her senior brother, I'll teach him a lesson. "Right, third bro, why did you come to find me?" Chapter 324. It was only when Sima Yue asked this that Sima Yu Ran remembered why he was looking for her. He took out an invitation card from his bosom and said, "The Union Alliance has invited some people to tonight's banquet in order to celebrate the end of the competition between the first-rate powers, as well as to have a good start for the various unions gathering tomorrow. Since you didn't go, we brought your invitation card to you. Sima Yue took the invitation card and read through it. When she saw the location, her eyebrows raised as she said, "At the Alchemist Guild?" It said that this banquet was first suggested by the Alchemist Guild, so it will be held in their guild. Sima Yuran said, "We don't get along well with the Alchemist Guild, so you don't have to go." "Alright, I'm not interested in such banquets anyway." Sima Yue said. "Then I'll head back first." Sima Yuran said. "Alright, thank you, Brother San." Sima Yue walked him out. In the afternoon, Sima Yue received another invitation. This time, it was from someone else. "Jade invited me to a banquet?" Sima Yue looked at the invitation and was surprised that Jade would invite her. "I don't know." The person who delivered the invitation handed it to the guard and left. "I just happened to pass by and brought it back for you." Fatty Chu said. "Yue, are you going tonight? It says that she has something to discuss with me." "It seems that she has something to discuss with me. If that's the case, then go ahead. If you're bored, you can come back." Sima Yue said. "Why was Jade looking for him?" "We didn't receive an invitation, so we can't go. You have to be careful when you go alone. It's best if you stay with your brother and the others." Fatty Chu warned. "I know." In the evening, Sima Yuran and the others went to the Alchemist Guild together. Because they only invited those from the younger generation who had participated in the competition, Wei Ziqi and the others could only stay at home. Originally, they knew that Sima Yue would not attend the banquet, but when she suddenly appeared, everyone was a little surprised. When they heard that she was going to attend the banquet, they did not think much about it and brought her along. When the Li family was challenged, they were almost defeated. I didn't expect them to win the last round. Otherwise, they would be a second-rate force now. Thinking about how we still have to see them tonight, I'm a little unhappy. Sima Yuyang said. "You can turn a blind eye to it." Sima Yulin closed his eyes and rested, not even looking at him. "That's the only way," Sima Yuyang said helplessly. After that, he looked at Sima Yuyang, saying, "Yu, didn't you say that you weren't going? Why did you change your mind?" "I received an invitation from Jade in the afternoon, saying that she had something to discuss with me. I didn't know what it was, so I decided to go and take a look. After all, we know each other," Sima Yue said. Sima Yulin opened his eyes and glanced at her. His eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything and closed them again. The beast carriage brought them to the Alchemist Guild on time. Under the guidance of the servant girl, they went to the place where the event would be held. At this time, many people had already gathered. Most of the people from the other clans had come. They all raised their wine cups and chatted in groups of 3 or 5. Sima Yue held her wine cup and chatted with Sima Yulin in a corner. After a while, a servant girl came forward, saying, "Young Master Yue, my family's young miss invites you to come over." Sima Yue recognized this person. She was Jade's personal servant girl. When she saw that she had called for her, she didn't have any suspicions and stood up to follow her. "I'll go with you." Sima Yulin felt a little uneasy as he stood up and said, "I'm sorry, young Master Yulin. My family's young miss only invites young Master Yue over." The servant girl said apologetically. After that, she looked at Sima Yue and said, "Young Master Yue, please come with me." Sima Yue nodded at Sima Yulin and followed the servant girl out of the venue. Sima Yulin watched them leave and went back to his seat alone. Sima Yue followed the servant girl to the back of the Alchemist Guild. Because she had never been here before, she didn't know if the servant girl was leading her in the right direction. After walking for 10 minutes, she saw that the servant girl was leading her in a more and more secluded area. She stopped and asked, "Your family's young miss is the Alchemist Guild's young Mississippi. Her courtyard can't be so secluded, right?" The servant girl smiled, saying, "My family's young miss is not meeting you in her courtyard. She has something she wants to say to you, so she specially chose a secluded place. We'll be there soon." Although Sima Yue was suspicious, she still followed her. After a few minutes, they arrived at a secluded courtyard. There was a pavilion in the courtyard with some dishes and a jug of wine. "Young Master Yue, please wait in the pavilion. My family's young miss will be here soon. The servant girl left after speaking. Sima Yue walked into the pavilion and saw the dishes on the table. Her lips curled into a cold smile. Looks like someone purposely lured me here, she said softly. Li Mu, who was on the other side of the courtyard, felt his heart skip a beat. He secretly laughed at the mechanism in his hand. Whoosh, the stone floor under her feet suddenly opened and she fell down. You. An anxious voice called out from the courtyard. Sima Yue didn't even see who it was before she fell into darkness. In the darkness, she felt someone jump down before the stone floor closed. The hole below was very deep. It was close to 100 meters deep. Because the stone floor above was closed, it was pitch black below. Chi. In a moment of desperation, she released a ball of fire. When she saw the ground, she quickly adjusted her body and landed steadily. After a few seconds, another person also landed. Yu Lin. Sima Yue saw who it was and said with surprise, "Why are you here?" "I saw you leave and felt that something was wrong. So I secretly followed you. But when I saw you fall, I followed you," Sima Yue said. "Thank you," Sima Yue said with a smile. With the help of the fire, they looked around and realized that this was a 2-meter-wide stone cave. The walls were covered in moss. It seemed that this was a mechanism set up before. "The moss below our feet is a little strange," Sima Yue said. Sima Yue wanted to take a closer look at the moss when footsteps came from above. Sima Yue closed her eyes and sensed saying, "Li Mu, it's actually you." "Haha, Sima Yue, you didn't expect it, right?" "It's me." Li Mu laughed from above. "Aren't you very capable? How did you become my prisoner as well?" "Jade's servant girl has been bribed by you." Sima Yue thought of the servant girl who brought her here. She knew that she was Jade's personal servant girl, so she followed her. She didn't expect that she was already Li Mu's person. "Your brain is really good. It's a pity that your brain can only be used until today," Li Mu said. "You want to imprison me in such a small cage?" Sima Yue narrowed her eyes and shot out a dangerous light. "Wait till she goes up, she will definitely teach this Li Mu a lesson. Don't underestimate this place. These stones are incomparably hard. Even if a spirit paragon came, they would be able to break it in a short time." Li Mu said, "I know you have a spirit paragon level spirit beast, but a few seconds is enough. I'll send you on your way now." Chapter 325. Li Mu, you've got guts. How dare you try to kill me? Once I'm up there, I'll make sure your Li family will be in chaos. Sima Yue said. She wasn't worried about her current situation. Chongming was in the spirit pagoda. With him around, this place couldn't hold her. "Actually, if you only wanted me to call you boss, I wouldn't have killed you. However, you shouldn't have allowed the Sima family to embarrass the Li family during the competition. You shouldn't have had any improper thoughts about Lan, and you shouldn't have molested her. She is the most pure and flawless woman in my heart, but you almost took her virginity. This is unforgivable." Li Mu shouted from above. "Lang? Nailin Lan?" For some reason, Sima Yue's first thought was Nailin Lan. However, she didn't seem to have done those things recently. You don't deserve to call Lan, by her name." Li Mu snorted. "Although you'll die after today, you still can't profane her purity. When did I molest the goddess in your heart?" Sima Yu rubbed her nose when she saw Sima Yu Lin's unreadable gaze. "When will you understand?" Li Mu said, "Don't even think about stalling for time. No matter what happens today, you're going to die." Sima Yu Lin, "I didn't want to deal with you at first, but I didn't think that you would actually jump in with me. Since that's the case, you guys can go on your way." Sima Yu Lin condensed his spirit energy and hit the lid, but there was no reaction. "Ha, well done." Li Mu shouted from above, "I originally wanted to do it myself, but I didn't expect you to do it yourselves. Goodbye, ha." Sima Yu Lin had yet to understand what Li Mu meant when he suddenly heard Sima Yu exclaim, "Teleportation array. This transmission formation was specially prepared for you. You can go on your way with peace of mind." Li Mu's voice came from above, with pride and joy of success. They swept away the moss on the ground, and there really was a teleportation array underneath. Furthermore, Sima Yulin's attack just now had activated the teleportation array. In an instant, a bright light shone, enveloping the two of them. I don't know where this teleportation array leads to. Sima Yulin looked at the teleportation array, but he couldn't tell where it led to. It's definitely not a good place. Sima Yuyue finished her sentence and both of them disappeared from the teleportation portal. The moment they left, Sima Yulin hugged Sima Yuyu tightly. Li Mu, don't let me come back alive. Otherwise, I'll destroy your Li family. Sima Yuyue's voice drifted over. Li Mu waited for a while. After confirming that there was no one below, he opened the mechanism. Sure enough, there was no one below. Young Master Li? Nailin Lan appeared in the courtyard and looked at Li Mu and the trap in shock. Lan, I've already avenged you. Li Mu said. Nailin Lan covered her mouth with both hands and cried out, Where's Sima Yue? The teleportation array below will send them to the scary place I told you about. I'm afraid that they're already there. Li Mu said. Will there be any problems? Nailin Lan asked. Don't worry, they were taken away by Jade's servant. When the time comes, just get the Sima family to ask the Yen family for them. It has nothing to do with us. Li Mu said and pressed the switch of the trap. The floor of the pavilion closed up again. Thank you, Big Brother Li, Nailin Lan said gratefully. Why are you still thanking me? You know that I did all of this willingly. Li Mu said as he stepped forward and held Li Mu's hand, saying, Lan, you understand my intentions. Today, I'll ask you one thing. Are you willing to be with me? Nailin Lan would have replied shyly, but Nailin Lan withdrew her hand. When she withdrew her hand, it made Li Mu's heart turn cold. Big Brother Li, you're a good person. The girl who is with you will be very happy. However, that person is not Lan. We're not fated to be together. Nailin Lan said. But is it because of the Nailin family? Li Mu asked anxiously. Nailin Lan shook her head, saying, No. If it was before today, it could be. However, the Nailin family can't make decisions for me now. I'll be leaving the Nailin family soon. But where are you going? Li Mu stepped forward and wanted to grab her hand, but she avoided it without a trace. Big Brother Li, I'm now a member of the Sage Pavilion. Nailin Lan said. You've entered the Sage Pavilion? Li Mu was very surprised, but then said, It doesn't matter if you've entered the Sage Pavilion. The people of the Sage Pavilion can also marry others. It's not what you think. Nailin Lan said, Today, a pavilion master of the Sage Pavilion in the upper continent came down. When he saw me, he said that he wanted to bring me up to become the holy daughter of the Sage Pavilion. The clan leader and the others have already agreed. Tomorrow, I will leave with the pavilion master and head to the upper continent. What? Li Mu stepped back in disbelief. Your strength is not enough. How can you go up there? The pavilion master said that if my physique is up there, my strength will improve very quickly. In a few years, I will be able to break through the spirit rank and step into the divine rank. Nailin Lan said, I came here today to tell you this. I didn't want you to take the risk for me. I didn't think that I would be too late. Big Brother Leon has let you down. Please forget about Lan. After speaking, she ran out of the house. The sadness and apology on her face were completely gone. On her calm face was a victorious smile. Li Mu stood there alone. No one knew what he was thinking. In a mountain not far from Dragon Reflection Mountain, Sima Yuyu and Sima Yulin appeared from the void. Ouch, damn it, who set up this teleportation array? It's so unstable. My butt. Sima Yuyu's curses were heard, followed by a muffled sound. Yulin? Sima Yuyu finally thought of Sima Yulin and quickly realized that she was sitting on him. She quickly stood up and pulled him up, saying, Are you okay? Girls shouldn't swear. Sima Yulin got up with the help of her strength and casually said a few words, causing Sima Yuyu to be stunned. What are you talking about? Sima Yuyu let go of his hand and said with a smile. Sima Yulin looked at her and said seriously, You have the fragrance of a girl on you. Sima Yuyu looked at him, not knowing what he was talking about. Although you look like a guy, and even divine beasts can't smell the scent on you when they get close to you, they can smell a faint fragrance on you. This is something you can't hide. Sima Yulin said. Sima Yu blinked and looked at Sima Yulin's serious face. She shrugged and asked, "How do you know?" Chapter 326. Sima Yulin never thought that Sima Yu would admit it. At that moment, his heart trembled. How did he know? Faced with her question, he could only say, "It's a guess." Before this, he had thought more than once that Sima Yue was a girl. Otherwise, why would Sima Yu ran and the others always protect her, not allowing men to come into contact with her? But these were all just guesses. Until just now, when he hugged her, the two of them were so close together. He leaned against her neck and smelled the fragrance of a woman. Only then did he confirm his guess. You can really guess. Sima Yu was sure that she had never revealed herself in front of Sima Yulin, so he must have guessed. At the same time, he sighed in his heart that this guy was too sharp. Why did you dress up as a man? Sima Yulin looked at her little face and subconsciously thought about how beautiful she would be if she was dressed as a girl. That's what my father told me when he handed me over to my grandfather. My grandfather has been asking me to dress up as a man all these years, but he doesn't know the reason. Sima Yue said, "Don't tell anyone." Sima Yulin nodded. Where is this? Seeing that he had agreed, Sima Yue did not dwell on this issue anymore. She began to observe the place where they were. I think it's inside the mountain. Sima Yulin said, if not, it's underground. Both of them used their spirit energy to condense fireballs to illuminate the area. Wherever the fireballs went, there were only walls. It was certain that they were not indoors, so it could only be underground or in the mountains. At this moment, Chongming was communicating with Sima Yue in the spirit pagoda. Sima Yue called Chongming out and asked, "Chongming, what's wrong?" Chongming's expression was ugly as he said, "I've been here before." "You've been here?" Could speak. Sima Yue's expression froze for a moment. She hoped that she was wrong. However, Chongming nodded and said, "That's right, this is where that creature is. I've been here before." F***CK, it's really here, Sima Yue exclaimed. Where is this place? Sima Yulin didn't know why Sima Yu had such a huge reaction. Wasn't Chongming a sacred beast? Why did he have such an expression? Yulin, this is where Chongming was injured the last time. Sima Yue said bitterly, even he almost lost his life here. We're doomed this time. Sima Yulin's heart skipped a beat, and his expression became serious. He asked, "Is there no way out?" Chongming shook his head and said, "When I was here, I already lost my way underground. I don't know where the exit is." "What do we do now?" Sima Yu looked at Chongming and Sima Yulin, seeking their opinion. "Since we can't find the exit, let's just walk in a random direction," Sima Yulin said. Chongming also nodded and said, "I'll lead the way in front, you guys follow behind." Chongming's heart was bitter. He didn't think that he would return so soon after leaving this place. The last time, he was saved by Sima Yue's master. He didn't know what would happen to him this time. Sima Yue followed behind Chongming, and her panicked heart slowly calmed down, saying, "How did that Li Mu send us here? Could it be that he knew that we would definitely die here? I've heard the clan leaders say before that there seems to be something below the 10,000 Beast Mountain. Furthermore, Saint City doesn't allow anyone below the age of 20 to enter. I've also heard that Saint City once sent 10 over spirit paragons to a place, but not a single one returned. We might have come to a so-called dangerous place." Sima Yulin analyzed. "Sai, we already knew that there was a terrifying beast below. The last time, Chongming came here to investigate and almost lost his life." Sima Yue said, "What I'm more curious about is how Li Mu knew about this place. Li Mu is very talented in alchemy, so he made an exception and came to Saint City before the age of 20. Sima Yulin said, "Could it be that he's been here before?" Sima Yue guessed. "At least he knows about this place." Sima Yulin said, "The array was able to send us here, which means that the array master is pretty good. The location is pretty good." Sima Yue said, "The Li clan has an array master, and he's only slightly weaker than my grandfather." Sima Yulin said, "Looks like those old things from the Li clan had a hand in this." Sima Yue said, If I can get out, I don't mind flattening the Li clan. No matter what, the Li clan is still a first-ranked clan. It's not easy to exterminate a clan like that. Furthermore, they're an alchemy clan, so it's even harder to exterminate them. Sima Yulin said. Then we'll have to see whose fist is bigger. Sima Yue said, even if I can't exterminate their clan, I'll take the lives of the people involved. No one can live well after scheming against me. If it's just dealing with a few people, it's not a problem. Sima Yulin said. At this time, Chongming suddenly stopped in front. What's wrong, Chongming? Sima Yue asked. We just passed by here. Chongming said. Passed by here? Sima Yue looked at the walls on both sides, but didn't feel anything special. She didn't know how Chongming could tell. Looks like this road is different from the one I took the last time. Chongming said. The last time he came here, although it was the same road, it was a different fork in the road. Who on earth made this? It's like a maze. Sima Yue said. Be careful. Halcyon suddenly turned around and brought Sima Yu and Sima Yulin back by a few tens of meters. A black fog quickly shot towards the place where they were just standing. A small pebble at the side of the wall was swept by the black fog and turned into a pile of powder. What a terrifying black fog. Sima Yue couldn't help but gulp when he saw this. It's this aura. Chongming said. Aura? What aura? Sima Yue asked. Chongming let them go, but didn't answer his question. However, Sima Yue knew what aura he was talking about. He was talking about the aura that was similar to the one on her body. Are we going to go back now? Sima Yue asked when he felt the heavy aura between Chongming and Sima Yue. Chongming closed his eyes and felt for a moment. His expression changed. He picked up Sima Yue and ran back. What's wrong? Sima Yue asked as she was carried on Chongming's shoulders. A lot of black fog is coming. Chongming said as he ran. Who dash? Sima Yue felt a chill in front of her. She raised her head and saw 7 to 8 black fog chasing after them. Damn it, so many. She couldn't help but curse, urging Chongming to run. Sima Yue saw the black fog as well. He thought about how it had just swept past the stone, and the stone had turned into powder. If it had swept past them, would there still be any left? Chapter 327. Sima Yue stood on Chongming's shoulder and watched as the black fog chased after them. No matter how fast they ran, the black fog would catch up with them. This is bad. Chongming put down Sima Yue and the rest. The two of them were dumbfounded. Why was there such a black fog in front of them? This black fog has a dark aura. You guys try to attack with fire. Chongming said as he turned around and condensed a fireball to attack the black fog that was chasing them. Sima Yue and the others also knew that it was not the time to ask why. Since Chongming said to attack with fire, they formed fireballs and attacked the approaching black fog. Boom! The black fog was very corrosive, but just as Chongming said, it belonged to the dark element, and fire was its natural nemesis. Chi-chi, some of the black fog emitted a rancid smell under the attack of the flames. After struggling for a while, it disappeared. It works. Sima Yue and the rest's eyes lit up. They threw out fireballs as if they were free. The black fog was unable to advance, but they were unable to retreat either. The black fog is increasing. The speed of their fireballs was far slower than the speed of the black fog. Gradually, their path was blocked by the black fog. The fireballs had no effect on the black fog at all. What are these things? Sima Yue saw them. F***, these black fog can be reborn. Looks like we scattered their forms, but we didn't hit their core. That's why they were able to gather again after being scattered. Sima Yulin said. The black fog over at Halcyon's side takes a bit longer to gather. Sima Yu turned around to look at Halcyon's side, and realized that the black fog on both sides were gathering at different times. Maybe it's because Chongming's rank is higher than ours, and their flames are stronger than ours. That's why it has this kind of effect. Sima Yulin said. High temperature? Sima Yue pondered for a moment before she activated the golden flames in her body and tossed some of it to the other side. Boom! The black fog on the other side was burned away in an instant, scaring the two into a daze. That's it? Sima Yue stared at the empty tunnel in front of her, unable to react. They don't seem to have overlapped. Sima Yulin looked at Sima Yu in shock. What kind of fire did she throw out just now? It actually caused him to feel a terrifying temperature. Keep an eye on them. I'll go help Chongming. Sima Yue saw that Crimson Flame's flame was useful. She turned and ran towards Chongming. She pulled out a flame and threw it towards the black fog opposite him. Boom! With the same explosion, the black fog disappeared without a trace. It's finally clean. Sima Yue heaved a long sigh of relief, then looked at Chongming and asked, "Are you okay?" "It's fine." Chongming shook his head, then looked around and said, "We need to choose a direction. Let's go in a random direction. Let's see if we can walk out of here." Sima Yue said. The three of them went on their way again. This time, the three of them walked side by side. "Yue, what kind of flame is that?" Sima Yulin asked. "My contracted beast's life flame." Sima Yue said, "If I knew it would be so useful, I would have used it from the start." "Chongming, did you encounter this kind of black fog the last time you came in?" Chongming shook his head, saying, "The last time I came in, I encountered something else. It wasn't a fixed mechanism. However, it wasn't any easier than the previous one. This black fog has a dark aura. I think the creatures here are of the dark attribute." Sima Yulin said. "No matter what attribute, I hope we don't encounter it." Sima Yue said. "You have its flame. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for you to encounter this kind of attack. I'm just afraid we'll encounter something else." Chongming said. They walked in the tunnel for more than half an hour and met a few forks in the road. Every time, they chose based on their intuition. They didn't know where they were. "There's the sound of water in front." Chongming said. "Who knows, we might be able to get out." Sima Yue said happily. They followed the sound of water and walked forward. Very quickly, they saw an underground river. "There's an underground river. I don't know if it leads to the outside." Sima Yue said. "Look at the riverside." Sima Yulin pointed at the riverside. They didn't walk over rashly because they saw something on the riverside, a few skeletons. "Who are these people?" Sima Yue asked. "Maybe they entered here by accident like us." Sima Yulin said. "Their heads are facing our direction. This means that they are escaping from the underground river. Looks like this underground river isn't safe." Sima Yue said. "Gurgle, gurgle." The sound of bubbles suddenly sounded as if the water was boiling. "Let's go." As a sacred beast, Chongming had an extremely sharp intuition towards danger. When he heard the sound of bubbling, he felt a sense of danger. Sima Yue turned around and ran. As she ran, she turned back to look and realized that the underground river was bubbling nonstop. Then, the water started to rise. "Damn, is this really water?" She was shocked by the scene in front of her and couldn't help but curse. "The water is black. This isn't water at all." Chongming said, "What a thick dark aura." The three of them ran forward quickly. They had a feeling that if they touched the water, they would be doomed. Roar! A roar suddenly sounded from all directions, causing the three of them to stop. "What kind of creature is this? Its roar feels like it's piercing my soul." Sima Yulin covered his ears with a pained expression. "Let's leave quickly." Chongming was the first to wake up. He carried Sima Yue and Sima Yulin, who were still in a daze, and continued to run. They turned left and right, trying to get rid of the strange water. However, the water did not retreat when it met the wall. Instead, it flowed along the wall as if it had grown legs. "Damn, is this really water?" Sima Yulin couldn't help but curse. They had never seen such a strange thing before. When Sima Yue heard the roar, it was as if she was frozen. She felt something in the depths of her body stir, as if it was about to burst out. "Why does it feel so familiar? What is this thing? Why does it resonate with my body?" No wonder Chongming said that he felt a similar aura. "What is it? What's going to rush out?" She felt a wave of discomfort in her body. The spiritual energy in her body shrank bit by bit into her dantian. Then, a dark aura emitted from her body, shaking off Chongming and Sima Yulin who were holding her. Sima Yue clutched her chest and knelt on one knee. She looked a little weak. You? Chong Ming and Sima Yulin looked at her in shock. They didn't know what was wrong with her. Gulp gulp. The water from the underground river chased over and flowed down the wall. Get back! Sima Yue suddenly shouted. The river water stagnated and actually flowed back the way it came. Chapter 328. Dark Aura. Sima Yulin said blankly when he saw Sima Yu's current state. Sima Yue was extremely weak after scolding the river water. After struggling for a while, she fainted. Chong Ming and Sima Yulin immediately ran over and helped her up. Chong Ming held her hand and examined it, saying, "The aura in her body is very chaotic. All kinds of spiritual energy in her body are chaotic. If this continues, I'm afraid her life will be in danger." What he didn't say was that one of the strands of spiritual energy was black. Then what should we do? Do you have a way to save her? Sima Yulin asked. I can't. Chongming shook his head, but someone else could. Before Chongming could say anything, Qi Yen came out of Sima Yue's body. What happened? Red Flame looked at Chongming and asked. He was usually in deep sleep and would only wake up when he sensed that Sima Yue's life was in danger. It was the same this time. Chongming told him about Sima Yue's abnormality after hearing the creature's roar. Then he saw Crimson Flame's egg burning, and a handsome man walked out of the flames. "Milord." Chongming knelt down on one knee and saluted respectfully. "Get up." Crimson Flame walked over and took Sima Yu from Sima Yulin's embrace. He held her hand and checked on her condition. A warm current flowed from their palms into her body, and the chaotic spiritual energy actually slowly stopped and obediently returned to her lower abdomen. That black aura also squeezed into the spiritual energy, carving out a space in her dantian. When Qi Yen saw the black aura, he frowned subconsciously. Sima Yue felt as if her body was about to be torn apart. She was in extreme pain all over her body. As a warm current entered her body, the pain slowly disappeared. She slowly opened her eyes and saw a handsome face. Although she had never seen him before, she immediately recognized who he was. Crimson Flame. She called out Crimson Flame's name. Her voice was so soft that it sounded like a breath coming out of her mouth. But Crimson Flame still heard it. "You're awake." Crimson Flame's voice was still cold, but Sima Yue could feel his deep concern. Sima Yue smiled, saying, "Crimson Flame, I didn't know that you were so handsome." After speaking, she fainted again. Halcyon and Sima Yulin saw that she had fainted again and looked at Crimson Flame. "She's fine. Eat some pills and rest for a while and you'll be fine." Qi Yen said as he took out a bed from her spatial ring and placed her on it. "Take good care of her. When she wakes up, take her to see the creature." "Sir, that creature is extremely powerful. Do we really have to bring her along?" Halcyon asked worriedly. "It's good for her to go." Crimson Flame said, "Her body is in a bad condition now. She might get better if she goes." After speaking, he returned to Sima Yue's body. After Crimson Flame left, the pressure in the air disappeared. Sima Yue finally felt that she could breathe properly. "Chongming, who was that just now?" Sima Yue could not help but ask. "That was Yue's life contract beast. As for what it is, don't ask now." Chongming said, "That's an existence that I look up to. Even if we are both her life contract beasts, we can't casually mention anything about her." Sima Yue saw that Chongming was so serious and was even more surprised. She actually had such a powerful life contract beast. She even had a sacred beast and a group of divine beasts as her contract beasts. She was so powerful, an alchemist, an array master, and a beast tamer master. When he thought of this, his lips curled into a bitter smile. He had always wanted to catch up to her, but realized that she was still so far away from him. Looks like he had to work even harder. Sima Yue ate the pill. Although she fell asleep, she did not sleep well. A scene slowly appeared in her mind. "Sister, wake up. Let's go catch a spirit rabbit." A clear male voice sounded. Sima Yu opened her eyes and saw a delicate and handsome man standing on top of her head, looking at her with a smile. "Dear Feng, you want to eat roasted rabbit again?" Sima Yue sat up with a smile. Yes, yes, the roasted rabbit that sister made was delicious. Shimin Feng pulled Sima Yue's hand, saying, Sister, hurry up. If mother sees this, she will make me learn those things again. Dear Feng, you are the eldest son of the Shimin clan. In the future, you will definitely take over the Shimin clan. Mother wants you to learn those things so that you can lead the clan further when you become the clan leader. Sima Yue said. Actually, sister is the most powerful in the clan. If you become the clan leader, who would dare to bully the Shimin clan? Shimin Feng said. Sima Yue smiled, saying, You, don't use me as a shield. Let's go and catch a spirit rabbit. After eating it, you can quickly go back to school. Alright, since sister wants me to do it, how can I not do it? Shimin Feng smiled. If you don't make good food for me in the future, I will be in trouble. Greedy cat. Sima Yue scratched Shimin Feng's nose. Her eyes were full of love. Suddenly, the scene changed. Shimin Feng was no longer that handsome and cute. His body was covered in blood. It was unknown whether it was his or someone else's. He stood in the fire and shouted at Sima Yue, Sister, quickly leave. Dear Feng, let's go together. Sima Yue held his hand and did not let go. Shimin Feng struggled his hand out of Sima Yue's hand. He looked at her and smiled, just like the day when he wanted to eat the roasted rabbit. Sister, you have always been protecting me. This time, it is my turn to protect you. You leave first. I will wait for you to recover and come back to find me. Sister, I will wait for you. You must live. After speaking, he jumped off the flying beast and attacked the soldiers behind him. He watched as the flying beast took his favorite sister further and further away. Sister, I will wait for you. In my next life, I will still be your younger brother. They were clearly far away and the words that traveled here were soft. However, Sima Yue felt that these words kept repeating in her mind. It was so loud that even the apathetic could hear them. Dear Feng. Sima Yue, who was lying on the bed, teared up. Her pale face was filled with pain and self-blame. Yue, wake up. Sima Lin sat beside the bed. When he saw the tears in Sima Yue's eyes, he felt his heart ache. He stretched out his hand and held her hand, wanting to give her some strength. Brother, wait for me. I will go back to find you. Sima Yue said unconsciously. Dear Feng? Brother? Sima Lin repeated her words. He thought that this might be something that happened in her childhood before she was adopted. However, he felt that it was not right. She had been in the Sima family since she was young. She did not have this so-called childhood. These people, who are they? Who are you, the one who made the dark river water retreat? He looked at Sima Yue and suddenly felt that she still had a lot of mysteries. If he did not clear it up, he would never be able to get close to her. Chapter 329. After a while, Sima Yue woke up. The pillow was soaked with her tears. You're awake? Sima Lin asked when he saw that she was awake. Sima Yue wanted to stretch forth a hand to rub her forehead, but she realized that she was holding onto Sima Lin's hand tightly. She let go and saw that there were purple scratches on his hand. She said apologetically, Sorry, I scratched you. No problem. Sima Lin smiled lightly, asking, Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Sima Yue sat up and said, I'm fine. What about Chongming? He said that he was going to scout and left. Sima Lin said, What's wrong with me? She rubbed her forehead, trying to relieve the pain in her head. Don't you know what happened to you? Sima Lin asked. Sima Yue shook her head and said, I only remember hearing a roar. I don't remember anything after that. Sima Lin told her everything that happened afterwards. When he heard that his roar had caused the water in the underground river to be pushed back, his mouth fell open. I'm that amazing? She blinked her eyes, her face full of narcissism. He didn't know why, but when Sima Lin saw her like this, the little knot in his heart immediately dispersed. So it was Crimson Flame who saved me. Sima Yue said. Suddenly she screamed. What's wrong? Sima Lin asked anxiously. I remember that when I woke up I saw a handsome guy. I even called him Crimson Flame. I always thought that I was dreaming, so it was real. Sima Yu said in shock. Sima Yulin's face was full of black lines as he looked at Sima Yu. He had initially thought that she was feeling unwell or that something had happened, which was why her reaction was so big. He never thought that it was because of this. After a while, Chongming came back with some injuries. Chongming, are you injured? Sima Yue jumped off the bed and looked at Chongming. Just a minor injury, Chongming said. Sima Yue had rested enough. She put the bed away and walked to Chongming's side. She pulled his arm and saw a hideous wound from his shoulder all the way to his crutch. How did you get hurt? Sima Yue said as she took out a pill and fed it to Chongming. Then, she took out some disinfectant that she had concocted during her free time and cleaned the wound. She sprinkled some medicinal powder and bandaged the wound. Master said that he wanted you to see the creature. I thought that the road ahead was too dangerous, so I said that I would go and take a look first. Chongming said, but I didn't expect that I would get injured not long after. Red Flame wants me to meet that creature? Sima Yue looked at Chongming, not knowing why Red Flame wanted her to do this. That creature had been trapped for so many years, and even her master couldn't get close to it, but Qi Yan wanted her to see it? Wasn't he afraid that the creature would slap her to death? His Excellency said that it would be good for you to go. Chongming said, all right. She believed that Crimson Flame wouldn't harm her. But you and Master can't get close. How am I supposed to go to that place? His Excellency said that you just have to walk forward. Chongming conveyed Crimson Flame's words. Really? Can't you just tell me directly? Sima Yue grumbled, then looked at Chongming and Sima Yulin, saying, it seems safer here. Why don't you wait for me here? No way. Sima Yulin rejected. It's so dangerous ahead. How can we let you go alone? Chongming nodded, saying, also, once you leave here, this place may not be safe. Just now, the water in the underground river had been pushed back by her roar. Who knew if she left, the strange water would come back again? Sima Yue thought about it and agreed. If they really met with any danger later, she would just keep them in the spirit pagoda. She agreed to let them accompany her. But where do we go now? Sima Yue looked around. They didn't even know where the heart of the array was. How were they going to meet that creature? This is a difficult problem. Sima Yulin said. Use your heart to feel. Crimson Flame's voice suddenly sounded. Sima Yue was stunned and closed her eyes to feel. Unknowingly, the black spiritual energy in her body began to flow. That aura was emitted from her body again. She opened her eyes and looked at the two of them, asking, did you hear that sound? What sound? Sima Yulin and Chongming shook their heads. They only felt the dark aura from Sima Yue's body, but they didn't hear anything. Sima Yue thought about it, saying, I think I heard something calling out to me. It might be that creature. I think I know how to get there. Let's go. She led the two of them in a direction. When they met a fork in the road, she closed her eyes to feel and pointed out a path. After walking for half a day, they finally walked out of the maze-like tunnel. It's a little strange. Sima Yulin suddenly stopped and said not long after they stepped out of the maze. What's wrong? Sima Yue stopped and asked. Don't you feel that the temperature here is a little low? Sima Yulin said. As a spirit master, he had spiritual energy in his body. It was rare for him to feel cold or hot. However, when he came here, he felt so cold that his whole body was trembling. I don't feel anything, Sima Yue said while looking at Chongming. Chongming shook his head, saying, although the temperature is a little low, it's not cold. Yulin, are you okay? Sima Yue walked over and stretched forth a hand to touch his hand, saying, your temperature is so low. Maybe something here is affecting him. Chongming said, why don't you? I'm fine. We can continue. Sima Yulin interrupted her. Oh, the temperature is rising. Sima Yue said when she felt that the temperature of Sima Yulin's hand had risen. Sima Yulin suddenly felt a little unnatural, saying, after you held my hand, I don't feel so cold anymore. Then let's continue like this. Sima Yue said. As such, she held Sima Yulin's hand and walked forward carefully. Sima Yulin felt the softness in his hand and became restless. Look at the two sides. Chongming suddenly pointed at the dark wall and said, Sima Yue and Chongming placed the fireball near the wall and took a step back in shock when they saw what was on the wall. Why are there so many spirit beasts? Sima Yue said. On the two sides of the wall, there were spirit beasts sitting quietly in crystals. It was as if they were sealed. There was no breath and no aura. These spirit beasts are at least sacred beasts, Chongming said as he looked at the spirit beasts. Sima Yue and the others could not tell, but they believed what Chongming said. Aren't there very few sacred beasts in the Yilin continent? Why are there so many here? Sima Yulin said. I think that these are guardian beasts. Chapter 330. Guardian Beast? Chongming looked at the sealed spirit beasts and said, maybe it's true. They're usually sealed here. If someone dares to touch the array, they'll be unsealed. They are the guardians of the array formation. Hearing his analysis, Sima Yulin also felt that this was the case. Since they are the guardian beasts of the array, will they attack us? Sima Yue looked at those sacred beasts and asked. It shouldn't be. As long as we don't attack the array, these guardian beasts shouldn't wake up. Chongming said. Then let's hurry up and leave. I keep feeling that these guardian beasts look fierce. Sima Yue said. All right, let's go. The three of them hurriedly moved forward and quickly passed by the guardian beasts. What they didn't see was that after they left, a sacred beast that was sealed in ice opened its eyes and followed their backs for a long time. Only when they disappeared did it close its eyes again. Before they left the tunnel, Sima Yue turned around and looked at them in confusion. What happened? Sima Yulin asked. I felt like someone was watching us just now, Sima Yue said, but I took a look and their eyes were closed. Maybe you're too nervous and are hallucinating, Sima Yulin said. Maybe. Sima Yue did not feel anything strange and gave up. At this time, Chongming, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Chongming? I walked the road ahead last time, Chongming said, but I lost consciousness halfway through. His words made Sima Yu and Sima Yulin nervous. Was this where Old Man Devil had saved him the last time? What exactly is here? She released Sima Yulin's hand and stepped forward to ask. Chongming replied in a deep voice, gravity and compression. Sima Yue sensed it again and said helplessly, it's in front of the tunnel. It seems like we have to walk over. The three of them adjusted their breathing and entered the next passage. Sima Yu realized that once they entered the tunnel, their legs immediately became heavy. Their legs felt as if they were filled with lead. Every step they took required all the strength in their body. Not only that, but when they walked less than 100 meters, they felt that the air seemed to have become heavier and was pressing them down. Gotcha. Sima Yulin's body was the weakest, and was the first to succumb to the pressure. He knelt down immediately, and his knee bones cracked. Yulin. Sima Yu crawled over with difficulty and stretched forth a hand to support Sima Yulin. It's getting worse. Sima Yu felt that after she touched Sima Yulin, the gravity on them seemed to have doubled. It seemed that this place did not allow them to help each other. Chongming, who was walking a few steps ahead, could no longer continue. Several of his bones had been crushed. Sima Yu could no longer straighten her back. Seeing that the two of them were holding on with difficulty and had so many broken bones, she said, since I'm the one who wants to see it, let me bear it alone. After speaking, she kept Chongming and Sima Yulin into her spirit pagoda. Sima Yulin felt that the environment had changed. The suffocating pressure was no longer there, and he could see Sima Yu's contracted beasts. You guys should eat these pills first. Little Spirit threw a bottle of pills to each of them, then looked outside worriedly. Where is this place? He looked at the unfamiliar environment in shock. This is Yu's space. Chongming ate the pills and sat down to adjust his breathing. At the same time, he was observing the situation outside. Although Sima Yulin had many questions in his heart, he knew that this was not the time to ask them. He also looked outside with everyone. Sima Yu realized that she was the only one left, and the pressure in the air had decreased. She took out a few pills and ate them. After that, she took out a few more and put them in her mouth, just in case. Damn it, who set up this array? We've been here for 2 to 3 days, but we haven't seen the end of it. They even set up so many things to scare us. She cursed in her heart as she walked. At the same time, she used the spiritual energy in her body to resist the pressure in the air. She kept walking forward. Before her spiritual energy ran out, she swallowed 2 more pills and continued to walk forward. Many parts of her flesh had split open, and fresh blood flowed down her arms and legs. It was just that her bones had been tempered by crimson flame, and were still holding on bitterly. The more she walked in, the more pressure she felt. Her speed slowed down, and there wasn't much flesh left on her body. Towards the end, she had already become a machine. The pain in her body had already numbed her. She felt that her blood was about to run out. If this continues, will I become a dried corpse? She saw the blood flowing out of her body and couldn't help but tease. It wasn't that she didn't think of entering the spirit pagoda, but she would still be in the same place after entering. She might as well keep walking forward. The pressure was getting stronger. She couldn't even stand properly, let alone straighten her back. She had to place both her hands on her knees to support herself. Finally, after walking for half a day, Sima Yue couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. The moment she collapsed, she saw a black fog floating towards her. Damn it, don't tell me I'm going to die like this? She thought of the black fog when she first entered the spirit pagoda. She only had time to think of this before she lost consciousness. When the people in the spirit pagoda saw the black fog, their expressions changed. However, they didn't have time to do anything. The outside became pitch black, and their vision was blocked. Pain, this was the only feeling Sima Yue had at this moment. This time, she didn't feel like her entire body was being torn apart. Instead, every inch of her skin was being torn apart, revealing her white bones. She could actually feel pain? Sima Yue regained consciousness. She suddenly opened her eyes. I'm not dead. This was her first thought. I'm not in the same place as before. This was her second reaction. Ouch! She wanted to sit up, but when she moved slightly, her entire body was in unbearable pain. Fortunately, the pill in her mouth was still there. She used her spiritual energy to catalyze the pill. Soon, her injuries were healed. After half a day, she felt that she could move again. She grimaced in pain as she sat up. Where is this? There was no firelight. The surroundings were as dark as ink, and she couldn't see clearly where she was. You're awake. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded, giving her a fright. Who are you? She shot out a fireball. The weak light pierced through the darkness and illuminated the surroundings. It was a huge cave. Her fireball couldn't illuminate all the corners. It's been so many years. I finally see light again. The hoarse voice sounded again. Sima Yue followed the voice and shone the fireball in front of her. She was shocked by the scene in front of her and took 2 steps back. A thick black fog almost filled half of the cave. In front of the black fog, piles of white bones were still emitting a cold light. She swallowed her saliva and asked, Who are you? Chapter 331. Upon hearing Sima Yue's words, the black fog surged even more violently. Who am I? The voice was full of confusion. After a long time, it said, I haven't thought about this for a long time. I can't remember. How long have you been suppressed here? Sima Yue asked fearfully when she saw the black fog. How long has it been? I don't remember. The black fog said, I can't even see the sun rise and the moon set outside, so naturally, I don't know how many years have passed. Maybe thousands of years, maybe tens of thousands of years. Sima Yue's heart clenched. She had been suppressed for so long that she couldn't even remember how long it had been. Puma, how long have I been here? The black fog repeated itself over and over again. Suddenly, it became berserk. The black fog seemed to have been stirred up by someone. There was a sudden gust of wind in the cave, almost blowing Sima Yue away. The skeletons in front of the black fog were swept up by the wind and smashed into the wall, turning into ashes. Sima Yue's face turned pale. If she were to hit the wall, would she die? She covered her face with her hands and said loudly, Senior, you are you. It doesn't matter what your name is or what your identity is. What's important is that you are you. I am me? The voice quieted down, and the wind died down. I am me, I am me. You're right, I am me. Sima Yue saw that the black fog had calmed down and carefully lowered her arm. She wanted to ask him why he was locked up here, but she didn't expect him to go crazy after just a few words. She didn't dare to ask the rest of the questions. "Make the flame bigger," Black Fog said. Sima Yue knew what he wanted to do, but she knew that she could not resist. She obediently formed another ball of flame and sent it to the black fog. "Fire!" Black Fog stared blankly at the fire, and Sima Yue thought that he had gone mad. However, she did not dare to interrupt his contemplation. Otherwise, she would be dead for sure if another hurricane came. After a while, the black fog seemed to have seen enough. Only then did it divide the flames into many small flames and scatter them in all directions. Perhaps the flame reminded him of something. The feeling he gave Sima Yue was normal. "Senior, did you bring me here?" Sima Yue asked. The black fog said, "The aura on your body is very similar to mine. I can feel it." Sima Yue also felt that the dark energy in her body was similar to the black fog. Why did I bring you here?" The black fog was confused again. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life," Sima Yue said gratefully. "Oh, you should be thanking me for not letting you all die right now," the black fog said. "There was a little beast that came in last time. I still remember his aura," the black fog said. Sima Yue understood. The little beast it was talking about was Chongming. Thinking about how a sacred beast like him was called a little beast, she wanted to laugh. "Thank you, Senior." Sima Yue thanked him again. "You wanted to see me?" the black fog said. Sima Yue was stunned. The other party's thought process was too fast. "I felt it. You wanted to see me, and there was a familiar aura on your body. That's why I asked you to come," the black fog said. "Senior asked me to come?" Sima Yue said in shock. "Otherwise, where do you think you can go?" The black fog snorted. Sima Yue remembered that Old Man Devil and Chongming said that there were many traps below and that it was very dangerous. However, they did not encounter much danger after coming here. It was because the black fog sensed her aura and stopped all the dangers. However, even so, she was still covered in injuries. If it wasn't for him, they might not even be able to reach the gravitational tunnel. "But you're not bad," the black fog said. "You could walk half the way through the gravitational tunnel without making a sound." "Thank you, Senior, for your praise and help," Sima Yue said. "You shouldn't be thanking me. You should be thanking the aura in your body. If it wasn't for it, even if I brought you here, I'm afraid you would have ended up like those skeletons," the black fog said ungratefully. Sima Yue looked at the piles of skeletons and said, "Are these people like me who accidentally came here?" "Some are, some aren't," the black fog said. "Many of them are people who have designs on me. Only a few of them are people from this continent. However, do you think it's so easy to get my ideas? Since you're here, you should all stay and accompany me." Sima Yue felt her hair stand on end when she heard his laughter. She felt as if she was one of those skeletons. She looked at the skeletons again. It turned out that not all of them accidentally came here. Most of them came for him, but unfortunately, they lost their lives here. Those people probably didn't expect him to be so powerful when he was suppressed. "Tell me, why do you want to see me?" The black fog was still a little violent. Some of the black fog even left its original body and ran around the cave. It looked similar to the black fog they encountered before. The black fog flew around her. Sima Yue was so scared that she didn't dare to breathe. She was afraid that if she breathed too heavily, she would accidentally touch the black fog and turn into powder. "I don't know why I'm looking for you," Sima Yue said frankly. Crimson Flame only asked her to meet him. He didn't say what she wanted to do or what she wanted. "Then why do you want to see me?" the black fog asked curiously. The black fog laughed in agreement and made a sharp sound. "I just felt a similar aura, so I came over," Sima Yue said. "Similar aura, a similar aura," the black fog said over and over again. Suddenly, it remembered something and said excitedly, "Similar aura, only my clan has similar aura." After saying that, before Sima Yue could react, the black fog entered her body. Sima Yue felt as if she was frozen in an instant. Her body didn't listen to her and she could only feel a cold aura flowing in her body. Strange, strange. The black fog made a surprised sound as it flowed in her body. Senior, what's strange? Sima Yue was so cold that her teeth were chattering. She couldn't even speak coherently. The black fog didn't say anything and continued to explore her body. After a while, it said, I see. Whoosh. Once the black fog left her body, she felt as if she had come back to life. Light demon body, I didn't expect there to be such a body in this world. The black fog surrounded Sima Yue again. It's a pity that your body is in danger now. Previously, when you were triggered by my aura, your body was in danger of exploding.